Ahead of a key rate decision coming up tomorrow afternoon from the Fed, we're back to the upside here ever so slightly once again this morning after yet another trip to all-time highs yesterday. Tech earnings across the board incoming as well. We'll touch on all of that. We just took out that aftermarket high right now for the NASDAQ. Again, back to all-time highs. A ton of individual movers this morning, specifically ones that reported this morning. PayPal. Huge pop to the upside here. We're right around 82 bucks. I just saw a note on DJT. DJT set to enter the prediction market. So Donald J. Trump to the upside in a big way here. Just tagged 18 bucks, coming back in a little bit. We'll touch on that coming up as well. SoFi, another one that reported here this morning. Back and forth action for SoFi. Bit of a mixed report for them. Note on NVIDIA today as well. Jensen Huang heading back to Washington to meet with Trump. He's going to congratulate Jensen on the great job he's doing, I guess. You and I were just touching on the simple fact that, I mean, can it be just NVIDIA forever? And the most likely answer to that is no. A ton of headlines, though, to get to with the Fed incoming tomorrow. I think this rate cut pretty much baked in at this point. After an absolute marathon baseball game last night as well, they decided to play 2 and a bit.
Ridiculous, Brendo. Just 18 innings, easy, light work. And then, of course, Freddie Freeman, the Canadian, dunks on the Canadian team, right? Dead center, good home run by him. Obviously, a tough look for the Jays, but that's why you play 7 games. So we'll keep an eye out on that, guys. There's so much to talk about, as Brendo mentioned. Amazon in focus this morning, as sadly they're looking at about laying off 14,000 corporate jobs, not warehouse jobs, corporate jobs. Here, obviously, AI is going to be in focus. Brendo mentioning PayPal as well. What a move up for PayPal. 15% and going here at Brendo with a new tie-up with OpenAI. They're going to be able to, you're going to be able to pay for things directly inside the LLM vis-a-vis PayPal. Wayfair as well, Brendo, up markedly here, 12%. And Wayfair, believe it or not, up 120% year to date. This thing's been slowly grinding up. You buying still stuff off Wayfair, Brendo? Because I know that you were
literally never.
Yeah, and UNH obviously reported as well, up 4 3/4.
Just seeing more on this DJT note. True Social to become the world's first social media platform offering prediction markets via exclusive partnership with Crypto.com. So DJT, the one to look at here. We're coming back in a little bit, but we did tag 18 bucks at the top there.
I read an interesting article over the weekend, Brendo, that these prediction markets are going to be very disruptive to your DraftKings, to your FanDuels, because you're betting against other players as opposed to the house. So the market is making itself, so to speak, based upon what people perceive the odds to be, not what the market or the bookmakers are making the odds. So apparently this is going to be kind of a disruptive move for some of these, unless they adopt it themselves, as you're seeing DJT try to do here.
The other thing to consider here this morning, oh, by the way, coming up tomorrow after the close, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all going to report earnings. We get Visa as well, I saw was another one on that list. Starbucks, another one on that list as well, for anyone keeping score. But a ton, guys, to get to ahead of the Fed tomorrow. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, there's Fed tomorrow.
Very busy.
Fed tomorrow. Look at on the Blue Jays hat here. Yeah, we were up late last night.
Little bit.
Yeah, like 3 a.m. or so around here, I think is what
I think it was.
It stopped.
I thought it was like 2:45 or 2:50. I don't know. I got to bed at like 2. I think it was like 2:52, and I'm like, okay, this will be fun in 90 minutes.
Come in the next day.
But I mean, it was epic. What are you gonna do? Like,
we're both dads. We're used to being up late, I guess.
Yeah, you got to give credit. You got to give credit. It was a great game, but we'll pour one out for George. I hope we can.
To me, it wasn't that great of a game, actually. I was kind of like bored watching it in the after hours. Like, there was some exciting spots for sure. It's just like we couldn't come up with anything.
No, we could.
There was no runs scored since the 7th inning. It went 10 innings.
I can appreciate great pitching. Like to see when you see dudes that have only gone 1 or 2 just go out there, even their guy.
I mean, it's
just like in Lauer, like to go 4 or 5 when you've been going 1 or 2,
Lauer was
and
great.
Actually shut people down. Like it was.
The Dodgers have a horrible bullpen, and we couldn't do anything against it. We had a horrible lineup against
horrible. They're like. Okay, but their bad guys are out there throwing like 101, 99.
No, I know, but like historically,
that's the Dodgers.
They're one of the worst bullpens heading into this World Series. For a team going into the World Series.
Yeah,
and of
their
course,
dudes were
we made them look like Sandy Koufax out there. But
they've got the back guy in their bullpen was throwing 7.99. But the reality is, I love our coach. I love our manager. I love his fire, all that stuff. The players like him, but his decision making was putrid. Like, there was just decisions that no baseball person would make, and that's just part of it. And it sucks, but let's see. We'll get them tonight. And look, there's a lot to get to today. Whether it's SoFi, PayPal. By the way, PayPal just came back a little bit here. PayPal. I mean, it was only up like 15%.
Yeah.
Right. So like that breakout on PayPal already happened. Their beat. Not even the big story. It's the OpenAI story that's going to be a bit bigger. SoFi with a beat as well. Heck, it's such an up day that Beyond Meat's even trying to go.
Oh, is it?
Off of the Schneid. But I don't know. I'm kind of feeling this one to bide my chance. I think if it tries to squeeze, I'm just going to be very, very patient. Willing to take 2 or 3 shots at a mean reversion. It gave 2 very clean ones yesterday that I missed out on. So this is one I'm going to have my eye on. But yeah, it's big earnings names. Oh, UNH as well, pretty strong. Nextera and NEE, so many strong names today.
Yeah, look, we had a good idea a couple weeks ago with PayPal, and there it goes, right? We talked about Katina Capital right there, but it's just, you have no idea what they're going to report, and we always say that. It's risky to take anything into the report. But we were long PayPal. It came into some good resistance there. We talked about it. There it goes, right up into these levels. Now you're starting to fade off of this 82. So no surprise there as we fade back in a little bit here on PYPL. And then, I don't know, man, I'm trying to figure out SoFi here a little bit because I know it doesn't normally come off of earnings. Like, it comes back in a little bit on earnings. And that was a nice move, man, up 5%. We'll take that on SoFi, about as expected here. So, yeah, I mean, I like all of this. I think PayPal is a great one. SoFi is a great one. You're seeing some of the other bank names starting to go longs as well. So I'm thinking long in and around here, right? It's not that this is up that much, but we had a nice little run into the close yesterday off of, that didn't get down to 280, but off of a nice little bounce from 294 up to 304. Right now for JP Morgan, Citigroup also starting to go. We can back over 100 again. We can check out Robinhood right now, 145. That could take out all-time highs. None of the stocks I'm calling up right here aren't reacting. It's just these are other bank names as opposed to what SoFi's been doing. So, yeah, man. And then Oscar's upside on UNH, which is nicely hitting right there. Amazon, we talked about. Wayfair, Cameco, CCJ, another, one of the original uranium plays here, up again today. Wow, up 15%. I didn't even notice how much that was. This stock has just been sliding upside as well this whole time when we've been looking at SMRs and all that kind of stuff. Here goes Cameco, right up again into $100. Like, this was $32, up to 100. That's a triple. Yeah, penny stocks. I see some people in the chat. I don't know. I haven't really. This one, 10 XHLD. 10 holdings. That one's moving around. So here's a penny stock for you. You asked for it, Emilio. You get it. There's an 85-cent mover rate, 85% mover, 52 cents. For 10 holdings right there. As long as that's not what your wife tells you, Randy, you're good to go on that one. Yeah, small bananas over there.
Yesterday's is nice and perfectly right.
Yeah, and Otani as well. So.
Okay.
No. Springer will be gone now.
No, I mean he hurt his oblique. You can't swing a bat. Like, there's some injuries that you can play through, but if you actually pulled an oblique muscle, there's just no way.
What is that, like 3 weeks, 6 weeks?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Games.
At this point, there's only 4 games left. Like, there's no way you can come back from it. If it's really a strained oblique, you just can't swing a bat. It just sucks.
A hockey player would play through it, yeah, but this is baseball.
But but it's also very, very different. It's very, very different. You go from a 300 hitter to a 100 hitter. Like, you could physically try it, but
Probably,
just be used.
No, he's better off having somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. There's just no chance. Yeah. Like, there's certain things you can fight through, some things you can't. But the guy's a battler,
Yeah, he's played really well. I mean,
there was a question.
He's old too.
It was a question, people might have missed it, but like a couple of games ago, I think Schneider was talking, and they asked him, like, are you going to be surprised at some of the reports that come out after what people have been dealing with? So I think he might have already had something.
It seemed like as soon as he twisted,
it was like it was probably already hurting him, and he's playing.
Hey man, he had his World Series moment, or ALCS, I guess it was. Yeah. It'll be tough without Springer. Our benches, as you saw yesterday, has some stuff left.
It's a little
little thin there. But, walking Ohtani 4 straight times, at least former MVP Mookie Betts isn't really doing anything. And Freeman has not had a great series either. And then, of course, hits that bomb.
And people forget Mookie, he had that mystery illness in spring training and lost like 15 pounds in a couple of days.
Did not have a good year.
And he just didn't have a regular year. So, there was something up with him all year long. But credit to Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, they're still
he was an absolute beast.
World Series.
This
Hopefully it just comes back to Toronto, that's all, because tonight's Ohtani, so it's going to be. But I don't know how these guys are going to play after that kind of a game. So we'll figure it out.
Starters better go along. Is it crazy? DJT never holds these. When was the last time DJT?
Oh, it's getting into prediction markets. What does that
spiked
mean?
pre-market and held on to VWAP in the pre-market. It never does. Every time there's one of these spikes, it just seems to not follow through. But we talked about this the other day. Look at it at $15. It just seems to be holding around this area. So, I don't know, maybe this is one of those maybe today is the day because there's an actual catalyst. It's got to be on at least watch, but already one candle up and then the next candle it loses volume weighted average price. It needs to get back above that. Then it'll be back on my radar. As we said, there's going to be lots of things to look at, so you don't have to force it with this because you have plenty of small cappers. There's going to be other gappers and earnings plays. Yeah. If this one's not
PayPal's dancing around here again.
Oh, yeah. PayPal's already at 77.
I was going to say it's dancing around this 80. It went back up as we were talking about it there into this $80 mark. It went down into 79, came back to VWAP again, and then whoa. I'm a little skeptical. I like the numbers that they put out, but I was skeptical about that OpenAI story. Putting it into chat, I don't know. I don't really use chat that format, but everything's changing, right? Remember, OpenAI has their browser coming out, so there could be something with PayPal in the browser as well, possibly. So we like to tie up there with OpenAI, but I really like PayPal's valuation spot at 15 or 16 times PE. That's why I liked it, nothing else. I mean, today, you don't have too many names today. It starts tomorrow. You get all the big guys. You get the Googles of the world. Microsoft tomorrow as well. This is at 270. Why are we looking anywhere else, man? You could just trade strength right now with Google. So we'll look at Google today as well, breaking out, and we'll see what happens tomorrow with it. So, yeah, UPS. Yeah, no, look, man, everyone in the chat is there's lots of names. Yeah, Whirlpool, UPS, we have them all. Make sure you do go out and get our watch list. I mean, it's all written right here. And you can also become a member. We'll talk about Sharif's morning note as well. But here's the watch list that we have on board right now, talking about everything. There's PayPal, Amazon. We're going to get to this in a minute. NVIDIA, Qualcomm and NVIDIA, SoFi, UPS, what everyone's talking about. There's UNH as well, Nextera, Apple, Corning. Look at all the names, Wayfair, Cameco, Royal Caribbean, and all little blurbs about them. What did they report? What's going on with them? There's that WeRide I talked about before, and there's that XHLD. You guys asked for a penny stock. I just went to our list and found it, so it's easy to do if you are a member. Well, that's not even a member. You just subscribe to the watch list and grab that for free. The link is in the description. All right, don't know if we have any guests today, but if we do, it'll be Mitch. So if he's on board, then we'll get to him soon. But let's go back over to the desk.
A couple other things to consider right now. You and I were actually talking about CCJ just before we came on there at 8:30. There's the headline. Both Brookfield and BAM and CCJ joining the U.S. in the $80 billion nuclear push. So that's Brookfield currently coming back down. There was a decent volume spike on the downside. CCJ, I can type. There we go. Looking a lot stronger at this point, still holding on to $100. I mean, you were making the point, simply just zoom out a little bit on the chart. It's just insane. It is.
It's a fantastic, good Canadian company. Brendo, we were trading at $35 at the tariff tantrum. Now we're breaching 100, 99.45. So fantastic move. Obviously, this deals with the uranium and the nuclear side of things. So here's the deal. Brookfield and Camo, they announced a major partnership with the U.S. government to construct at least $80 billion worth of new nuclear reactors all across the country, Brendo. They're meeting soaring electricity demands from AI, of course, as data centers. The deal aligns with President Trump's executive order, which he signed earlier in the year, which is really pushing forward the nuclear move here. The new reactors, I should say, they're using Westinghouse Electric AP1 nuclear reactors, which are supposed to be highly advanced. They were already deployed in Poland and Ukraine. So let's see how this one does today. 15 and a third.
Yeah, both of those looking pretty good. A few people still mentioning SoFi. I mean, I'm still looking for the bad side of this report. I mean, the the forecast was kind of in line with expectations, but 11 cents versus 8, 950 million versus 890. So not the numbers, that's for sure. For SoFi, kind of chopping around here around 31 bucks. UPS was just popping up here in front of me once again. There we go. Back to the upside here. They announced, what was it, 14,000 positions so far in 2025, and its operational workforce by another, have cut 14,000 positions so far in 2025, reduced their operational workforce by another 34,000 positions, all thanks to AI.
I don't know how this company is doing well, Brendo. This company is, I have a lot of issues with this company. They lost my mom's iPhone, and you try to call them, you don't really get anybody, you get somebody else on a different continent, and then no responsibility taken. But apparently they did quite well over here. Q3 EPS coming in at $1.74, Brendo, easily beating the $1.30 expected by the street on revenue of $21.41 billion. Again, easily beating 20.83. Up nicely here relative to FTX, which is only up 4%. They're up 16. Not a bad move, up 28% year to date.
Guys, UPS, this seems like a large move, to say the least, here for this one.
I mean, it's been so badly beaten up. Like, the stock has been just a straight runaway to the downside. So, you know, it's... At some point, it turns into a little bit of value, you get a bit of a beat, and hopefully you can catch a bottom. But I would caution that this has happened before. Like, ultimately, like, it's been more dumps on earnings. So I think this is at least a little bit different, because in this particular case, you're getting the bounce on a beat. So I hope that gives you a turn. But come on, close above the 200-period moving average. Prove it to me up here, because the 200-period, like, this thing has been like the plague, right? Like, for UPS, the 200-period SMA is like quality base running for the Jays last night. It's just, you're just not seeing it. So I like to see this one close above there before. Otherwise, I mean, every single pop in the stock has really been dumped. Like, this is a prove it moment here for it to close above 100.
Yeah, like it's 7.4% dividend as well. So, I mean, that'll change a little bit, but, you know, you can't get 6 or 7% everywhere. And I think that's why it was getting hit so much, as people were worried that potentially the dividend, not that it was going to get cut, but, you know, why was it 7-8%, historically high, obviously, for UPS. But lots of room to go. I mean, I think it's going to be a really strong, I mean, my daughter already sent her Christmas list, so I think it's going to be a strong Christmas season, generally speaking. And UPS should deliver the goods, right? I mean, that's what it is. And now with that guide and with those numbers, it looks like they get the all clear. There's a lot of traders and a lot of investors that have been sitting on UPS for a while. And now they get rewarded just a little bit today. There's still a long way to go on this stock on the daily chart. So, all right, we've got Mitch at throw.
Let's bring him in. We had a discussion going back a couple of weeks ago about some of these nuclear names. I mean, set that aside for a second, Mitch. Good to see you as always.
Yeah.
Let's touch on tech here ahead of what's to come after the close tomorrow. I see you have Microsoft top of the list here as far as tech on your list this morning. Tell us why.
Yeah, good old softy, right? I mean, this has been a really nice move, actually, right off the 525 spot. It started on Friday, really, where it really started to get going. And now that you did that little gap up, a lot of people are going to kind of avoid this name now. I actually think it's not time to avoid it. I think this wants the earnings high. Of course, the earnings that recently came out, it was on July 31st, right? That wasn't bad earnings. It was just kind of more of a profit taking. You know, it had been on a huge run, came back. It's working its way. And I think that it's going to get back up there. It might take the earnings to actually, let's say, break that. But I think that we can ride this, at least in the intraday action, maybe for the next 2 days, right? And I think this is one definitely to watch here. I like it already. I'm going to be looking for it to break, of course, yesterday's high, 534. We're at 533 right now. Looking for a strong move right back out the gates. Maybe trying to push closer towards 540. I could see it starting to get back up there. So this is a fun play to play right now going into earnings. And that's how I would approach it, right? That's nothing that I would make a new position here because of the gap up, but let's ride the day trade.
I like it. I like it. Hands off then into the report, or are you living a little dangerously?
I'm never an earnings type of guy, man. There's just too much disaster on earnings, and like I always say, there's so many plays out there. In tech, there's another name that I'm watching right now, which is ARM, and this is a really good one because, of course, it's not a recent IPO, but in my eyes, I still view it as that, and it never undercut its IPO, right? IPO lows. It held really well in the monthlies, and I think institutions are just pegged here at 150. If you look at the monthly, there's so many times where it just was kind of getting above the 150, and now you're making this huge surge above that 150. I think ARM wants 200. That's another 11% from here. So now that you're above the 170 spot, big resistance, now you can start looking to use that as support and ride ARM holding. I think this could be a big runner going into next year.
Just when we thought all of the possible headlines in semiconductor land could possibly be behind us, they seem to come up with more and more. Regardless of the stock, it's been a pretty good day here for, a pretty good couple of days for AMD. What do we do at this point here, Mitch?
You just keep riding the wave, right? And you want to keep it watching that and make sure that you're not kind of breaking the 50 EMAs. But at this point, AMD is just a beast. And I'm just glad that we brought it here, guys, in all the way in June. June 2nd is when I first started mentioning AMD for a 114 breakout. And I said this was my focus. It was that AMD was going to outperform NVIDIA. And I think that's what continues to happen here. We look for outperformance in AMD. If you wanted to ride both, you could do that, but I think AMD is definitely the way to play it. And the only way to enter now is what it's been. It just recently, you got a 230 9 EMA pullback that you could have jumped on and tried to ride it for the next wave. Now you're expanding away from the 9 EMA, so you're looking for short-term pullbacks to play in on this if you're looking just to ride the momentum.
All right, one we've had many discussions about on this show with you before. SoFi with earnings here this morning. I mean, kind of lackluster price action at this point. What are you seeing with SoFi?
Yeah, the only thing that we needed to see was the actual money, right? The fundamentals behind this play, because I think it has the catalyst. It has, of course, retail favorite. You guys know how I call it the next Palantir. It increased there on EBITDA 49% year over year. The management raising guidance again, and they almost added 1 million new members each quarter. They're trying to get there, and I think that this is just their path to getting there. And SoFi is going to continue the lift, man. I would not fight against this. And the idea here was just that it didn't break the pattern, and it actually held it really well. Now you have a couple of wicks in the 30 area where it could start to use that as support and looking for the next move up. And of course, you guys see the background. It's the spooky week. I won't be with you guys on Halloween, but I'm celebrating with you guys.
Like it. I like it. Yeah, theme week here for Mitch. Cybersecurity, top of your list. Two questions here. Is that for today specifically or just in general? So give me your thoughts
Just in general, to watch the trend. Remember, we brought these names up last week. I was looking for a break on snow, and we were talking about it just here on Tuesday, right? That was the 21st. Now we are already about, on snow, 7.5% higher. These types of names are getting breakouts, and these are the AI players to watch right now. I think in AI, you're seeing a lot of cybersecurity software that's going to continue to gain the lift. And these names are just going to continue pushing because as we get further and further in AI, we just need more cybersecurity. This is a big run that isn't going to stop at least anytime soon. So the only way we look at entrance now is 9 EMA pullbacks, Zscaler up on the top. Pan W is a little bit slower if you're trying to catch it, but you can see that. It's just now running away from the 9 EMA, and that just goes to show you more and more. All these names are hot, and it's not just a stock thing, it's an industry-wide thing. These are the best types of plays because then you just look at the industry and you pick the chart. The odds are, if it's an industry-wide move, the boats will just lift with the tide.
All right, just over 30 minutes until the open here. Give me your breakdown as far as what we're looking at going to 9:30.
Yeah, going into 9:30, I'm watching for momentum plays, right? The Qs are extended, the SPYs are extended. You could still get pullbacks, but I think we're on this little momentum push right now. An area to keep watch is nuclear and then robotics. Those are two areas that I definitely keep watch here. Nuclear names like NNE, GEV could get right back up there. Watching for NNE to get right above 46.40. That's yesterday's high. If it could break above that, I think this is really a high interest spot that I could watch for a day trade. And then GEV would be more your swing above 600. You needed to recover. It did that huge, like, nice little undercut. You guys know how I talk about this all the time. They wash them before they send them. Look for a recovery of 600 to show you that. And then the robotics trade, XPEV, on the watch here because it just looks great here, guys. It has two things, right? It has China EV, and it has, of course, a humanoid robot called Iron. And I'm not talking, of course, Elon's robotics, of course, Optimus, but I think that one's on the move too. You guys saw Tesla with the strength yesterday. I don't think this is going to stop. This is the robotics trade, and you got to watch some speculative names. Also, you know I like to add a little extra, so watch for Serve and Rich Tech. That's SERV and RR. RR has a nice flag pattern, looking for the break above yesterday's high, and Serve, want to see it break 1470s. Monthly charts have been building here. Robotics trades hot. ISRG, if you're looking for a high quality name, maybe you're not a comb the ditches type of guy and you're looking for something to add to the portfolio, that kind of mentality, investment mentality, I tell you to take a look at Surgical, Intuit Surgical, right? And surgical robotics is remaining in this space. It's not going away anytime soon. I don't know about you guys, but it's going to get to the point where, you know, if I could get the robot to do the surgery and it's 99.8% accurate compared to the doctor that's 95% accurate, I'll go with the robotics. And I think that this is the move that's actually moving healthcare a little bit further. Watch for healthcare continued conversations. I'm in RXRX. We talked about that last week. I'm up already 5%, and it's a big boy position for me on the swing account, of course, funded by Trade the Pool.
Give us the latest. What's happening over at Trade the Pool?
Well, I got another funded day trade account. So if you guys want to know how you do that, well, you come over and you watch me do it live in front of you guys. Yesterday's top play was Cleveland Cliff. So looking for a little steal play. That one's actually still in play today. So come on over like always. You guys know how we do it. We show everything fully transparent. That's the way I'm always going to be, because at the end of the day, I talk about it and I'm paying it forward for you guys out there to continue trading and get in towards your skill level. So keep pushing. Trade the Pool will be here to push forward.
Mitch Hoke, analyst over at Trade the Pool. What inning did you get to last night?
Pool, I will be honest. I only got to like the 12th. I was just like, this is too much, dude.
Better than most. Better than most.
If I was in California, it wouldn't have been that bad, right? But hey, those guys got to enjoy it. And man, I'm with you, Neil. They need to run a little bit harder. I don't know, drink some energy drinks, whatever they needed to do. They seemed like the gas pedal just started to slow down a little bit. They were like us. They were already tired, right? They're used to being on the East and, you know, being up that late. It gets late pretty fast.
Mitch, great stuff as always. Good luck today.
Have a good one, guys. Go trading.
Well, I can't necessarily disagree. Although I would say sometimes you need to know when not to run. Not always be a hero. But I like that cybersecurity look. And as far as robotics goes, you know, the serve off the 50 period looks good, but it's a new breakout for CrowdStrike. And this bad boy, it's such a quiet, like silent assassin lately, like 3 straight up days, 4 straight up days in a row after breaking out, and doesn't really show any signs yet. It does feel like if it does a more parabolic move into this trend, here, I'm going to go to Joe in a quick little second, that it could actually tag what's forming like a little bit of a channel top, right? Like just joining from there and then looking at the channel that it's forming up at this top. So if it does get to the top of that channel, to me, that'd be a ring the register moment on this particular breakout here on CrowdStrike. I know we have some, well, not just upgrades and downgrades, some options plays to look at with Joe.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Thanks for bringing up CrowdStrike, Neil, because it is at the top of the list today, getting an upgrade by Arete up to $706. And then we have Elf Beauty getting that by Jefferies, price target raised to $150. Now, TeraWolf by Oppenheimer, $20 is going to be that price target. And then we have Nokia by Jefferies going from a hold to a buy. Now, New Street downgrading Snapchat. We're going to go from a buy to a neutral. And then we got Kappa by Mizuho lowering that target to $65. Now, Chipotle Mexican Grill, this name always seems to be on the downgrade side. Once again, by Mizuho, price target lowered to $40, and then Denny's as well, too, guys, lowered it to $5. Now, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Yes, we got Qualcomm, PayPal, and Advanced Micro Devices. Now, at the top of the list, at that $200 strike price, we had 51,000 shares, contracts, not shares, traded with open interest around 54K. Now, that's substantial for Qualcomm. Usually not that much options activity on this name. And always remember, liquidity is extremely important when you are trading options. Now, for PayPal, getting a little pop here on the earnings report, guys, at that $75 strike price, we had 15,500 contracts open and 8,260 traded on the session. Now we have to go all the way to November 21st expiration cycle, and you go, Joe, 300 strike price on AMD, that's crazy. Well, you know what, we got some open interest and some volume at that specific level. No weeklies on this one, guys. Curious as to why, but anyways, 22,300, 4,170 at that level. Now, as for some abnormal options activity, we're going to get ASST with that open interest around 212K with 37,000 contracts traded on the session. Now, I think it's really important to note here is that the at-the-money IV is absolutely through the roof at 393%. So you're going to be paying an extended premium on that one. But one thing to note, we realized and we recognize this on our BYND, when you have outstanding gamma exposure, there's going to be most likely a squeeze. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to be the case here because what we experienced in BYD was nearly double what we have here in ASST. But as for gamma, that is some high level of exposure, delta sitting around 0.65, guys.
Oh, I was just ready to talk about Strive, but it looks like Microsoft on the move here.
Microsoft with OpenAI, something.
Yeah, OpenAI, something. I got to hear him repeat the story, see if we can't get this. But Microsoft 2.5% to the upside.
Huge gap, man.
I mean, yeah, it's like Microsoft has been a sleeping giant, and now you're breaking out technically to 530 anyways. So once again, you just have another big cap name running. And look, I was going to quickly mention Strive. ASST. This was a good runner yesterday. No questions asked. Got a little bit early in the afternoon, but unfortunately, it's already put in like a kind of a turn top there. Like there's your wick top, and really going to need to hold on to this 135 support. It's on the radar, but down 13%. It'll be SSR, but it's not kind of stock I usually like an SSR breakdown on, but it's on the radar. Just not a top trade idea after that failed break. But it's this Microsoft story, Sean. It looks like it's taking the cake. There's always something.
It's a clean a deal again with OpenAI, and just there it goes. This is what I think about. Like, if you're just in, Microsoft is going to be buying 200. OpenAI is $250 billion commitment to Azure. $250 billion from OpenAI, a company that doesn't make money. So, all right, $555 right now. Pop goes the weasel. You don't have to wait for earnings now to get to all-time highs for Microsoft because it's there right now, Randy.
On the shirt.
Then just move the shirt.
Put it anywhere. Just put it right there.
George here.
Yeah, don't put it on the shirt. You're good to go there. Microsoft right here, up 5% and still
flying,
ripping on more cloud.
That's all NVIDIA's money anyways.
With Azure, man, just upside there with OpenAI continuously going through there. Wow, what a move, man. I guess this is the thing we talked about, holding stocks for dividends. You get these big guys that just moving these names in one space right here. Your XOM reports on Friday, Randy. So we'll have to wait to see if this one, no volume today on XOM. We'll see if it can break through. Got to get back up to 120. I won't have that kind of a move on earnings, but it's been holding. It's been going good there, steady as they go to the upside. We have a good friend there that was in iRobot yesterday that lost a whole bit, down 30% yesterday on iRobot. So these are like, they can't find any deals coming through. It was cruising near the upside and then whoosh, all the way back in. So this has had some support as well. IRBT bouncing a little bit here, Randy. So yeah, so far so good. Their Ford has been good recently. All right, let's go back over the desk. It's 9:04. We'll start going through our rundown.
A number, at least. Anyways, there's two actually. OpenAI contracted to buy incremental 250 billion of Azure. There's also Microsoft investment in OpenAI Group PBC valued at 135 billion. So a couple of things just popping up here.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually, Brendo, because I think we valued them at 500 billion, so 135 of 500 is a substantial size.
And that's just Microsoft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a big number there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's look at the futures. Yesterday, we closed out at 69.08. So we're above 6,900 right now. Let's see if we can actually hold on to 6,900 as a level of support. So that'll be support level number one. The overnight high, well, we're at the overnight high. We just got to it, 69.24. So what we're going to do, Brenda, we're going to look to that 50-point area as our first level of resistance.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down, grab the watch list free. Description below in the, or the link, I should say, in the description below. Top link will get you to the sign up page. You need your email, and then you can have that every single morning for absolutely nothing. Just be aware there is a little bit more coming out on this Microsoft OpenAI story. They retain IP rights, API exclusivity until AGI. So this was one of the things they were going back and forth with, if you remember, Microsoft and OpenAI. So Microsoft saying they retain IP rights, API exclusivity until AGI is achieved.
And this is something we've talked about before, Brendo. It's a disincentive for OpenAI to actually declare that they've achieved artificial general intelligence, because then they give up this to Microsoft. So there was this always, this back and forth kind of thing about whether or not Altman was going to declare it. And yeah.
So that makes a little more sense as far as this move for Microsoft to the upside. Anyway. Let's talk about PayPal earnings. Before the open this morning, we get PayPal, we get SoFi. Both of those we'll discuss at some point coming up here. But yeah, up decently here for PayPal on a nice beat.
Great earnings for PayPal, Brendo. I'm going to cover the OpenAI angle. So good tie-up here between the two companies, announcing a partnership between the two for a digital wallet directly in ChatGPT. The deal, which finalized over the weekend, actually allows PayPal users to buy products through ChatGPT, as well as merchants to list their inventory on the platform. So from both sides, the partnership is going to build on OpenAI's earlier e-commerce deals. We know that they've struck deals with Shopify, Etsy, Walmart, and now they're going to actually include a buy with PayPal button directly in ChatGPT for secure checkout. So what do you get by doing all this, Brendo? They're going to handle the merchant routing, validation, payment processing, all going to be done by PayPal, and you can, for users, they're going to be able to link their bank accounts, cards, or PayPal balances, while obviously benefiting from some of the services PayPal offers you, like buyer protection, tracking, etc.
More to come still here for this Microsoft OpenAI deal. So the main part, again, Microsoft's stake in OpenAI PBC Group, valued at 135 billion under this new pact. They're also saying OpenAI under this new pact can now jointly develop some products with third parties, which I don't think we've heard specifically before. They have all of these deals, if you remember, but I don't think we've actually heard that specifically before. But again, the biggest part, OpenAI is contracted to buy incremental 250 billion from Azure Space, obviously on Azure, which is huge for Microsoft.
Absolutely. It's another revenue stream for Azure as we get closer to reports. We'll see how AWS does, obviously, but we've been seeing the gap close between the two cloud services, Brendo.
Yeah, still more trickling in here for Microsoft and OpenAI guys. PayPal, however, downside a little bit.
Yikes. And just before we get to PayPal, there was a headline here on SMCI where Supermicro, Intel, and Micron collaborate on a record-breaking results for, it's like a stack M3 quant trading benchmark. It doesn't seem that big of a story, but it did. Like the stock popped like $1.80 and then right back in. But speaking of popping and then right back in, look, it's a beat by PayPal. I guess if you anything related to OpenAI at this point and you're getting bumps, but it went into first resistance. Like this, from a technical standpoint, like you got your 50 period breakout, the hold at 65, and then your breakout. and you went to first resistance, and right now we're rejecting it. So usually for me, I want to see it hold at the open some prior resistance. That's not going to be the case up here at 80 bucks, 79 to 80 bucks. That's a big maybe here at 76. Like this high that just came back in the middle of October. We were just here a couple of weeks ago. So it already bounced once from here. I usually prefer these above the volume weighted average price, but PayPal, if it can't do some work going into the open, it's not going to be at any of those, above any of those support levels, whether it's a 79 or 76. So it's going to take some patience for me because I wasn't thinking short on PayPal today. I'm looking to engage in a long, and it might be a very quick test off 76. Certainly if it double bottoms and starts trending off of VWAP, that's one thing I'm going to join for sure if I start seeing it hold above the volume weighted average price, because 79 is a level on the daily anyways. Just, it gave you your technical move, and it's been trend down for the last hour or so.
I have a bid at 73 here, which is way down. I mean, that's like yesterday's top. So yesterday's top was 72 bucks. I just want to see it come back in. It's obviously right now down $6 immediately there. And it's not like we're seeing anything. I mean, the numbers were good. So it's right at the 200 period moving average. I was initially going to put down 200 period moving average because we've seen earnings plays hit these levels and be actionable. So we're down here at $76 again. And yeah, is that an actionable level? Yeah, it's kind of like right where this breakout is. So I think there's going to be decisions to be made, right? I mean, if you swang on PayPal, hopefully you're able to get something out near the top, as we broke through, and that little top right there was $81 back in July, right? So it's not like that was a hard one to sort of nail. But now that we have nailed that and it's come back in, I feel like maybe that's the top for now, and we do fade back just a little bit here. I'm looking for 73. I'm bidding 73 now. I'll take a 72 if we can grab that. And that's pretty much the bottom for me. Like if we break below that, then obviously the report is not what we thought it was, and PayPal will continue to make lows of the day. But yeah, great report, up 9%. I think that's better than most of us expected. Therefore, PayPal, they outpaced their expectation. So I like the long, it's just a matter of finding out where on PYPL. They got the collab with OpenAI, they collabed with Google. Like when we got that story a couple weeks ago down here, that's when we slapped a buy on it. You know, and now it's all the way up here. So those of you that bought at 66, 67, 68 bucks, great on you. And that was a good play. And now you're getting rewarded. So I think that was just a little bit of profit taking there on an unexpected number. So we'll see if it can bounce off here. 76, temporary. If we break that, we go lower. We'll have to wait and be patient for 73, 72, 73. But yeah, it looks like a short to me right now.
Creating, of course, new opportunities and product development in other areas. But we should mention that they employ about 1.54 million people worldwide. They are the U.S. second largest employer, and these layoffs are about 4% of their corporate workforce.
Yeah, so I mean, not nothing, obviously, for anyone losing their job, but good to see they're trying at least to give them an opportunity elsewhere. Oracle, it's worth noting, did pop up on that Microsoft note with OpenAI as well. So Oracle, guys, getting a little bit of volume right now.
Oracle, Nvidia, like both pumping there. Like it's just, the winners keep winning. Unfortunately, not Amazon. This is the second time we've heard cuts and cost cutting and falling on that news. I want this to be breaking 230. I just, it would be nice, but you have another day and another, I guess, disappointing move off of this high 220s area, unfortunately, because yesterday was a absolute fail in terms of breaking out. Didn't really trade it because look, it hasn't set up in a bull run to be breaking 230. And again today, as it loses 228, it's not looking like that's going to be likely. So Amazon's going to end up a pass for me until it looks stronger going into the 230 area. You've already got the earnings level bounce. And there's just been no follow through yet. I think it can happen, but you're running out of time for it to happen before earnings, unfortunately. So yeah, this one's a pass for me unless we get something a little more spectacular. See the market bouncing and the Nasdaq's going because Microsoft and Nvidia and Oracle and all these names are running, and Amazon is kind of sitting here slowly pulling back. So this one's a pass for me, at least today.
Yeah, this high on Amazon. Look, Amazon's an AWS story, and that's it. So anything else, I don't really care that much about. We saw the huge move in Microsoft on AWS, like on their Azure, on their cloud, and that's AWS for Amazon. So we're just going to wait to hear about their report. I think it's Thursday or so. If they beat on their AWS number, I think 20% growth is what we're looking for over there in their cloud, then you're going to take out this high. It's just that simple, 243. So Amazon's going to break 243 if they come up with a good report. I think it's worth waiting for that. If they miss that 20% number, then you're going to fall back into the 200 period moving average, and you may even get lower. On that, retail's not great, not a great business. I don't know how good streaming's going for them. I know they have a few shows. We'll hear them talk about that. And then some other areas that they're in, right? Let's see if Zoox gets going at all. Jassy, I don't know how good of a job he's doing. I mean, the stock is almost at all-time highs. So it's just one of those names with the Mag 7 continues to work out. And Amazon, I like the stock, but I only like it for AWS. And we'll have to wait to see if they can take that level out despite having multiple packages delivered per day to my house. Like yesterday, I just got light bulbs. The bulbs outside in my, one of the lamps, outdoor lamps, whatever, blew. So I had to get new light bulbs, and I just went on Amazon and picked them up. So.
You should get the colored ones.
For outside? Maybe for Halloween might be.
Yeah, we do we have one that it's like it changes color for the front door.
Yes,
so right now, usually
you could change the color. That's actually not a bad idea.
It would usually be orange for Halloween, but it's been blue since the playoffs started for the Jays. So.
The colored ones are actually pretty fun.
Yeah, you just control it with a remote. And look, we got it off Amazon.
Yeah, and then you can put it on for Halloween, you put it orange or whatever.
It's great. Then you're not really changing it for the season.
Yeah, and you can change it for Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, it's worth a thought. I mean, you're ordering them anyway, so just have a look.
Yeah, I actually don't mind that. I might take mine back.
Or you could get it delivered by UPS.
Yeah, I mean, if Amazon has any problems, I guess they can hire UPS to deliver instead of these guys driving around with white vans everywhere. All right, let's go find out about UPS.
All right, there's still headlines coming across, guys, as far as this Microsoft and OpenAI deal is concerned, so it could be moving around. It's worth noting PayPal's earnings call is on right now. So some comments coming through from the earnings call, if anybody's still watching PYPL. Let's talk UPS. 109, I guess, was the high there on the initial move off the report, struggling at $100 currently, despite a beat here. Nice report for UPS.
Yeah, it was a good report, Brendo. Q3 EPS, $1.74, crushing the 130 expected by the street. Revenue, $21.41 billion, again, easily beating the 20.83, a solid beat on the top and bottom line. Shares do remain down, though, 28% year to date, despite the move up. And UPS, their move here, their strategy is aggressively raising prices, cutting costs, and focusing on what they're calling high margin shipments after a challenging year. Part of that move into higher margin is deliberately reducing the Amazon related volume to preserve that profitability. With respect to the holiday season, Brendo, they're projecting Q4 revenue to come in $24 billion, well ahead of what analysts are expecting. And they're saying the holiday shipping and return window, which is typically November to January, typically doubles their daily package volume. They're looking for that to actually be a little bit higher this year.
Yeah, 20 $20 and change dollar move there initially for UPS. It's worth noting this Microsoft OpenAI deal is not a short-term thing. It's through to 2030, it looks like. So Microsoft keeps IP rights over OpenAI's research either until AGI is achieved or 2030. So multiple year deal here between the two guys.
Very interesting.
Yeah, Microsoft right now, pull back a little bit, but just a rocket ship. And look, UPS, I think we sort of already went over this. This needs to close above $100. I'm going to try, to me, it's that simple. And if it doesn't, I think at least a minor gap fill seems like it's going to be the case. You can already see the battle that is forming at $100 in UPS for the last hour. From 8 o'clock to now, it's well over an hour actually. Like you've been down $1, you've been up $1, but all roads have led to $100. So I think this is probably a level you can play off of in either direction. For me, this is not a stock that I plan on trading, but yeah, you could do worse than breaking away from this price in either direction. I think you get 4 or 5. You might be able to get 4 or 5 bucks out of it. The only issue I would have is like the spread at the open. Could be one of those names that just opens up a little bit too much. Before we jump back, so I know we got to talk about tech and NVIDIA. I just want to quickly throw up, it's already 9:20, so I want to make sure there's no imbalances out there early. So pretty much nothing, but I just wanted to keep an eye on these, given that there are some small cappers running around, and sometimes they will pop up, and we want to be aware of them. But like Microsoft, we're going to come, like tech incoming. All of a sudden, it's a Microsoft story, and we can lump it all in. But let's go talk about it. We've got to talk about NVIDIA. We've got to be able to talk about Microsoft here. The NASDAQ at all-time highs. It's unbelievable. Like I said, UPS, you can key off that 100 level, but there's a wealth of names in tech, and you almost have to just pick your poison today, boys.
Even more coming through. It's nonstop. Microsoft now, or this Microsoft OpenAI tie-up, there are apparently some IP rights that extend even beyond when AGI is achieved, or 2032, they're saying as well. So some of the IP rights. Let's talk about Microsoft. Let's talk about tech, because coming up after the close tomorrow, we get Google, we get Amazon, or we get Meta, and we get Microsoft. So one of many very long versions of this headline here this morning between OpenAI and Microsoft.
Yeah, with Meta, Brendo, I want to hear specifically about CapEx, right? We've been hearing so much about capital expenditures, whether he's hiring people, buying data centers, buying chips. Well, I didn't mean buying people, hiring people. So I'd like to see more about that. A lot of new products as well from their new product side. So that's going to be of interest to me. Google, we want to hear really more about the move now past the antitrust lawsuit, what they're going to do with their products now that that cap's been lifted. So big earnings report tomorrow. We'll keep an eye out on everything.
It's worth noting Google is actually downside on this Microsoft OpenAI headline currently. So what's positive for Microsoft, guys, a little bit negative here on Alphabet's end of this table.
If you look at like the big 3 cloud guys, it's like a Microsoft up, the other 2 down. So sometimes you just get it's like they just pass the baton around, and Microsoft seems like it's the one that's going to be carrying it, at least in the short run. Now, obviously, we had also mentioned, we've gone over Microsoft a little bit here. Oracle pulling back into said volume weighted average price. This is a key level here. Yesterday, Oracle got dumped, and today it's pumping because obviously, why not? 280. Like the 283 area, maybe even a little bit higher than that, looking like it's going to be the key support for Oracle. But I mean, the next one on the list is the tech name that I have on my mind, and that's going to be NVIDIA, at least to the long side. But I have to. There was a headline with SMCI there and involving Micron and Intel. Ended up being a bit of a nothing burger, so I'm not going to let it change my thoughts on Intel today, even though there was a very, very small headline. It's just an obvious pivot at that 40 level. I was too early trying to catch the reversion on Intel. The shorts worked on VWAP, and the shorts worked after the fact, but it was a rocket and then a clean trend break on the stock, and should have maybe waited a little bit more patiently for it. I'm thinking the same thing again today. You've already seen it put in some lower highs at that 40 level. That 40 is obviously the first place I'll look, but also that 40.5 here on Intel. Despite that SMCI news, don't care too much because SMCI just came right back on it. But NVIDIA, We'll talk about that one after, or leave it for last. But that's actually the chip name that's also on my mind in addition to Intel.
Yeah, a name that I've been talking about for a while is Marvell, and this was a good recent buy that we had made down there when they missed on their last earnings report. Now Marvell had a dip down into the 200 period moving average. It really absorbed that $80. Making semiconductors for all these chips. Like, if this is going to be a thing, Marvell is going to continue to win. So it's sort of like in a little bit of an undercover play. That's not that undercover anymore. But I think this one continues to work, man, breaking through this $90. So we'll see if a $90 level means anything for Marvell today. I like this stock for the long, for sure. And then, there hasn't been too many better tech names than Palantir over the last couple of years, for sure. And let alone recently, as right now, we are right here again for Palantir. So bye-bye all-time highs again, and you're now gonna trade above or in and around this 190 marker for Palantir. So let's just see if it takes out that level from yesterday, 192.50. It did have a downside swing there yesterday, so I'm actually looking to fade Palantir if we can get back up into this area between 192 to 192.50. Not immediately, like if the market rips and we see what it did yesterday. I mean, the NASDAQ yesterday was up 1.8%. The NASDAQ was yesterday. If you see what the sort of, I use the Qs always to trade, as you guys know, the TQs. So if you look at what it did yesterday, this is kind of just its trajectory all day, its trajectory, and then it closes at the top. So I feel like it's a little risky right now to deal with too many shorts, but we'll judge this kind of momentum, right? I didn't short the Qs yesterday, but if I see something like this early between 9:30 and 10, where it seems like it can't get going, I may flip over to short today, just because of the way the NASDAQ's been going. And then I could see some traders trying to get out of some of maybe their hedge positions in the index, or even just in some of these big NASDAQ names before major earnings hits tonight, tomorrow, Thursday. So, and then all into next week. I don't know. I'm a little bit iffy on the short initially, but I do like Palantir's levels up there at 192 to 192.50. So it's this area there for me on Palantir for the short. The other short idea I have was AMD. So I have the Qs short. You can go find the key levels there on the sticky note. And I have AMD on here as well, on X or on Instagram soon. But AMD, I just said, let's fade this 260 mark. This is the one that's probably going to get hit immediately. And it was just like yesterday. We had all that good news, with the government and the quantum and IBM and all this kind of stuff. And even then, in the last little while, we've had a couple problems trying to get through this 260 mark. So let's just see if AMD really wants to do that. It's been such an epic run, and it's been huge. But maybe there is some time for some pullback as we wait to see where the winds are coming from on this name moving forward. I mean, they've had a huge windfall over the last week of news. So let's see if AMD wants to pull back in as well. So I'm looking for 260 short. You can go find it all here, and the key levels for the Qs. And then I should have added Palantir to it, but only 3 minutes now till open. So I like the short in AMD, man. It's already down 0.5%.
NVIDIA is super strong on the other end of the spectrum here, trying to hold right at highs, essentially. Not a heck of a lot NVIDIA specific, other than it being super strong today. Worth noting, that's coming up tomorrow, Wednesday, along with the Fed. Jensen's going to be in Washington.
Yeah, Brendo, that's going to be big. Obviously looking to, get some regulatory hurdles taken care of. But really, it's going to come down to China revenue. It looks like NVIDIA is seeking $50 billion in China market sales and R&D funding. The issue is, though, not really Washington anymore. Of course, there's still restrictions on the B200 as well as other chips. But really, it's going to be convincing the Chinese to allow their companies or stop dissuading their tech companies from buying these NVIDIA chips. As we know with the H20, Brendo, that was obviously being targeted by the regulator. And the B30A, which was supposed to be a new China-specific chip based on Blackwell architecture, they were supposed to deliver a sample of that to Chinese companies at the end of September. That didn't happen because of the ongoing issues. Let's see what happens.
Let's see if we get an update on all of that. Remember, SoFi, one of the ones we got this morning, back to the, it's trying to bounce right now, back above 31. It was grinding lower there, but better than expected report for SoFi as well, guys.
Yeah, it's better than expected report, and it's 928, so we didn't get anything big on the imbalances. That ASST is a small sell, 340,000 shares. To the sell side, that won't cut it for a $2 stock. Look, NVIDIA, let's look at the prior highs. 190, I'm going to call it 191.5 because it's right into 191.5 to 191.75. And I'm just going to try to eke, we have a minute to go. I don't have to rush too much. Tesla has had good day, good day. And we saw what happened after the good day, the fail break of the prior high. So if we get up to that 460 and put a topping tail candle in, then this is one I want to reverse over there on Tesla. I know it was a rocket ship. Certainly, and then the way that it sold off also in the afternoon, also a big deal to me over there. So, yeah, looking for that false break reversal. We already mentioned Intel. Just going to check back in on PayPal's still hanging right around that 76. I mean, if it can't hold on to that level, it's almost like a lookout below situation for them. And undercover, Beyond Meat is trying to bounce. The first place I'm looking to fade is going to be yesterday's double top. If it breaks that, then I wait very patiently for 250. About every quarter or so, I look for a mean reversion trade and just try to pick my spot and look for the fade trade. Did have to pay for locates on Beyond Meat, but that's pretty normal over there. So I think the first thing I'm going to be looking at is going to be NVIDIA off of the open. As we ring the bell, it's going to be a busy day. We have a lot of names that reported and gapped up that we didn't even get to. We got BCEE, which is also moving around here in small cap land. So let's ring that opening bell.
All right, there it is, man. The bell is rung, and we are now open. So let's go have a quick little look here. NASDAQ starting to pump up right away immediately. Again, as we wait to see what AMD is going to do, bouncing around right now. We didn't have SoFi on our coverage board there, but we do have SoFi earnings, and they're not doing too much. It goes up to 31.50 right there, and now pulling back in just a little bit. It's probably the NASDAQ is probably led by Softy. Well, yeah, I mean, initially, yes. But there it goes right now, 555. The recent high, 557. We'll see if that gets taken out as well. I'm still looking for something to come in for me. I was waiting for PayPal to dump. It's not really. It does flush to 74.50. We're at 73 even. So if that happens, good for us. And then SoFi now is starting to come in a little bit, but I don't have a trade on board yet. So we have to wait to see where all these markets take us here today. SoFi dancing. I'm waiting for that one. I like the opportunity potentially here on SoFi. So. But yeah, I don't have nothing for me.
PayPal's headed lower through 75, going even lower as we speak. Looks like no pop on Tesla. Wow, okay, Tesla took it seriously, the whole red day thing, as it just ticked red for a split second before bouncing just a tiny bit here. Yeah, Tesla taking it on the chin so far. Tesla. Still like, I'm just going to quickly go over to Intel, which is popping. So just like yesterday. I was too early on Intel yesterday. Eventually, again, was positive shorting it, but I was too early on the initial move. So got to be able to be patient with it. That high or a trend break is the play for me trying to fade this. The market's absolutely blasting.
Yeah, we just took $1 short on our posted AMD fill. So we took AMD short. We're short right now at 259.07. There's the fill right down there at 258.20. Sorry, we didn't get 258. We're at 258 flat. It went only down as far as tens. So here it comes right now, trying to get into that dollar member. But it's just blasting around right now. I mean, be very, very patient with these plays. I feel like SoFi is coming in right now. We should be able to get long on SoFi at some point.
What the?
I thought I was bidding SoFi down here at $30, but I should be, so let's do that right now. Okay, now we're long SoFi in and around $30. This is a level that we liked, so we're in it. We posted this up on our board, so yeah, let's take SoFi here, get something out. Yes, SoFi. Yes, SoFi. Yes, SoFi. Nice little out there, but who knows from here where we go. So far, so good. Short 70 cents in the money on AMD. We'll see if that can hold. And then SoFi right now blasting back there to the upside. We'll go 2 for 2 early, but watch out for that 30 break on SOFI. Wow, good trade. That's way up. Did you get that? Did you get SoFi long down there?
No. I'm on Intel and PayPal. Those are two that I'm watching very well, and NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is pretty much gone. So just watching tape on Intel as it goes right into the place that it curled last time. Last time meaning obviously yesterday, which is a 40. So we're going to try to get this to, I mean, whatever. It's going to go where it's going to go. I'm not getting it to go anywhere down into the 40 level. Oh, it just immediately popped. See the bid just jump in there? Like we were just getting filled down around support at that 20 level, and then it popped right back up. So the reversion's still going to be able to play. Every time we get some, I'm going to try and get a little bit more higher. And then PayPal, that's the other name that we're watching. See the 75 hold? Big time bottoming tail candle here on SoFi. Sorry, PayPal at the open. You were just talking about SoFi, so it's a bit on my brain there for a minute. That 75 level. It's not 76, which I like, but that is too big of a candle to ignore. Going to allow it to try to close above 75 on this candle and then see if there's a relief rally coming in, and while simultaneously looking for that reload on Intel, which has not yet come for me.
All right, we hit AMD. I mean, we talked about this 260. It came right in. My out is 260.50, so if it breaks that, then we are out of AMD. But we got a good short on right now, I think, anyways. Let's give it a second to see if it can breathe here. But I do like this SoFi short, or sorry, this AMD short. We are SoFi long, and SoFi so good on that trade. But we have to wait to see where it's going to go because we don't want to get out too many shares here just in case it is a blast, right? AMD, remember where our stop is. If this takes out 260.30, then we're out. I mean, the market's fading here, so I am surprised that this is going upside. And hey, if we're wrong, you know, I thought that there could be some momentum coming out of AMD. It looks like it's not. So oops, all right, why that should come out. Sorry, 75 cents. So it's going to come out soon.
That was the same time.
Yeah, 260.50 was our out there, but I was going to give it a couple more pennies. So I'm going to give it up to 75, and there it goes right there on the outside of SoFi. I only got out of 75.
These are the same chart.
Of Intel, sorry. Intel and AMD.
We can't do a side by side, can we? Because they both went into yesterday's high. Initial pop and drop back in, the reload in front of the high. It didn't break the high yet, but I did have my stop at just above the 50 level, and we'll wait again. I said I was early last time, so I am willing to get out and wait for the bigger opportunity, which I think can be incoming. All right, there's PayPal holding. So PayPal has now, we can do that shot. Thank you very much for that. I didn't even realize we could do that. Yeah, well, I'm not looking at that chart anymore, but good to know that we can pull that off, because I think that was interesting to be able to see that not all stocks are looking exactly the same, but NVIDIA's chart, AMD's chart,
SoFi broke,
and Intel's chart all looking pretty much identical. But there is your hold of 75 on PayPal. I don't want to wait for this to break back above 76 if I don't have to, because this bottoming tail candle, I'm going to put my stop underneath the prior bar low and see if we can't get long. A little bit of a relief rally happening in PayPal. Oh, there's a turn on Intel. Intel just broke trend.
Yeah, we actually got taken out of SoFi as it broke through 30 bucks. So I'm going to put 29.89 and give it one more shot there on this one, because the market did make moves down there.
Big time.
So, you know, we only got out of 75% of our AMD trade, so we still have some on board here. We can turn this into a profitable trade, but maybe not SoFi. SoFi we just got stopped out there, and it goes to 85s there as well. So we're going to wait to see if that can hold. 29.84 is the most recent low. I'm going to put that as my stop, 29.84. If we break below that, let's give this one a little bit of love here on SOFI. So that's going to be a play there. You're already, you were on PayPal there.
I never actually got in.
Oh, you didn't get in. Okay, so I'm looking at that name as well. So there goes SoFi now, a little bit back in. We're going to be up on SoFi, obviously, because, you know, we're cashing the winners, but at the end of the day, I'm still thinking a lot more than where we can go from here. 30 cents in the money now on AMD. Yeah, go.
Intel, well, I said I'm determined not to be too early, and I am now the top wick on Intel. So we'll try not to FOMO chasing this move down. Tried to catch that curl. Obviously, you can see I did not get it, but that's just how it's going to be sometimes. So got to move on to the next. As PayPal is still running. All right, 76 is a level I like, so if I'm not playing it off 75, I'm going to try to join it here off 76. And again, giving it to the prior bars for the first time today, we're going to go up to the desk for an update from Adara.
Yeah, no news here, though it is interesting. I saw at one point today Apple reaching a $4 trillion market cap for the first time ever, but I want to talk about a different Mag 7 name, which also reports this week, Microsoft. Just a reminder, guys, in case you missed it on MSFT, we had this big spike to the upside after OpenAI completed its restructure and Microsoft was solidified as a major shareholder in OpenAI. Through that whole ordeal, we know this was something we were waiting to hear a little bit more about with regards to Microsoft and OpenAI. Now, I just want to let you guys know the stock pulling back a bit here, but in case you missed it in MSFT, that was the news. Back to you.
All right, we're now really long on.
Whoa, you good?
Yeah, I mean, well, no, obviously not.
No. Okay, I'll take.
What am I supposed to do?
Somebody probably just.
Rob.
We'll go get Randy or Rob. So quick move here on PayPal. It did manage to break through that 76. Just tagged 77 and pull back. So we took a quick ring the register. I did have to chase a little bit because I didn't get that 75. But I'm targeting about 78.5 into 79 as that prior resistance. So hopefully this one's going to hold out. I will kick myself over that Intel short. That's just, it is what it is. I made the top, and I have to look for the next opportunity in here on Intel. It's very likely, if it gets back up to the high, I'll try to short that, but otherwise I'll look to the volume weighted average price. The market is still flying around here, and this one headed to the downside. NVIDIA, how have we not even talked about NVIDIA? Okay, let me just cancel that bid, don't need it. As NVIDIA is starting to drip a little bit back into its volume weighted average price. But that's not the thing that's coming up next. It is T to the S to the L to the A. Tesla was an absolute ramp job yesterday. Going into that 460, this is the spot. I said if it fail breaks this open, if I see a topping tail candle, I'm going to look for a quick reversal over here on Tesla, as this stock is going absolutely ham once again. So yeah, another day, and Tesla looking like it's trying to carry the market. I don't know if it's going to be able to do that with NVIDIA pulling back, with a bit of a topping tail forming on this NASDAQ here. Got to be very, very patient. PayPal, I think it can buck the trend a little bit just because it had the earnings, but you got to be careful. This candle here in the NASDAQ closes underneath. We'll have ramp, red, topping tail, and then I think we'd revisit 26,000 and that volume weighted average price. So let's be real. Was it just the monitors or the PC as well? Yeah, so we just be patient. Like Sean having some PC issues with like power and whatnot. I know you have stops on your positions. SoFi did run 1.5 points in the money. It's right back into the 30. I'm on it as well because I missed SoFi at 30 myself. I was trading Intel at the time, which was a bit of a mistake. But you can see this double bottom forming. So I'm just in PayPal, patient here for Tesla for it to get to that 460. And if we can hold that 30 level, I'm going to jump in to SoFi myself. And Intel's starting to bounce as well. So we'll see what the next trade might be, but it might actually not be PayPal if it can't hold on to this little bit of a low. Please, I want to give a reminder to everybody, when you're typing symbols in the chat, if you do us a big solid, first of all, to be in the chat, you've got to hit the subscribe button. So hit the subscribe button, jump in there. VSEE has been #1 here, and then SoFi #2, and then Wolf. Hit $ or type $, not hit it. You can if you want to, but I'd type it because you don't want to break your keyboard. Type $ and then whatever symbol you're looking at. I know we haven't really talked too much about some of the small cappers running. The only one I had on my mind was actually Beyond Meat this morning, but we'll get to them as soon as we can. But a lot of crazy action off the open in terms of volatility in so many of the names that are reported. But we'll make sure we cover everything we can for you. So I just jumped into SoFi, PayPal holding at least for now. And no Tesla 460 yet for Tesla, but it's only $1 away, everybody.
So what did SoFi?
It bounced to 30.5 and then came back.
Oh, went to 30.5. Yeah, okay. So my position that I'm stuck in a little bit here is AMD right now. So AMD we're short right here near the highs. SoFi just got taken out. What am I supposed to do? I can't get out of the position if I'm not connected to the internet or my computer's not turned on. So yeah, we went long. We would have got some out, but SoFi unfortunately downside. Whatever, it is what it is
Tesla
at this
460.
point. And then, yeah, Tesla 460. I'm seeing that right now as well. But AMD is what we got to worry about. Just ran the top one more time, AMD. But yeah, go over to Neil. I'm not set up yet.
Apparently, we're going to Adara right now. News.
Yeah, I want to address UNH here. United Health, one of the many, many earnings names we had on watch. Now, this day, double beat. They raised their fiscal 2025 GAAP EPS guidance. Now it is above estimates. But either way, United Health giving up significant pushes up here. We are already down well over $10 here from that push to the upside initially. So going from green to red this morning on earnings is UNH. I want to let you guys know as well, at 10 a.m., looks like we are going to be getting that Richmond Fed Composite Index. I'll be delivering that for you guys. Back to you.
And it's got disconnected in the back.
Love some UNH there, but if you love some Tesla, it is still powering through 460. There's still, look, there's 461, so it doesn't look like this is going to fail break that 460. I'm still going to have close eyes on it. Oh, come on, PayPal. You can do better than that. You can do better than that, PayPal. So if we get any kind of a whoosh back down, I'm just looking for the curl on Tesla. I don't want to be chasing this. If it blows it out today, then pie in my face. All right, I'm just going to move on to something because this is not making the move that I want over there on Tesla, and I don't have to force it. But second leg coming in here on PayPal. The target right now is about 78.5 here, a bust through VWAP, but it's got to take out this lower high. I think it can spike through VWAP and get you 30, 40 cents above the volume weighted average price. But with the market going, it's kind of put up or shut up time, I think, here for PayPal.
All right, we're sort of back now. We're just licking our wounds a little bit from that SoFi trade, but at the end of the day, it's fine. All right, so that's what you have to do. Sometimes you get that little bit of a power problem there, and I guess some of the cables in the back with all this.
Oh,
like
they hit something.
Yeah, so Neil and I literally have like no room in the back, and I feel like that's probably what wound up happening, and that's fine. We're going through things here. But there goes SoFi, right? I mean, I'm okay with it. We'll be down on SoFi, but barely, not even a cup of, well, depends where you get your coffee from, but about a cup of coffee or so down on SoFi today as that's making new lows. So we'll have to watch out. I mean,
Lisa Sue's on CNBC.
Lisa Sue's on CNBC? Okay, well, I'm short her company. Never good when the CEO is pumping their stock. Yeah, so we'll wait to see what happens here with Advanced Micro Devices. Top tick out, I think, is what we have to deal with right now, 261.60. So I don't want this to run the top, but hey, man, if it does, it does. I'll get out at 75% is what we did the first time, and that actually worked for us. So let's wait. We are getting out a little bit more. We're actually, if I can get out, I'm bidding in the 30s. Let me put something again here in the 50s. As I don't know, like if she's on CNBC, that's not a good thing for me. So we'll wait for AMD to settle down a little bit, but looks like it's going to take out the top. I'm not going to average in when CEO is speaking, so we're going to wait on what there it is. We're still waiting for 50s. See if we get something in the 50s here on AMD. The market has no problem going down now, though, Neil. So I hope your short on Intel is paying off.
I just hopped back into it for the first time since we got out, but obviously for the first time since we got out, but it's actually Tesla that's also on my mind here. Tesla. All right. Tesla just popped back through that 460 level. Again, sometimes it hits 460 and breaks down. I throw the order through as it's breaking. You either get filled or you don't get filled. I'm trying to still get picked up on the way back up, but as you can see, I'm not filled there. I did just jump back in. Lower high came in on Tesla. Lower high came in on Intel. I'm going to be doing this all day, where it's like I have one stock in my mind, and I'll just say the wrong name. Sorry, guys. Lower high came in on Intel, so I shorted that candle. I want to stay net short as long as this holds
we were right
that
about
low.
The market.
So this just continues to head a little bit lower. And finally, I just got the fill there in Tesla, so we'll see if that one's be good. I'm going to get another bid in front of that. Like 39.8 is the prior high. That's where I want to get Intel to, and I'm going to be reloading in front of the lower high here. So the market trying to fade off of the top. I like Intel for the short in the chip space after yesterday's highs, and then I did get that fill pretty much at 460, just underneath it. I put like an 88 on, a little Eric Lindros action. Yeah, it's Lindros.
Yeah, 88 is the Lindros. Yeah, good one there. All right, so we were right about the market, I feel like, but they had a nice little bump up early, so that's the part that we're struggling with right now. I put down 117 short on the TQs. That's the 200 period moving average. It's going to take a minute to get there, but I like the trade. Okay, now we are net positive on the day. Wow, I don't have my stream deck open. What a tank here on AMD. It's the trade that we wanted. We did want the SoFi long. We took a bath on that, but I'm down 10% on SoFi. What I'm up unrealized right now on AMD. So that math works. Neil's more of a math guy.
Math is math.
But that is mathing right now. So we are down 10% on SoFi. What we're up right now on AMD. So it's going to be a good trade there to hold on to that short. We said we were going to be cautious of it because Lisa Sue was talking, but it just came right there into VWAP again. So I'm going to take out one more piece, and then we'll wait to see. There it goes. You get a 90 there. Now we'll wait to see how low can she go. I mean, we had it written on here as our number one idea, and we're going to wait to see if it goes. My bad. Number one idea was Google on the long, and I don't think the long right now is going to work. We had Google written down 268. Okay. Just so we're going to go to Neil for a second. I just want to show everybody that we wrote down Google, and again, we're just a little flustered because of our system error there, but we wrote down Google 268 as our number one idea. That's the bottom of the day right now for Google, but we are at 1.5 times. We're actually up more. Actually, we're close to what we were up yesterday right now, and it's an early take for us. So there it goes, man. Nice move down on AMD. It's continuing. Now we got the 50 period moving average on our spot here. So I'm going to get another bid out and then see if this one will work even lower here, AMD. I thought the froth could come out on this name, and it looks like it's doing it for me right now.
Yeah, great look, and just a great look also for any traders that are excited to trade leveraged ETFs and are in Canada. If you're sophisticated and you're on this stream, and then check out Beta Pro by Global X, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semis, and U.S. Treasuries. And on top of that, they're offering a special fee rebate. Management fees are dropping to just 65 basis points until December 31st of this year. And on top of this, U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging. So you get the potential for more pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And speaking of moves, well, Tesla bounced off the volume-weighted average price and trailed me out there. So we got the quick 460 to 458 move on Tesla. So this time it does the reversion that we wanted. But PayPal, in the same moment, I slapped a trailing stop on PayPal when it didn't want to break the resistance, so I just kind of rang the register on PayPal. I might join this one because it's looking relatively strong if it can get above the volume-weighted average price, but it rejected underneath the volume-weighted average price, and I didn't get 75s. I was in at 76, so I'm not going to force the other dollar out of the move, so we're just into Intel. So far, so good, and I took an L on SoFi, but Tesla worked, PayPal worked, still looking for that next opportunity, and I see Disco in the chat saying, beyond LOL. Well, it's not going to be funny.
Is that 150? What is the price?
150.
Oh, it went the other way.
Well, I mean, give it a day or two, Sean.
I just thought that's what people were laughing at.
It's getting close to yesterday's highs, which is at 225. I'm looking for trend breaks only on this stock. So I think this is one that's going to be an opportunity for me. Right now, it's making a bit of a topping tail candle. So my next trade, very likely to be in said Beyond Meat.
For right now, I want to look at SoFi's PE because I was like, I want to buy some more SoFi down here, but it's going to adjust. I don't know how much lower it's going to get, but 50 to 60 right now on the PE is not a great level for SoFi. I mean, it's still expensive, obviously, but it's a growth name, so I don't want to judge a book too much by its cover there. But SoFi is, okay, first of all, AMD right now, for me, we are just like, right now on cloud 9 a little bit because we're able to get more shares, and actually being shut down there with my computer did cost me SoFi move up, but at the end of the day we didn't get stopped out of our AMD, which was more important ultimately than SoFi, because as Neil said there, we had our stops on SoFi already set. So when that thing broke through 80s there again, we're able to just to get out of SoFi. Like if my computer was still down and we didn't have that stop, like how much more damage would that be, right? Probably more than double probably there. Well, we got out there at 78, yeah, so it would be double the hit, right? So that's why I always think it's important to trade with stops. And just like we trading with outs, you got to trade with outs both ways. So on AMD, I mean, that just comes right into the 50 period. You guys know I'm sitting there. Guess where else I'm sitting? Right here, 258.70. Hopefully we can get a price there. But right now, AMD just doing a little bit of a dance. And don't worry about that sawing noise in the background right now.
Everything is fine.
It's not annoying at all. There's nothing wrong with sawing noises. So if you do hear that in the background, we do apologize.
I personally love that sound.
It just means that Randy's not going to get us a coffee, Randy.
It's soothing.
Thank you, Russell. How's the sawing going over there, Russell? Some thumbs up there? Did you stay up for the Blue Jays game? Give me a thumbs up, Russ, or no? Yes, he did. Okay. We know that Russ is also a big fan. So it looks like Russ, Neil, myself, I think Randy got to bed. I'm pretty sure Joe got to bed. You got to the 12th. Okay. Joe, how about yourself? Yeah, Joe got to the ninth. Joe got to the ninth, and then he thought baseball just ends in the ninth. So it was
The
just like,
ninth
oh, it's a
inning.
tie. So we'll just move on that one.
Come on,
it's
Joe.
interesting that they don't do the extra man on the base. I like that. I'm glad they don't.
Oh, if they did, I would lose my
Yeah,
ish.
because that would be.
That's
it's kind
not-
of like in hockey if all of a sudden overtime was just 3-on-3 in the playoffs or something like that. That would be. No, I know that's what I'm saying.
No,
that would
'cause-
be crazy if it
Yeah,
was.
because it skews. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah. All right. So right now, I know Neil's been on. You're not on it now, okay? But Neil's been on Tesla. Tesla 460, nice little drop down. I mean, look at the market. Look at the market, right? It's bleeding pretty good right now to the downside. We're only flat now on the ES, but it's the Nasdaq that's bouncing you up. So it's looking a hell of a lot worse in the ES right now than anywhere else. And is that because it's a UPS problem? I don't know. Let's have a double check on UPS. They were nicely up, and now, yeah, they're fading out pretty good too. So the Dow, I think UPS is a Dow name, right? So that's heading to the downside right there as well. And then not that SoFi is affecting the banks, but let's have a quick little look here at the banks. Now they're saying SoFi, what is that even? Right now up to 306. JP Morgan trying to work out. I'm trying to find a bottom here.
This stock won't bounce
on SoFi.
I know. I just thought I had it, and now I'm less convinced.
Well, I mean, it looks
because it's like 3 bars on the 3-minute there that held at 29.20. I actually got it at 37, and then I added at 40. I think I got 44s there, and it was looking like it was about to break out. It just got to fill through the 50 level, and it's right back in low. So if it holds the low, I might get a little reload in front of this 29 quarter, 29.2, like whatever you want to call it. It's actually 29.20 or 19, I think is the actual bottom. And Intel got a reload, but I think, we did get a super chat. So I want to remind everybody, hit the like and the subscribe, but we did get a super chat. And we weren't able to cover, whoa, what just happened there? 2 things at once.
We got SoFi.
Yeah, we didn't get to cover Wayfair. Wayfair had just what everybody needed, but I have not looked at it. It still has everything that you need. Why? Because the short float is huge, and it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to make 21%
make dollars
to the upside. Squeeze play Wayfair. This stock is up 5 times since April. 5x. Like, you think chip names are going? You think like Nvidia's strong and AMD's frothy? Wayfair, 5x from April. This is a squeeze in my opinion, but that's just me. I would be all about ringing the register on Wayfair if I could. Come on, break these 50s, SoFi.
Yeah, we have SoFi long here at 37s as well, so it's a good trade so far, and there it goes. Nice upside take here for SoFi as we're ripping now northbound. And that's why I went over to SoFi, and then Neil was talking about it. I was just like, dude, I'm going to play it off of that bottom. I mean, that's why I called it up. I said we went to JP Morgan. I wanted to make sure what the other banks were doing. We found that bottom right there on SoFi, 29.20. So right now we're long, giving it 17 cents of room. We're now in the money 17 cents. So let's start to take some profit out. We did get some profit out as well there on AMD. When you get a chance, put that super chat on the screen there if you can, Andre, but no stress on that. This guy's doing everything over there. So that's for sure. Oh, it's just Wayfair? It might have been the other one. There it is. Coffee money. Let's go, Dodgers. We'll fire off the hot dogs. Go get some glizzies with that money. We will do that as well around here. Thank you so much, Day Trade LA. I mean, you got it in your name. So we'll celebrate, man. I mean, it was a good game. It gave everybody, nervous nights around here.
I want the Jays to win, but the Dodgers will win.
Oh, wow, yeah, the Dodgers are a great team there, but I mean, it just goes, their salary is I think.
Shohei Ohtani's not human. He's not.
Oh, he didn't really.
He's an alien.
We did walk him. He reached base 9 times.
I've never seen him.
And we walked it.
What was it? That has to be a record.
I thought we had a thing.
That has to be a record.
It is a record. Yeah, to reach base 9 times. I mean, he reached base on his own basically 4 times, and then we walked him 5 times.
Okay, I'm like.
Intentionally walked.
Why did we pick? Anyways.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. Why did we do lots of things? Okay, right here. There it is. Look at that reload. All this Shohei talk.
Bad.
Meanwhile, I mean, I'm not making $700 million here. I wish I was. But there's a nice little move downside. I just think use more shares, I guess.
He's only making 2.
Yeah, I know. He's all getting back paid like what I'm getting here. But there it goes. Nice move to the downside right now, 29.50. So there's the reload. I mean, can we do it any better? No. We waited for 261. It came all the way back up. In my opinion, that's close to a perfect trade for me. And SoFi, man, we only have a quarter left of SoFi. We got the price that we needed, right? It came right up there in the 70s. We took that out. We actually got a 69, a little cheeky fill there. So now we'll wait for that one, as we are now $1 in the money on the reload right now on AMD. We're just going to stick with what's been working, man, and hopefully that is Advanced Micro Devices to the short side. And hey, man, if it takes out the top, it takes out the top. We've made money on the short to cover if that does blast through. TQs, I'm still waiting for 117 to break. I'm gonna cancel that order in case it happens out of the blue on me, because we'll be cheering the AMD short if that is what winds up happening. But yeah, right now we're just gonna keep on watching out for these trades. I'm gonna take another short again, but if we blow through that top, this time I'm gonna wait for 25. So 261.25 for a bigger position to add into this trade, and then that will be it. So there, oh wow, that happened quickly. Okay, consumer confidence in less than 1 minute. SoFi's all the way to 75. Oh,
SoFi
boy.
just tagged 75. Three things at once. SoFi tagged 75. 30 is going to be a big level. Forget about VWAP for a second. I mean, I'm going to target that 30 level. I did get into Beyond Meat for the first time here today, and then Intel still hasn't broken the high of yesterday, but every time it makes a new high, I'm just jumping out of the short and waiting for the actual trend break to occur, which hasn't happened yet. We are going to go to Adair at 10 o'clock wrapping. I believe we also have numbers, so come on, SoFi. All you got to do is get to
bad numbers.
Just get to that 30 level there, SoFi. Let's go to Adair. We have economic data and
be horrible. Be horrible.
Happening now.
Not sure if we're going to get consumer confidence here because I'm not seeing it on both, but either way, CB consumer confidence forecast 93.75, previous year 94.2. Now, the Richmond Fed index, here's the other one we're looking for, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, negative 17 was the previous print. Let's see what we ended up getting here, forecast negative 12. I'm not seeing either number, guys. I'll come circle back here and check at the end. In the meantime, let's talk here about this market because, of course, the NASDAQ having a nice move here. A lot of these Mag 7s on watch with both Microsoft and Apple joining the illustrious $4 trillion club for the first time ever as of today. Microsoft here with its own catalyst basically trading higher after OpenAI announced their restructuring of their deal with Microsoft, said they're contracted to purchase an additional $250 billion worth of Azure's cloud computing services. So another big deal here for OpenAI and Microsoft. Then NVIDIA on watch. NVDA CEO Jensen Huang set to make a keynote speech at the company's GTC Washington event today at 12 p.m. Eastern. Of course, I will be covering that for you guys. Trump also saying that he's going to be seeing NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang on Wednesday. Looks like we did get that CB consumer confidence print higher than expected, 94.6 versus the forecast of 93.75. That's also above the previous print of 94.2. And Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index negative 4 versus the previous print of negative 17. So both of these numbers higher than expected here for CB consumer confidence and Richmond Fed Index. Back to you.
Yeah, so those numbers not there it goes, not bad, and we start to take out the top there. So wait, did that hit? That didn't hit 75s. Okay, we should be. I don't know why that triggered me there for AMD. That's a surprise. We're going to average in a little bit more. I was waiting for 261.75. I don't know if we got a bad print up there or not. We'll get it back in a little bit, but hey, the short there, we were cashing out as it was happening because we kept on getting these fills. But right now, it looks like the market, or at least the chip names, want to go high. Look, there it is. So now we will officially stop out as there goes AMD right there to the upside. We put our hands up in the air because that's a big move right there, upside for Advanced Micro Devices. Oh my God, right there.
They're moving in concert. Same move, just
Futures doing nothing. Right there. It was a good thing we got SoFi.
I just got hit on the same time on Intel breaking through that high of the day. But SoFi, just very quickly, Sean. SoFi, look at that 30 breakdown. So one thing's for sure. SoFi, if it gets above 30, it's going to fly 1% into the volume weighted average price. I'll give it one more chance to reload. And then at some point, it needs, like I said, it needs to put up or shut up. We're trying to get to every name we can. Just before I get to that small capper, PayPal is now closing above the volume weighted average price for the first time. And it looks like it's on that journey. So I said if it got to VWAP, I'll try to re-engage it. Market looking a little bit weak, so I got to go with a relatively tight stop off the volume weighted average price here. Let's go to Adair. We've got some breaking news.
We wrote down SoFi 73 on.
Yeah, take a look here at PANW, that is Palo Alto Networks. This one here going to be on watch, not moving too much here. We're going to be on watch here after announcing they've secured the AI agent revolution, I guess is the phrasing they're using, with the launch of their Prisma Airs 2.0. So again, PANW launching a project here called Prisma Airs 2.0. Again, they're saying that this will help them secure the AI agent revolution. If I get more details on this launch or what this product actually entails, I will let you know. But in the meantime, we're going to take a moment to thank our good friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Origenics, OGEN. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, I don't have any idea what's going on here with AMD. I'm going to give it to two.
Well, look at S.
Oh, by the way, I wrote down PayPal 73. This is, I mean, we lost power. It doesn't matter. Well, I think we lost power in here anyways. But I wrote down 73 for PayPal. I was bidding 73 for PayPal, and that just didn't happen. It went to 73.50 there on PYPL. So we wind up missing on that one. So yeah, yuck on there. Yeah, one last try here for AMD. I mean, it is just off to the races. Huge upside play here. I don't know if the government's getting in right now or not, but this is a big move up there for Advanced Micro Devices. Just not doing what the market's doing, that's for sure. It's going oppo of that one.
Well, NVIDIA is not even doing
I know, that's why I was gonna short NVIDIA and just say be done with it, because it's not taking the same kind of action as Advanced Micro Devices, and we are underneath VWAP. So the only problem is what's the market gonna do? Because, you know, like shorting AMD is obviously going to be a problem, and right now 264 for AMD. But this AMD right there underneath VWAP, at least you have your out at 194. So this one gives you a clean out. It's just, and it's one thing to have a clean out, it's one thing to be right. So I mean, sure, you can have an out there, but how many shares do you put on? Because we're not really certain of, you know, the level and which way these chip names actually want to go.
So the strangest thing right now,
yeah, Microsoft,
is that Microsoft they're the ones with the big AI story from OpenAI, and the market is trend up from the open. That's the NASDAQ, higher highs and higher lows, and Microsoft is lower highs and lower lows because logic. So what you thought might be the driver of the market right now is absolutely not driving it. PayPal, okay, PayPal just, did it lose VWAP? Oh, I did say I would have a tight stop. Yeah, it lost VWAP by like a couple of ticks. And even if it didn't, I would have been out as it ticked a little bit lower. I'm going to try to keep this one close to the vest here because it's on now the trend line after the open. Why is that all the way over here? It just, there, I got to center it better. It just messes with my mind. So it's already breaking a trend line. So it had to be a very tight stop if I'm playing the buy into the trend line, because I would be shorting this if I was bearish at that level. If it can hold, I might take a breakout. It's still stair-stepping up, but the break of the trend line is enough to get the second time through. Beyond Meat, I mean, you know, what can you say about this stock other than it's at VWAP because it did fall. Didn't get to 220, so I didn't get all in, and I didn't get a reload at 205. So next available pop, I'll probably try to short it into 210 or allow it to hold under the volume-weighted average price like yesterday. It could do a double top, in which case I'll try to get back in again, just looking for the same pattern that this thing did, flushing to the lows on Beyond Meat. I mean, it's not exactly the best stock in the world. We talked about this one unwinding, and it looks like it has. But we did do a little bit of a miss here. Usually by now, I would have gotten to the top names on the list for you guys. Now things have slowed down, like the stocks I'm in, I can kind of be patient with. Wolf is up 21% and showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. Can't really find anything that you don't like about this. It's upward trending on the daily. It broke out the highs on the daily. It's clearly got the squeeze going on here, and everything about it is bullish with no red candles on this 15 minutes. Since the open, there was one in the pre-market. And VSEE, that is the other small capper. This is halted on 150 million shares worth of volume. Unfortunately, it already made, well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say it's already made its top, but I mean, to me, it's already made its top. I think it's very unlikely it gets this one back at this point. It's underneath the volume-weighted average price. I'm sure even Sharif probably isn't going to be too excited about this. You can always keep eyes on it because the volume is fantastic, but this feels like it's on the back end, whereas Wolf is still grinding higher.
All right, yeah, you got to be hungry to trade that name. But here we go, like a wolf. But yeah, so we'll see if we we finally see if we get a pushback down here on AMD. We've just been covering, we're making money here on the name, and it's just we got blown out on that short rate here. But since then, it's been trying to make moves down. It's not breaking through 263.50, so my stop is at that 264 mark, and we're out if that happens. It's not breaking lower. I'm also bidding 30s, so if it does swoosh down, maybe we can get that bid, and then hopefully there's a continuation down through O's, and there it goes. Okay, so we get the 30s. So now hopefully there's a continuation as we finally break through 50. It was having a minute, see, and then it just gets right back up. It's just been having a minute right here. It doesn't want to go. So we keep on taking it out. We do have some good there. Okay, yes. We do get some refills on that trade. So now it's downside again here for Advanced Micro Devices. We're back in the money on the trade. Wow. This stock is just very, very, it's not choppy. Well, it is choppy, but it's more the liquidity, like these vacuums that are here. It's pretty crazy. You can go up and down 50 cents here in just a blink of an eye. So let's wait. We are now $1 in the money, but we're not going to celebrate it because we need more than that, man. I mean, we got shut down, not shut down. We got stopped out of our trade there, and we want to get some back. So we were short, a couple shorts in here today, not trying to be stubborn with that, but congratulations on PayPal. I see some people in the chat talking about that name. That's a great little level there, down there in the 70s, mid to low 70s. So great trading on that one. My eyes are still, wow, good. Get down, AMD. My eyes, I mean, especially if this market goes. I actually don't mind the TQQ short right now either. But right now, there's another out for us on SoFi at 62. Just to give you guys an update, yeah, AMD. Just to give you guys an update, I only have 5% left right now of SoFi. So hopefully it comes back in. No, actually that's wrong. About 10% left. I didn't get my full position down here. So about 10% left on SoFi, which I'm going to reload, right? If it comes back into the 30s, we'll get some more SoFi. But for right now, it's hovering around here, and we wait to see how low can it go, man. Can AMD get somewhere back to this breakout spot of 262? I'm going to put a bid down there and close my eyes.
Can Tesla get the 480 is the other question.
Yes, it can.
Well, I mean, it's only at 462 right now. It was right about the 460 curl the first time, and thank goodness we didn't try this one a second time, as Tesla is like unabated to the quarterback. Like this is, I could use like some metaphors, but I don't think the Bills.
Seems like you just did, man. That was a good one.
Nah, I was gonna make a dig at some teams in the division, but the Bills aren't leading the division, so I won't. Tesla is trying to break. I know 480 is a good level on the chart, but really where it is right here, 464 to 465, that could be the next available push before you even think about that 40. So big power move over there on Tesla. PayPal, everybody, it's still trying. I might have slipped that a little bit too early on PayPal of that secondary long. We'll see. It's holding on to the volume weighted average price. Let me just I'm getting rid of that trend line for myself because I think I should just be keying off of VWAP here and giving it a little bit more room. So if I can get filled just underneath 78, I think I rejoin this one and just hold it a little bit more underneath the volume weighted average price. The only thing concerning me is the market is trying to dip here, but PayPal, look, it's got a lot of things going for it. It's the OpenAI story. It's the double beat. It's the technical breakout as well. So everything about this does look relatively strong. You just have to be worried about the market breaking trend. You got the NASDAQ you bounced off VWAP.
We're short the
but
NASDAQ.
Since the open, it is breaking the trend right here, right now. So beyond me, I don't think cares about it, but I was able to get back into Intel for the short because this is the one. If it can just do what it did yesterday, it's right at some of those highs, up 3%, no particular story. Just had a massive topping tail candle, and then finally broke the trend line right in here. So there's your trend line break. If it gets over 41, to me, it's regaining the trend line and I get out. If it closes underneath, it's an add and hold to the volume weighted average price. So yeah, I agree with you. Eggplant in the chat just said PayPal is a buy.
Eggplant.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I find, look, if you're creative with your name, then I feel like it's just it's going to stand out. And then I'll look up and you see eggplant. And it's like, how do you not answer the question? I love eggplant. Also delicious, by the way.
Yeah, I like it. Eggplant Parmesan. Okay, so we did get
yes.
We did get loaded there. Not loaded. We got some more shares. I'm not layering into this one until we get a little bit lower. I like to try the low of the day. Like I'm going to try 29.15s. I want actually to break it, and then we'll see if we can get something a little bit better than where we are now. Yeah, and then get out if it breaks down below 29. So let's put that stop in right now, 28.99. If it breaks that, we're going to get out, but I think we're, oh, do I already have that out? Because it just triggered again. Okay, I'm going to change that because I got to put that trigger back in. 28. We can't have two stops the same way on the same stock. So I changed my stop. My initial stop was down here, break of the low. But now that we're seeing this action, let's see if it bounces around a little bit and give it just a little bit more room down into 29. That's what I'm thinking. So that's what I'm doing. New position alert. I mean, the first time we've shorted the futures here today is right now. What is I don't know. I don't know. We'll see if it wants to bounce around here a little bit. I'm going to use this top as our potential spot out. It's around 10.13 now. All the economic numbers are out, and we'll just wait. I'm trying to get more at 99 right now on this TQQ short. I think patience will play once again here today as these names still trying to figure themselves out. We can go over to some different areas. SMR, what a great miss that was at $33. Now that's up 9% and still going higher right now. As you know what, these deals with Qualcomm, AMD, NVIDIA, Microsoft and Azure, Microsoft and OpenAI, all these deals are just really creating, oh, there goes AMD, by the way. Okay, that just ran the top. Basically, it just went up $1 in 1 minute. So there goes Advanced Micro Devices back upside. Did we just get hit at the top again on that name, or am I going to be silly and get back into this? Right now, 64. Looks like it's going to go. I'm just going to try the short again right there because that was like 1 minute. It just ripped up, like literally one minute ripped $1. We were waiting this whole time to get $1, and then that winds up happening. So yeah, unfortunately, this one might be a hit for us. But I think we're going to focus maybe on the TQs because some of these names here in the market just are going off, and very, very tough. I'm finding anyways to trade AMD and NVIDIA and all that. These
in addition to SMR,
Oklo, yeah, maybe we have to look at some Rigetti.
But like the thing about Oklo is, I'll go to SMR in a quick little second to show you guys. Oklo was underneath yesterday's high. It's breaking out a little bit, but only up 3%. It is SMR that is going into absolute, like, insane mode, up 9% and looking much, much stronger. There's that 50-period hold. We like the 50-period hold, but very quickly. I got to jump over to SoFi again. Like SoFi, we've seen this story before where they beat and have good earnings and it goes red, but the last time it did bounce. So the last earnings, there was a dip, and it bounced and actually recovered to get back a lot of the gains, and then ended up going up from there. We all know about that. But reload here at the prior, all I can look at is yesterday's low at this point. Like there was 30, and there's yesterday's low. Under that, there's like 28.8, so that would be another like 40, like 1.5% to said downside. So just, again, have to be a little bit patient with SoFi, but I just reloaded for the first time, trying to get it to that $0.50. Beyond Meat's still doing the same thing it was before, and I did not get that reload in PayPal. PayPal's just gliding up here and looking pretty good. Looking actually very, very steady. With the market pulling back, PayPal does not seem to want to participate in that pullback. Still trying to pick this one up here. I don't want to take a breakout trade. I want to be able to get it closer to that 78 level and then ride the train to the upside. And daily trade in the chat, that's a great question. What is that purple arrow on your screen? So just for if you're tuning in for the first time, all entries live are going to be shown on our charts. Like a green arrow up just means we went long. Red arrow is selling out of a long position. So like it's a sell, but specifically selling out of a long. Why? Because purple is a short sale. So purple is just entering a short sell, which of course just means you're betting the stock goes down. And then red's just a regular sell order. Getting out of the position, or covering some of your position. Doesn't mean you're getting out, it just means you're covering a portion of your position.
All right, yeah, we're going to just continue to trade out of our positions, especially on the short side if it's on a stock like an AMD, but we do want to try to think about the Qs. VWAP is right there at 65. So again, a new position, we just sort of averaged into it a little bit. We didn't get our 99s, it's unfortunate because it went to 98s. like that would have been a good level. If we had gotten that, that would have been pretty much our full position right there. But we didn't get it. So hopefully it comes back up and we do get a fill, but I wouldn't mind getting a fill on the way down first if we can, and then really reload it back up there. But right now we're not even getting VWAP on these futures. So very interesting play developing for me here on the TQQs. Here's an interesting play right now. Let's put some bids out to capture some profit. And what I was getting at is we want to scalp out of advanced micro devices, right? I mean, it's been pretty much a disaster trading it the way I've been trading it today, just going short when the long is clearly right. But this is how you can win on these kind of stocks, is that when you finally get pullbacks and you're there. We talked about it with OB, getting the backsides of trades and so on and so forth. But right now we're just going to wait to see if AMD finally comes back in, and it's about making sure that you're stopped out where you should be, and you know, you're going short at levels that you want. And right now we'll go short at the top and get stopped at the top if it breaks it. So makes sense to me right now. And we, you know, if this breaks 264 and we can get into 263.50, we'll be up on the name. So I know we've been chasing the dream here with it, but that's okay. Another name right now, Palantir, 190s. Looks like that's going to be a local top as well. Trying to get through. That's where VWAP is right now. Nice move into almost all-time highs again for Palantir, 191.25. Earlier on in the day, we said we wanted to short this name if it got into this area. Not quite there yet. I wish I maybe would have thought about shorting Palantir, more obsessed with that than AMD, because that would have worked out for us today. But yeah, Palantir, 192.50, a good area. It doesn't look like we're going to get there. And SoFi, man, I mean, we reloaded it and we did not get anything out. So maybe next time it comes up to 50, we will. And right now, it's back upside. So we'll scalp out a little bit more SoFi, understanding that, hey, okay, there it is. We got a piece out there at 48s, hoping that there is some more upside there for SoFi. Yeah, we just got some long there, so we'll see. Okay, we're gonna go to Adair in a minute. I just wanna show you guys, it's having a hard time breaking. There we go, I got O's there on AMD. Let's see if somehow the floodgates will open up on this name, but it doesn't look like it. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, we'll do the small cap recap here as well. I want to mention first, though, we do have on watch a look here from PHG. Now, that is Philips. This is the U.S. version of the ticker. The stock trading sharply lower. U.S. FDA sending a warning letter to Philips regarding issues with their production, device production facilities. It's been trading lower all day, but I just saw this headline now, so be aware of that. Let's start here with VSEE. Now, this name, of course, had most of its move pre-market, but either way, interesting catalyst here with a U.S. department or U.S. government. Bit of a deal here, receiving U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, or HHS, authority to operate at the FedRAMP high level for VSEE. Then we have XHLD. This one was actually on our morning watch list today. You can catch that at Trader TV Live. Subscribe. Anyways, XHLD was on here announcing an agreement with Xsite Digital to integrate, bundle, and resell Xsite's conferencing products. It's worth noting as well, XHLD, roughly $5 million market cap and 5 million share float. WULF, TeraWulf, this one at day's highs. They actually had preliminary earnings they reported this morning, so WULF on watch as well. Now, before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. Powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now. Get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
All right, finally our futures are starting to make a move down. We just did capitalize on that move while Adara was talking. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. But there it is right there, 117.60s. Just took advantage of it, right? That's all. We didn't do anything else there. We thought that there was going to be a hot trade there. It looks like maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But right now, yeah, 117.60 was a good trade for us. And then we did get a break also down into the 21 period of this guy over here, AMD, and we've been taking some more out on SoFi. So it's kind of the same thing, only different here as we look to take advantage of this market. Tipsy-turvy a little bit there today. Let's go, man. We can get, I told you, if we can get 50s, which is what we got, but then bounced off of it, then we could turn green on advanced micro devices. We're up on SoFi, we're up on the TQs, but this is completely position pending as we just made a move back up to the upside right now. I guess this market really, Neil, doesn't want to fall down. I don't know. SoFi's been good here at 50 again, but yeah, still to go. Got to go get a coffee at some point as I see you're taking out yours.
I'm literally like drinking like the bones of my coffee here. Mr. Westermeyer, I did see your proposed KC Buffalo bet. We'll throw it up there in a quick little second when things slow down a little bit. I don't know if we'll be able to pull it. We'll always do a bet when the two play each other. I just don't know if I can accommodate, and we'll show in a quick little second here. SoFi just came back in. So we've rinsed and repeated this one at the 29.30 level a couple of times here. It cannot break 29.50, so you've got to take profit wherever it does lie. That was a little bit louder that time. No, it's fine. It's fine. You know there's a lot of work going on back there because it's not just the screens, it's the desk that's getting built, right? So the new news desk is going to have all those funky screens on it. Beyond Meat's coming right back up. I might get reloaded here. I haven't really moved my order. I put this one back in when we got the fill at VWAP. Apparently we're going back over to Adara and then come back.
Adara.
And, oh, it's not even 10. I thought it was 10:30. No, it's 10:20.
I'm going to get coffee.
Just be aware here, we have more comments coming from Oracle today. We know ORCL is at this event in Riyadh right now. We had some comments coming from their co-CEOs this morning. Now the company is saying that their digital assets data nexus is available next year. So some digital assets teasing here for ORCL. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. We also, I believe we got a super chat that I think we missed. Day Trader LA. There might have been another one, Andre, but it was just silver. So if you look at silver, silver took it on the chin nasty. You pull back and move in silver yesterday, but it is getting very close to what I think is going to be a bounce zone. Interesting thing about this, I haven't decided yet, but I think at lunchtime, I'm going for a dip by myself in front of the 50 period on silver. You know, gold also pulled back. For today, I would just observe the trend line as it goes into obvious resistance. So afternoon resistance, morning resistance at about 42.7. Let's see if it can maybe do a reversion off of that level. And there was just another one as well. Michael Moore, nice. Trade idea, Estee Lauder, 96.50 entry on Estee Lauder. Oh, I see what you're getting at. Pull back into prior high as it's kind of losing the $100 level on Estee Lauder. Generally don't mind that setup, but I'd like to see it. It's on the daily chart, so it has to close above and then give me the next day. If I'm playing it off the daily, I want candles to close on the daily and buy it the day after it confirms that support level. But I see what you're getting at. Little stair-step action to the upside and then trying to take that little bit of a curl. Okay, I got to jump back over because Beyond Meat, it's kind of showing a seller in front of where I'm offering and not exactly where I'm offering. So I'm just going to jump back in at the same price instead of a better price as I'm shorting pops in this particular stock. As long as it doesn't break the high, then I'm going to jump back over to this name as many times as we can. Ooh, and then it doesn't fill me there. Give me some fours. Okay, I was able to just get some fours there as it just faded a little bit. And we got another super chat. Okay, apparently there were a bunch. Sorry, Eric. Do you think NVIDIA will ever catch up to AMD? NVIDIA's at its all-time highs. So this is all subjective at this particular point because you could make the argument NVIDIA is still the bigger market cap. So ultimately, like we have to define play catch up. Like, okay, is it gonna break its all-time high and also make another move? Is it gonna catch it? It's already AMD is a ridiculous valuation, so NVIDIA is cheaper. So I'm not really sure it's fair to say it needs to catch AMD. I almost think it's the other way around. Will AMD come back and from a valuation standpoint be more reasonable compared to NVIDIA? At least for today though, I think that's a valid question because NVIDIA cannot get off the schneid whatsoever. It's lower highs and the market's starting to come back in here. Oh wow, SoFi just broke as well. So just We took one more reload on SoFi. It had to happen at some point. If you keep on putting in higher lows, eventually it'll bite you in the butt. 1 for 3 on SoFi for myself. I'll turn red on SoFi, but really liked it off of that low. This is a stock that time and time again, I've watched it do this and then bounce on earnings day. So I want to keep playing it for that bounce. But if it's not holding here, then I got to wait for a test underneath 29 into about 28.8. So it's always wait till the next level, take another shot at said next level, and then move on from there. All right, so it's only left with Beyond Meat, and I'm just going to get out in front of the volume weighted average price as well. Oh, you got a tray?
Here we go. One for you, Neil.
That's hilarious.
One for you, Randy.
Yeah, let's go. Cheers, boys.
All right, cheers.
Here's to 18 innings.
How about we don't cheers 18 innings ever again? I don't, like, it was an epic game, but, like, 18 innings is it's a lot of baseball.
18 innings is a lot. There it is, man. We're hooking these guys up. So there you go, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, all good on that front, of course. Because we come back and oh shit! Right now we are now $2 plus in the money for AMD. So we actually wind up making a little bit of money. I feel like the fact that we went and got a coffee because we didn't get out of anything. But our downside fill didn't hit yet, right there. But it's a nice move there. So we say cheers to everybody who's riding this wave right now of profitability on advanced micro devices. It's the biggest stock here. Well, for me, anyways. I don't know if, what your biggest stock is, but it's going to be this for me. And then I know you're probably on SoFi has been a good one. Oh, whoa.
Tesla was my best stock.
Tesla, yeah. No, I didn't even, sorry, my bad. I didn't even realize SoFi was down here.
By the way, Tesla hit 465.
Oh,
stock is stupidity right now.
SoFi, man, what happened to SoFi?
No, SoFi broke that low of the day.
I got stopped out there.
I reloaded it that last time.
Oh, you got reloaded?
28, no. 28.8 is the next level for me on SoFi, and it didn't quite tag it. So the other thing it can do, well, I mean, it could do, I should say, is just simply break the trend from VWAP. That's the only other way I get into it. Either it gets to my level or the trend from here to here to here gets broken and I jump in. So if it's not the level, it's always going to be the trend break if you're going to go against said grainage. Beyond Meat's doing what it's doing. And as I said, Tesla, absolute rocket ship. Keep in mind, though, Microsoft still not moving. This reminds me of yesterday with Qualcomm. Qualcomm went ham, and then Qualcomm did nothing. Microsoft went ham this morning, now Microsoft does nothing. Qualcomm ended up sliding down the rest of the day. Seems like that's the fate here for Softy. Complete nothing burger after that crazy spike up on the OpenAI. Like $250 billion on a multi-year deal, I think out to I believe was 2030.
Was it? Okay.
I want to say. But $250 billion isn't chump change. Like, how much did AMD run when they talked about $50 billion?
That's more than the market cap. What is AMD's market cap? Like, I mean, some of these stocks, there's only 10 U.S. companies that are over $1 trillion.
Well, first of all,
that deal is $250 billion.
Well, forget about that. Where is OpenAI supposed to get the money from?
That's what I said. OpenAI is not even making money.
What's the market cap of OpenAI right now? What's their private valuation?
Oh, it's in the 300 to 400 billions, I would think, if and when we look that up. What is the market cap for OpenAI? Adara, well, you're putting into ChatGPT.
Oh, I'm just gonna put it in ChatGPT.
OpenAI's market cap, private market cap. Adara's gonna dig in a little bit.
Why is my computer so slow? 500 billion.
Well, at least it's turned on, so that's
500 billion. No, that took.
Okay, I said 300 to 400 billion.
Oh, I asked Perplexity instead.
Yeah.
Perplexity
I didn't ask
was
anybody.
Slow as.
Just ask my damn brain.
Oh, you know what? That was really slow.
Come on, Perplexity.
500, but that's
Perplexity
half.
needs to make a $250 billion deal.
No, but that's
with somebody
half of their market cap.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, so here goes AMD, man. Now $2 in the money. Those were good ideas. Oh, and now it's breaking even lower right now. The shorts are printing, so shout out to all my short gang out there. My tip, my cap, Kayal. There it goes. Nice move to the downside right now as that continues to print for us, man. Thanks to Mike P. DeRider, man. Look, you watch every day and you watch very carefully, so I do appreciate your comments there about the slaying and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, right there, it is a nice move downside for me on the TQs. I mean, this was a perfect setup. I mean, perfect enough. I mean, we gave ourselves about 20 cents worth of risk, so it's not like right now it's huge. We're about 2 to 1 on the risk to reward, but the market did have to fall down. for this to obviously happen. And then AMD, man, the stock that we were down on now is my number one easily, as now it's 250 in the money. We should put some bids down here in case it does catch another bid. We talked about scalping out right into there. So we actually do pretty good right now in what we still have on board here with our name with AMD. So we still got on board about a quarter or so of what we had, and we have about a quarter as well here on the TQs as the market's really starting to come in now. So I think it was a very, very good idea to do what we did, and that was wait, be patient, as you know what, not get run over early, and wait to see if something could develop for us. So there's a nice move down again on the TQs. We also do get AMD, that's now 275 in the money. That's coming all the way back to VWAP. I am happy clearing out of the majority of this position here on AMD. So let's just wait. We gotten a decent part out. Let's put another bid down here. The spread on AMD is 10 plus cents. So we'll put another bid. We'll get a quarter out of what we have left. Did that just fill? No. Okay, so now we're going to wait. We're at 56s here on AMD. Hopefully we do get a nice little downside push there, and that will leave us with about 20% left, and we'll deal with it then. But it's a nice push, both in the futures. Obviously, Beyond Meat's not going to follow the futures too much, but I hope it does go down. There it is, now 275 in the money. We're going to take another fill downside on that one, and thank you, everybody, for being patient with me and waiting for these moves to develop. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but today they do. So good one here, as we're just at our daily goal. It took us a little bit to get there today. It's 10:30, but we're here, and let's try not to throw too much of it away. Yeah, so far so good here as we hold for more downside in this market. I think it could be a really, really good day here for these shorts.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's one of those, like, my style's not really to try to fight it too much, but wait for the trend break. Tesla just broke trend with a pretty violent candle. So when it breaks, look, when it breaks a trend like this, I'm trying to punch it as it breaks a prior bar low. And as you can see, it went $1 pretty much instantly when it broke 62.5. If it does come back up, I'm just going to pick it back up and give it to the prior bar high. So there's still plenty of time before this gets into the volume weighted average price. As here's the bounce. So I want to try to pick it up here. My order, I just left my order in, but that doesn't mean, I left my order in when I tried to punch short, but that doesn't mean it's going to get to that price. So I'm going to be locked and loaded just in case it does not get to 62.5 and give me the fill. I'm willing to punch back in and take this on the way into the downside. Big trend break. VWAP's at 59, so there's plenty of room for it to get here for sure. I know we haven't talked too much about crypto. I saw someone just yelling about Bitcoin. Not yelling, but someone put an exclamation point about Bitcoin at 115.5. Kind of a nothing burger for Bitcoin today, but it is holding relatively strong at that 115 level. So I did just get picked up in Tesla, giving it to that prior bar out. If it does give a nice consolidation, I'll show you what happened yesterday on the stock when it broke this trend, broke down here. I did not hold it in the afternoon. That was a fail. And then it consolidated. I think that's an opportunity. If it does this, it's an opportunity to add to the position as we look for the volume weighted average price down here at 1,459. If Tesla gets to 159, we've got bigger fish to fry. Obviously, that's not going to happen. I did reload Beyond Meat. And this is salvo number 2, so 1 for 2 on Beyond Meat. But remember, the bigger level is going to be 225 and 250. So I said I'm patient, waiting for any time it tests the top. It double topped yesterday. Right now it's testing that double top, and I'm willing to jump right back in, but I'll give it a shot to get to that 225 level on BYD. So Tesla in, looking for a place to add. Beyond Meat waiting for 225 to get in for a second time.
All right. Thank you for kind words out there. Oh, here's Chase the Packs. Sean Katina, you're a legend. Okay, tell that to my wife. Great AMD trade. Way to hold with diamond hands till it hit your goal. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. We actually have an emoji or a thing for that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And that's what it's all about, man. It's about, planting your flag and taking the trade. And we do it all. I mean, both of us do it all the time. And, we can look at different names. I'm just on SoFi today, which we were red. We lost it on that last little bid there. But again, nothing. We were just playing with basically smaller size in SoFi because we were wrong early on it there, and just didn't find a bid other than 29. And if it breaks that, so we're going to be down over there. TQs is really going to be, well, my number one trade will be AMD P&L wise, but this one never stopped out, never had any problems at all with that short. And of course, when we get down into there, we take that out. So just believe in what you're doing. Like on here, we have written down AMD short and the TQQ short, and we have SoFi long. So we'll go 2 for 3. We've only traded, Neil's traded many more names. I just go 2 for 3 on the list that I have, and I didn't look at Google yet, which we wrote down Google 268 long. So I'll just have a quick look to see what Google's been doing. So it's right here, right now. So this could be a look as well for us if we thought the market was going to go back up, but I don't. Hence why I'm holding on to this short. So thank you so much, Chase the Pax, man. That's a very, very nice comment for you to make right there. And it's like, I just am proud of the way that I'm able to hopefully just put on some trades and explain them, and not proud, just happy that it's making some sense to some of you guys there in the chat. And we get often we get traders that are saying, like, you know, we've helped change your guys' mentality or the way you look at risk, or, you know, however you trade, and it's you guys are the ones hitting the keys. So I want to say thank you so much for subscribing, and if you hit the subscription right now, we're trying to get this number to 80%. Right now. So 78.6, it's getting close. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe and get reminded of all of our shows, because at 11 o'clock till 2, we've got a completely different show where it's two different kind of traders. They're same kind of traders, but just two different styles.
Probably looking at Wolf.
Maybe looking at Wolf, yeah, whatever. There you can. Joe really just looks at the big caps. He looks at Tesla and IBIT. Pretty much, I think that's pretty much
probably
it,
on IBIT today with this.
Yeah, I could just guess that he's probably traded Tesla and IBIT today. And then Sharif, of course, will go for more of those low cap, sort of floating, running, Beyond Meat, Open Door. As you said, hungry like a wolf, hungry like some protein. Huh?
Open Door is moving today?
I don't know if it's moving. I was just using that as some sort of a lame example right there. But yeah, Momo trades is a good way of putting it. Yeah, there it is. So Momo trades for our Momo master. Over there, Sharif. All right, so yeah, look, man, today's a print factory. No matter what you're doing. Yo, what's up, Joe? That's your best look right there, my guy. Okay, so here we go, man. It's a nice move down there for Advanced Micro Devices. We're still in it. Neil, this is a $1, a $2, a $3 winner right now, Sharif. $3 now, so we're pretty happy with that one. And yeah, we'll just continue on that. $3 here, 50 cents there. That equals $3.50, right? Nice move to the downside here on the TQs. Let's take another piece out and just continue to hold the short. Almost a day and a half goal now, when it didn't look great early, but it's looking fine now, 1040.
Zadera, I think? No?
I don't know. I don't even have my piece in.
Well, I heard.
Here's our sector board, and it is going to be a lot of tech names in focus, though notably not all of them. We're going to start here with tech services, because this seems to be one of the more interesting sectors, in my opinion, today. Microsoft up, of course, with their OpenAI deal, though they're down quite a bit from their intraday high. Oracle, Netflix, CRM all to the upside, but then you have Google and Meta both red. They both report earnings tomorrow alongside Microsoft, but AAPL also down a good 2% here. Then if you go to electronic technology, you've got some strength in NVIDIA with its keynote for GTC 2025. Washington, that'll be with Jensen Huang, CEO, at 12 p.m. Eastern, so NVIDIA absolutely going to be on watch here. Intel also up quite hefty. Then we've got Qualcomm down 4%, pulling back after yesterday's big rally. A little bit of weakness here in utilities with NEE pulling back after both earnings and a deal with Google. We've got some weakness in consumer non-durables, energy minerals with some red here. Pretty sure manufacturing a little bit weak. Then we have consumer durables trying to be buoyed here by Tesla. Transportation really strong across the board. Certainly helped by UPS up 7%, even though it's certainly down from its high of day after earnings. So as we often see during earnings season, guys, these names that have just reported are really moving around these sectors quite a bit. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate it as always. So Tesla, technically, again, it seems to hold on to the trend. And so it broke the all-day trend and then bounces right off this 460. It's like 460 and a half. Not right quite to VWAP, but it is trying to stair-step it down. The thing that's happening is Intel, all-day trend on Intel just broke. And here, gonna have to give it a bit of a wider berth. The trend break is not until 41.40, which is wild because it's at 41. So it's like a full point, but then it's also like a point and a half to the volume weighted average price. If we get a second close underneath, that'll look a little bit more confirmatory, at least. Oh, now I'm speaking more like Sharif. A little bit more confirmatory. It's true. And the one name that I have not gotten back into is PayPal, but I'm not going to the long side, because like everything else, PayPal broke the trend line. So with it breaking the trend, I'm not buying the volume weighted average price. It's actually the only long. Well, that's not true. We had SoFi as well for a long trade, but that's the only long that worked for myself. Everything else has been shorts. Beyond me, slightly down. Tesla up, Intel down. So I'll be slightly down. But the key is to try to keep it in the pocket. Like yesterday, AMD was my best stocks. I want to make sure we're 1-to-1 because I'm trading Intel the most. I'm not shorting PayPal here on that trend break, but I am going to need the futures to start to look a little bit stronger for me to try to grab that long off of VWAP here. Not going to fight it after this broke said trend. And shout out to everyone in the chat dropping some names in there. One that we did not talk about, I think, at all on earnings was UNH. Well, at least it hit the target of the 200 period moving average for the swing. Unfortunately, it hit exactly the 200 period moving average and is now threatening to close red on the day. So there's your 200 period. If you like that, some people like that indicator. I happen to like that indicator. If you don't, then much to your chagrin. It did try to get back into green. I'm not sure it's going to be able to hold, but that is what we call profit taking at the open. I know it's not a name that we talk about very often because it's not much of a day trader, but worth mentioning. These guys beat top and bottom, good guidance, didn't matter, sold off. I think it's because of that 200 period moving on average on the daily.
All right, again, thanks everybody in the chat, man. I mean, it really matters. We go over our roles here all the time, and it's just kind of like, oh, there it is. Another thing here, stop using the word legend, guys. You're a legend. Can you look at IBM, please? Yeah, I mean, I love what's up to Snickers toasted there. I like some Snickers. Okay, so yeah, IBM. Look, this is a name that I've been buying since I was a wee one, and we like the name. But yeah, it's off. It's had a huge move, right? I mean, there it goes, right? One of the original quantum names, IBM, just had that huge. We talked about this on that day when it had this huge wick down into 261, and then it battled all the way back. And the very next day, we get those announcements, IBM and AMD, and all these sort of breakout patterns now. Plus, they give like a 3% dividend or so. I really like the stock. I don't know if I like it up here, but it's been a great level to trade off of this 300 mark. So if it comes back in 290 to 300, I mean, I really like the bid there. And I think it continues to work, man. Go Big Blue, a strong American company. Like, wouldn't surprise me. I know it's not down enough for Trump to take any positions in it or anything, but, you know, like, this could be another one of those big, strong American companies that continues to win, just like Advanced Micro Devices has been winning. But now, it is now $4 in the money as these games are opening up right now. So, you know, we'll take a sip of our Packers. We brought this back. I forgot at my house for a while. We'll take a sip of this. We're now $4.50 in the money, $4.50 now in the money on AMD as it breaks through 260, plus add 60 cents onto this TQ trade. We're a total of, in the money right now, $5. So far, so good. You're welcome there, Snickers, as the market continues to fall down. But hey, man, I'm just going to let my winners ride. We're now at 1.7 times our goal right now. So yeah, that's important for me to note that to you, because we talk about it all the time. All right, Google, Meta, these ones are down today. Eli Lilly's been going down for the last couple of days as well, down 0.5. I'm a little nervous about that company for sure. I mean, it's still a nice level, right? It's almost getting that trillion market cap, 821. Definitely not worth like crying over or anything like that. But with earnings coming later this week, we watch out for Eli Lilly. Johnson & Johnson, nice move to the downside as well today. Amazon continues to fall on, again, job worries, right? 14,000 white-collar jobs, possibility of 30,000. We'll see if Amazon gets going. Walmart down another 1% off of a nice move down yesterday as well. My eyes go over to energy. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. XOM and CVX, let's go, TQs and AMD. XOM and CVX both reporting Friday morning. They'll come into play at some point. Oxy, Fang also to the downside here. Valero downside as we worry about some of the production of that oil and nat gas. So we'll watch out for, Valero to get to the downside there as well. And then, honestly, just over here in technology services, Palantir's not having a great day, neither is its friend. AMD just broke through 260. We're almost $5 on that name alone. Now, AppLovin down 2.5%. That's not great. Oracle found a nice level down there around 270. That's starting to bounce. And then just ahead of these two guys' earnings, Meta and Google downside. And of course, Microsoft with their big story here today with OpenAI. AI, EIEIO. There it is. We'll get a bid at 90s now. See if we can get that. I mean, we went from the high of the day all the way back into the 200 period moving average. I mean, let's go, man. There it is, life's interpretation. Yeah, glad you have us working in the background. And I think that's the right thing to do, man. Trade, get your other job going, get 2 jobs at once if you can do that. We're hosting and trading over here. And I don't know, I had a conversation with Mitch, but he was talking about trading and things like that. I think everybody's built a little bit different, and I hope that I'm trying to prove how I'm built over here. Go AMD, go TQQs, and let's just keep on doing what we're doing and having fun at the end of the day.
Absolutely having fun. By the way, spike back into the volume weighted average price. Man, I only got 1 pineapple in that fruit salad today, and it's delicious. Somebody, and I know you know who, hoards it like an absolute champion. And if you don't get it first, you get absolutely no pineapple. I know you know who I'm talking about there, Dara, as well. But SoFi, remember I said there's only 3 places I'm looking. 30, and then you had yesterday's low, and then you have the day before support at 28.8. So allow it to go from one level to another, break the trend, jump into the long again. So it's about being a little bit patient, allowing it to work its way down and set up for another shot. If one of these bounces gets to VWAP, fantastic, but I got to respect the prior level. So 29.25, 29.4, in and around 75, and that volume-weighted average price, which on any trend break, up or down, is going to be target. Just because I happen to like the stock to a long when it's trending down doesn't mean I'm going to change the pattern in here. I'm always going to try to respect VWAP. If it follows through, it follows through. An example of that would be like Tesla. You're going to get out when it bounces in front of VWAP. Sometimes it follows through. You're going to get out when it bounces in front of VWAP. Sometimes it doesn't follow through. You just have to stick to your plan of action. At the end of the day, you're going to do what leads you to be green in the longer term, right? So in the end of the day, that's what you have to be able to do here, at least for myself. So only in these 2 names. The other name, which is coming up here, and I'm going to get to Open Door in a quick little second, but Beyond Meat finally got to 225. So play it at the lower high. It double topped. Now it's back at the level that we like at 225. So allow it to go. Not gonna hold it into that top. Gonna take a separate trade up at that high of the day. And because I promised you, Open Door wasn't able to hold this 840 yesterday. It's up 4%. Obviously the market's kind of wishy-washy up a little bit. This has a huge gap fill to at least 870, if not like the $9 area here that it can do. I'm looking at the 15-minute just for some confirmation. If a 15-minute bar can hold above the highs, because it failed to break yesterday, that's what I want to see. Not just a wick high, not just a mini break. I want to see it actually hold on a 15-minute, and then I would jump in and try to get some open on this push. I like squeezes, but it's got to prove that it can actually push through this level and find buyers for me to join the long today.
I think we got to go over to it. AMD is cranking lower, by the way. Now 450 on that one as the market bleeds a little lower. What's up, A?
It's a time for money talks. We'll take a look here at the U.S. dollar. Now, guys, we are just 1 day away from the FOMC meeting here for the month of October on October 20, not 1 month, sorry, 1 day away from that October 29th meeting. Now, again, we are very much expecting there to be a rate cut of 25 basis points. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition, though it's very likely that it will. But again, the press conference and the statement that we get after the rate cut is going to be of more interest. As I've mentioned a couple times now, the last 2 FOMC decisions each had a dissenting vote, at least one dissenting vote. So that'll be interesting to see if we get more dissent at this meeting. Now, dissent isn't necessarily a good or a bad thing, but it certainly gives you a sense of how the Fed is thinking, if they're thinking together, and the Fed has certainly been divided as of late. Now, again, to go back to the U.S. dollar quickly, We're still making higher highs and higher lows from the last FOMC meeting on Wednesday, September 17th, but certainly a lower high right now as we go on 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 days of red for that USD. Let's see if we print this 5th straight red day, or even a 6th tomorrow, or if we're able to stop that streak for the time being. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
All right, just we're getting on in time here, so I'm just going to tell you guys that we do have our target out here, VWAP. So if the futures can get back above volume-weighted average price, we're going to stop ourselves out of that trade. So the order is already in to get me out of 100% of our position. And we do have another bid down here in the 20s in case it does fall in. And then for AMD, kind of same kind of ways here. If we break through 61s, let's get out of AMD. I actually didn't even put that stop in yet. So 261.01, we'll stop out of 75% of this one. If it, is that 261? I mean, I want to be as exact. Okay, a little bit higher than that. 261, let's go to 16 there. Although if it breaks it, it probably continues to fly higher on that one as well. So just refreshing, we do, you know, pass the show over at 11 o'clock and we don't hold anything overnight. So hopefully AMD can continue to crank lower. I only have 10% of both of these trades left essentially. So hopefully we can get some moves down. We've made our goal today. We want to thank everybody for your patience. As I know we've been focusing on a lot of the same names, but we still have to decide and figure out, because yesterday was tilapia, which I feel like it wasn't as bad yesterday as normal, so I don't know.
Well, do you know why?
No.
They seasoned it very heavily.
There we go.
So I feel like it's just, it did the job of asking the flavor. But
yeah, we like that one. 259.61. Really I'm going to put another 10% out of what we have left. So otherwise known as 1% or so of what we have left. Back right here at the 50 period, sorry, the 200 period moving average, giving us that $5. And then only getting out because it seems like we may have based down here. We're not getting sloppy and getting out when it breaks there. We're waiting for a continuation play to the downside and very, very similarly trading it with the TQ. Let's go find out what's for lunch. Okay. This time Joe is sitting here, so he doesn't actually know what's for lunch yet.
It would be epic if it was
It's something Joe does not like, though. Yeah, we got something to do right now, my guy Andre. Today is beef bolognese right now. Is that a favorite of yours, Joe? Oh, okay.
I thought you...
I didn't know if you liked the pasta, because I know there was a stroganoff issue there.
Oh, it's a stroganoff.
I get it.
No, it's a strogie he doesn't
like. It's definitely. So today, it's very greasy around here, the beef bolognese, but I don't like it because they basically just put a scoop of it on our salad, which I'd say down for that. We'll see if it's chicken,
That's a huge fail, by the way.
Penne today with it, so beef bolognese with penne, roasted seasoned vegetables, and a Caesar salad. So that's what's for lunch. It should be good for us, I would think. And we do have a call to Adara again.
Oh, yeah, sorry, guys. I was just writing out this post for you guys about this event. Oddly enough, NVIDIA is actually doing a pregame, and that is what they're calling it. That's not my word for it. NVIDIA doing a pregame here for its Jensen Huang keynote. Of course, Jensen Huang is the CEO of the company. He's doing a keynote at their GTC Washington event that starts at 12 p.m. Eastern. He just made a brief cameo at the keynote, kind of said hello, and then walked away. But so just so you guys know, yes, of course, we'll have the keynote at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'll cover that for you in just over an hour. But there's other events happening, too, including this pregame just of individuals sitting and talking in a circle. Be aware that it's happening. And again, definitely be aware of that keynote. I'll cover it for you guys right there on the midday show. Back to you.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Adara. How are the Bills and Chiefs not the 8 o'clock?
I don't think they can flex them yet. Do they still flex games?
It's week 9. I thought flexing started earlier. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But I promised when things calm down, Mr. Westermeyer, that I would throw this. You sent me, if you're just tuning in now, I'm a Bills fan. One of our longtime viewers, Mr. Westermeyer, who got to see 8-ball. Every year the Bills and Chiefs play, we do some kind of a bet. Last year I had to send him a Trader TV Live hoodie. This time he suggested this. All I got, and I'm going to make some assumptions here because all you sent me was this picture in an email, which must mean that I'm supposed to send you maple syrup and you send me Kansas City barbecue sauce. So if that's feasible, like I don't know, I've never sent food or something or try to do it. I don't even know if I can do that, but if it is possible, then yeah, that's pretty reasonable as far as I'm concerned. We couldn't hash out the details there. I've never had Kansas City barbecue sauce, so I couldn't tell you if that's any good. And I have to check with my in-laws how we don't have that much. The last few seasons have not been that great for maple syrup for my in-laws, so we don't have as much as usual, but I'll double check to see what we have. my in-laws make their own maple syrup, and so I kind of am fortunate enough to get a decent amount. And it's the real stuff, the good, which is what it's all about. So if it's not feasible, then we can always just do something else. It is in Buffalo, so I'm pretty sure it should be probably like, I don't know, like a 2.5 points. So we'll just go straight up like we did last year. Like, we've been sort of ignoring the odds.
You think the Bills are favored? I don't know. Let me check.
I mean, it's going to be close either way, but we've been ignoring the odds. Last year we didn't care either.
Chiefs by 2.
Chiefs by 2?
Yeah, the Bills aren't.
Which is fine. Like, I don't care about covering it.
Yeah. No. Well, that's a pick'em game, man.
Yeah,
Minus
it's a
2 points
game,
for the
so
Chiefs.
as far as I'm
but the Chiefs at home, so that's like about, if the Chiefs are at home, that'd be about a 5-point spread. So it's good that it's in Buffalo, making it a little bit closer. All right, man, 3 minutes to go. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. We've got our Jays hat on. We've got Springer over here, regardless of what team you're supporting. I hope you're able to stay up late last night. That was a fun game. Still over 8,000 of you watching, 1.1K likes. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get this party started again ASAP. Yeah, look, the only red trade that I have on the board today, which is fine by me, and we got stopped out when we were getting these guys coffees. You're welcome. But that doesn't matter. The stop bet was already in. We were going to get stopped out anyways. Right down there, $29 breaks on SoFi. Look, I had written down $30 as a support level. We waited for that to come in. It came in. It broke. We got out. We ran the long a couple times again until it ran us. And right now, 29.20 here for SoFi is your 50-period moving average. I would let this SoFi lie. I would not trade this anymore today unless we can get back up into this area, take the VWAP long and push that through 30 and then see if we get the rest of the day going on that one. My stop for AMD is still 261. This is by far, just this stock alone gets me the daily goal, and it took a minute. It took a minute, man. We had to keep on fighting this name over and over again until eventually we fought the law. And this time, the law does not win. We get the last laugh here on advanced micro devices to the point where we're now 450 in the money and still have this on board. So still so far so good there. It's a big green day there. Neil will get green. Don't worry by the time the midday happens. I'm sure of it. And then we'll come back to you at 2 p.m. and talk all about the trades. We don't trade too much during the midday, but if there's opportunities, we will. We got these guys right beside us.
Beyond Meat's about to try.
I'm going to go take some laps going on. And
Beyond Meat's trying to go again.
What's up, Aura Alpha? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Close it out, man. 30 seconds.
Yeah, only about 30 seconds to go, but 2 trend lines, one of them broke. I'm going to go with, there's a tight trend line right up here. 225 hit. That was a level on Beyond Meat. It actually hit 220. Is that real? 227 is the wick high. But if it can hold on to this consolidation, then the short end of VWAP is going to be in play. SoFi cannot get to 29.5. And Jameson.
So far, so good. That's right.
Jameson, just very quickly, I think this is the second time you asked about Boeing. So let's at least talk about and acknowledge what Boeing is actually doing today.
It's going.
1, it is going, but 1, it's breaking and holding the 50-period moving average. 2, it is testing, and this is going to be a little hard to see. It's really trying to test to get to this top trend line from the highs, like from that high back in July. It still has a bit of a ways to go, but I already think Boeing has made its bottom. I'd love to see some follow through in this stock. This is one that I tried to get more into it, but it never got to the 200-period moving average. So all you could get was 210s. It never played into 200, but sometimes you get what you can, and then you move on. But I think this is a stock that's breaking up. It's probably a good spot to be in for some diversification, Boeing. Especially considering that every single deal that gets made by the administration seems to have some kind of a Boeing purchase in it. That's not going to hurt them whatsoever. Let's go on over to the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Mr. Westermeyer, I'll look into what's going to happen with this bet. We'll figure something out. And let's go to Sharif and Joey options.
Wanna be a... Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif.
Van.
What's going on? We're not dressed alike today, which is good, Joey.
No, stop.
Yesterday, did you see that burgundy fiasco yesterday, Katina, man?
Right.
Yeah,
Maroon
Katina
5,
man thought it was all right.
I call this Maroon 5.
Maroon 5, this guy. All right, shout out to Yannick, shout out to Bovin, Hangry Wife, Casey. Get it, Casey. We got Trav, man. We got Apollos. Who else, man? T, what's up, yo? Dragos, Jacques, Ichiro. Shout out to Don Sharifo. Skirt, skirt. Yummy Thai food, safe. We got Levi. We got Dabba Dabba Doo, Joe Williams, Alexander Lowe, and Danny Patel. Shout out to Fresh Trades and RTJ. Dangerous. He's so dangerous. Who else we got, man? We got Anthony 2000, Clipwave, Dan Gale, Lil Mama joining as well. Joey Hiccups, Joey Runaway, Joey Hiccups, Joey Runaway. I don't know what all these are, Joey, but you're getting a lot of love there from Lil Mama. Who else? We got Buffalo Soldier, TP, Sean H. Shout out to Life's Interpretation and Joao. We got Victory Mindset and Jim Bobway, Alexander Lowe as well, full-time trader, Gray Worm. We got Blake 40 Nephew, Patrick DeValley, Julio, Blue Box, Annette. We got Dude V, Joey. Who else, man? D-Loaf, William, Javer, and beyond their control. Don't blame him. It wasn't in his control. Adara.
I just want to let you guys know here that this NVIDIA pre-game, and that's, again, their word for it, before Jensen Huang's keynote at 12 p.m. Eastern is still happening. And it looks like we might actually get this starting a little bit earlier. In addition to this stream, I also have the official NVIDIA stream for the keynote open. It's scheduled to open at 11:40 a.m. I'll definitely let you guys know when that stream is open and then when Jensen Huang begins speaking. But according to the moderator at the pregame, he's actually already alone hanging out in the hall. So again, if I get any updates, I'll certainly keep you guys posted. But this NVIDIA keynote with Jensen Huang, CEO of the company, at 12 p.m., absolutely going to be on watch. I also want to let you guys know, keep an eye perhaps on some of these Chinese ADRs and tickers. I'm seeing that the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, has voted to tighten restrictions on Chinese tech companies before companies selling devices in the U.S. So again, the Federal Communications Commission apparently voting to tighten restrictions on Chinese tech companies selling devices in the U.S. Back to you.
Let's get right to it. I'm in BYND. We're in at 14. Here comes the breakout. There's a prohibitively large seller at 25. He just got duked, so we took out some at 26. Show me 26 now. Now we're a penny off that high of the day. So obviously you can infer the high of the day is 27. We're watching. We're watching. We're posting, Joey. We're going to go ahead and post a little bit more in the 32s. Looking for 27s. We're at the high of the day, baby. Can we take out that staunchy little bugger seller at the high of the day? We're going to have to wait. And we have a new high of day in BYND. I'm getting lit up, man. This coffee is way too strong. Oh, no. All right, so we're watching here, Joey. I don't want to take out too much as we let this one run. There goes BYND into 29s, looking for continuation. I'm going to continue to hold and add into retracements. Good look today for BYND. A lot of respect for the 10 EMA on the 5. And if I could just be allowed 1 second over here to show you exactly what I mean on the black charts, take a look at that. Right at 9:45, we reclaim the 10 EMA, and since that time, no closing prints south of the 10 EMA, just these wicks over here that ended up finding support at the 20, and that all ended at 10:15. Since that time, it's been respect for the closing print or the wick above the 10 EMA. There goes again into another high of the day. We're showing 30s now, Joey. I'm going to add again on BYND into the pullback on the 10 EMA. So I will be patient with the ads. I don't need to add on any, run-of-the-mill pullback. It will have to be a pullback into the 10 EMA. I've seen it before. I want to see it again, Joe, for another ad on this one.
Good stuff there, guys. What's going on, everybody? Yes. Hey. You have the option to like and subscribe.
No.
This trade has unlimited upside.
Tell him, Joey.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness, guys, please just hit that like and subscribe for us. And obviously, Smooth, thanks for pointing that out. All praise going to Jamaica because they got that hurricane rolling in. I looked on the maps, man. It is avoiding, what I've seen so far, it is avoiding where my family is from. So, but regardless of that, we want everyone to stay safe. Ready to flip some homes? Yeah, let's go. All right, guys, let's get right into this here. What did we trade today? Tesla, we got TSLA up to the long side here, guys. Boom, boom, we piece them out, and then we get all out at 22 flats. So that was a nice one right there. What else did we trade? PYPL. Shout out to PayPal. Beautiful 5-minute hammer. The algo picked that one up. We're liking that. Didn't go too heavy on this trade because considering I had to risk the low of the day, and that's like $3, which I wasn't really willing to risk, even though that setup was really high quality. I'm like, I still have to keep risk management in check. So a nice little trade on PYPL. And then here we are in some IBIT. Katina Man guessed it right. We've been trading this thing here, Sharif, off of the lows, beautiful 5-minute hammer. And I was waiting for an additional dip buy, so I got involved at 65.20s, and I posted up at 65 to see if we can catch another fill. But that doesn't seem to be the case, Sharif, as we're breaking through the volume weighted average price. But beautiful signals across the board. Let's see if we can get rocking and rolling. I'm front running this thing. Full disclosure, leading into FOMC, it's going to go one way or the other. So regardless of that, but bang, what a nice move here on IBIT. Sharif, we're going to take a measly 10% off. I think, that's it. Just a little measly 10% on this one. But it's been a good session so far. Every single name that we've traded has been in the green, and we won't take a loss on IBIT. Now, considering we have taken profits, what's the primary target? Well, in a perfect world, shout out to Bruce Willis in the movie, which I mentioned before, and nobody knew what I was talking about. But in a perfect world, $66, the high of the day, is most definitely going to be my primary target. I want to look for multiple ads, Sharif. Let's see if we get that.
Okay. I'm hoping you get the ads, Joey, if they're worth it, clearly. All right. We're holding a BYND, 233 high of the day. We're not going to take any here. I'm looking for a pullback, as I mentioned, into the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart, currently showing me 218s. That's where the 10 EMA is. Whether or not we get a move down into the 10 EMA, we'll have to wait and see. New position alert. Where is it at? There we go. Shout out to the Katina Man, who's doing his laps now around the pool. Lung. Let's see if this one can breeze some move to the upside over here. 248 high of the day. It's a triple top, though. I'm punching into the high because I saw a double bottom into 235 and then another 5-minute candle to make a new high relative to the candle that closed at 1055. So we're in at 45s. I don't mind working my way down into that 230 level. I like the 230 level for a number of reasons. Firstly, price action resistance, initially resistance, now looking to use as support. And in fact, we got that support level over here once it was decisively taken. We started using 230 as that level of support. So that would be my first area to add. Second of all, I could be persuaded to add on a breakout. If this one takes 50 pennies decisively, I could get into that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw some orders, basically making the assumption that we don't break the high of the day. Okay, we just got a print, but I'm still going to throw the orders anyway into, the high 30s. So let's go ahead and wait at 38 for a possible add. We're showing 50s. We're taking out 50s, Joey. Lung is breaking out into the upside over here. Took out 50. Let's see if it's got continuation through that 50 penny level. Let's go ahead and wait now at 55s to wet the beak on top of that area there. So that's what I'm waiting for there on Lung. I'm still looking for, some more shares if this one does dip and hold trend. Right back into the high is BYND. It didn't really give me much of an opportunity to add, quite frankly, because this 1105 candle is a hammer candle trading at the high of the range. So I didn't get anything near that 230 retracement. Sorry, that 220 retracement we were talking about the 10 EMA. So I didn't get that, which is fine. Just because I didn't get it this time doesn't mean, it doesn't retrace at some other time. So we're holding Lung, we're holding BYND, and we're looking for more on both. Now, I'm looking at some other ones as well. It's not just the BYND Lung show. As Neil mentioned at the end of his show, I'm keeping an eye here on Wolf, WULF. It's got a bit of a rounded top now with 17 as a resistance coming into 16 2/3. I'm a buyer in and around $16 given the volume weighted average price. That's predicated, of course, upon the 10 EMA giving way, up 22.5%. Keeping an eye there. Also, keeping an eye on GCI. This one's a little bit of a lighter volume trade, but it's got support at the volume weighted average price. There does seem to be buyers in and around that area, and it can get of volumes when the buyers do step in. ALTS, another one I'm looking at. Bit of a slower mover, hugging the 10 EMA on the 5, but certainly has resistance at 2 2/3. I don't mind waiting until the break of 2 2/3 on a closing basis, and then I can get in for another high of day attempt at 280. Last but not least, Joey, WKEY, WKey. Kind of looking bull flagish here. It's a little above the VWAP, a little bit below. I don't know if I like this pattern, quite frankly. Feels like maybe the best trade is behind it, especially with that declining volume profile. I'm going to pack my patience. I think a move, a decisive move, a closing print above $15 may change my mind on this one a little bit. Up 33%, Joe.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys, we got a lot going on here right now. Let's get this sorted. I want to get a bit more organized here. We're going to pull up our options chain. I'm long PLTR. We're trimming some on IBIT. Now let's see if we can get that move. It's absolute beautiful signals across the board, and we have to look to take advantage of it. If it doesn't work, then so be it. But we have to take those stabs. We were piecing some out on IBIT, just adding into today's realized profits, and then we're going to hold on to 187.50s on Palantir. That's going to be the out on that one. Now, what I was getting at with Gorev is, let's take a look at the options chain to see if we have anything around 187.5 from a put wall standpoint. No, we go down to 180s. That's where we're going to get that open interest. Where's the highest level of gamma exposure as well, too?
Where?
That's going to be really, really important, Sharif. That's going to be at the money. So nothing outstanding there. When you see that, you're going to see for high levels of gamma exposure, you're going to see the concentration and drastically only a half digit there. So you can see that we're a couple decimal points away. Once you see it 1 decimal point, then it's just like, ooh, that's really scary, and you can get that squeeze type price action. Adair, what do you got for us?
I just want to let you guys know I'm still watching this NVIDIA pre-game event ahead of Jensen Huang's keynote, and they're talking quite a lot about quantum, so just be aware. Nothing really market moving, but one of the participants here is the CEO of Inflection AI, talking a little bit here about his views on quantum, though he did decline to give any thoughts on quantum stocks when asked. So just be aware here, RGTI, QUBT, QBTS, and IONQ are some of the names you can look for in this quantum space. Again, as we get panel discussion here from the NVIDIA pregame panel about the quantum space, I'll keep listening to this. I'll let you know when I have any updates on Jensen and his keynote at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'll keep you guys posted on that as well.
Very much for that, Adara. Yeah, so we're going to be keeping our eyes on NVDA all day. Nothing substantial on the options chain and what we're looking at. Considering we're in IBIT, let's take a gander on that one. Shout out to Newfoundland. So yeah, 70, 55,000. I like our chances to head there. Maybe by the end of the week, anything can happen leading into FOMC. That's why I'm essentially front-running their system. It's either, I told you guys, it's one thing or the other, and I'm willing to accept both fates. So let's get rocking and rolling on that one, Sharif. 1,600 contracts traded, and then we have 55,900 open still currently at that $70 strike price on IBIT. And we took off 30% there, so bang, bang, bang. We take that next fill. We're posted up here as well. And I'm just waiting for this PLTR trade to work out for a strip because I have high conviction within this one. If it works, then hey, so be it. We'll take our first loss of the day and we won't complain. But isolated volume print, you have that hammer candle off of the lows. Let's get a move back into this 188.74, and I'm going to be looking to take a little bit out at that specific level there, Sharif.
All right, man. I just made a mistake, so I just got to clear it up. We're in a new position. What's it called? ALTS. I just put a very lofty price target. 3, that's the one. Let's cancel that one. There we go. So ALTS, I did mention this one. A nice little breakout there above 265. Looking for continuation on ALTS. Where do we get it? 63. Just wet the beak there at 67. Looking for a move, you know, past 75. It's a price spike, a wick. This is a real wick into 80s. There we go. Now we're moving into 67s. Let's wet the beak there as well. Let's see if we can get another move up here into the quarter or $0.75, excuse me. ALTS, keeping my eye on that one. The move for this one is going to be the hold of the 10 EMA. So if it loses the bar at 1050, which is a low of 258, that ends the trade for me, okay? So 258, my my out there. LUNG, we did get the ad, and now I'm looking for a beak wetter into the mid 40s. We got the ad there in the mid 30s, so I'm pleased with this ad, but it's got a whole trend. So now there's a seller at 43, and that's exactly where I have my next order or my next sell order there. So we're gonna have to clear that level to get the print. Pack my patience here on LUNG, looking for that. Look, there's a triple bottom here at 235, 236. So I know there's a seller there. Now, whether there's enough buyers to push us through the $0.50, I don't know. Well, so we'll have to wait and see about that one. And then last but not least, BYND, seller at 36. It's coming back down now, and this is possibly my opportunity because the 10 EMA has kind of caught up with the price action. Currently showing me 23s. 223 10 EMA. So that's exactly where we're going to wait. We're going to wait at 24s. We're going to front run it there so we can get the ad. Hopefully we'll get the ad at the right area. BYND coming back a little bit off that area high. And that's fine. We got 14s on, but I want to add a little bit over here. Show me 26s. Looks like people are stepping in a little bit early, but that's not really going to make me jump the gun too quickly. I want to get my levels at the right technical areas rather than chasing it. So packing my patience on that one. Bovin saying ASST is moving. Yes. Let's have a look at ASST. But before I tell you about ASST, I want to mention Jacques' call out there. Uroy, U-R-O-Y. This is a beautiful look there. Shout out to Jacques. Very clean. Higher highs, higher lows off the 10 EMA and now knocking on the door of $5. But let's take a look at ASST. All right, I see that, Bovin, but you know how I feel about this one. It's going to have to get above the pre-market high at about $1.74 for me to get involved with that one. So going to keep my eye on ASST. Thanks for the call out.
Beautiful stuff there, guys. Yeah, PayPal's been phenomenal. We were trading that earlier in the day. You can see that we're now posted up on PLTR. Let's see if this move can be sustained. If the market was any stronger, I think we would have hit targets by now. I think there's going to be a good reload opportunity for me on IBIT just to get in a little bit more size. This was working. We're slightly in the money on that, now slightly out. Nothing to worry about, only a couple pennies, but we're posted up at 188.63s. Let's see if we can catch that. Post up. So yeah, I mean, that's what we got cooking up here today, guys. Okay. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day and see what we got going on there. And who's leading the race, Sharif? I'm really curious to see. Chase the packs. Well, who's leading the pack today, my friend? Chase the packs. And that is going to be the material sector, all right? Up about 1/3%. Then we have the material world. Material, oh, I know material world. I know that one. All right, the tech sector, guys, up a little bit more than 1/4. And then we got consumer discretionary, same thing there. So being led by the likes of Tesla and Amazon starting to recover a little bit. Now, the bottom three, guys, we have the energy sector down roughly about 0.6. Utilities 1.4, we'll call it, and then the real estate 1.6%. But let's head over to our calendar over here. I don't know why I said it like that.
Because that's how it's spelled.
Yeah, calendar, exactly, man.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But no, in all seriousness, guys, this is what we got rolling after the work today. Bloom Energy, Visa reporting as well, too.
One,
yeah, Bloom Energy is going to be a big-time one.
That one.
We like that. Yeah. You like Bloom.
You and your friend Mitch, bro.
Michael Jackson, Oh, hold on, man. Never mind that. We don't. All right. All right, guys. Now, and on Wednesday, we have some monster names. Go check out it. Make sure you guys go check out Adara at Trader TV Research. She's going to be posting all the earnings and their expected move, which we'll do later on in the session when things start to cool down. If we hit target on PLTR, we may as well just go to those expected moves because that's how we're rocking and rolling. We got Chipotle tomorrow after the bell. Carvana, what a star-studded list there.
Star-studded.
Yeah, Adara's excited about that one. And then Thursday, when you think it can't get any better, it does. Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, Reddit, Western Digital, Strategy. Oh my days.
No, say it ain't so.
Yeah, say it ain't so. Whoa. It's a crazy going on. Man, oh man, I could break glass with this voice. But in all seriousness, some good stuff, man. We're rocking and rolling. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday.
Yeah, it's been an interesting Tuesday. Here it is, guys. I'm loving this, man. On Lung, we got the ad aggressively, and there it goes, right up into the high, right into 250. Again, it's a series of higher lows. I'm keeping my eye on this one. It's a 253 high. We got the ad exactly where we wanted it, right into the 10 EMA. And let's see if this one runs up through the $0.50. Now that's the only thing standing in our way, really, that $0.50. It's been an obvious area of resistance and has been the case since around 10:55. So, almost 25 minutes now. Let's keep an eye on that. Also looking at ALTS, looking for the continuation on that one into 2 3/4. Not much to report on there. And then we did get the ad on BYND, but still nary a print. We got the ad into the 10 EMA. Now it's going to have to ride trend. So initially we got in at 14s or whatever it was, and then we added on the 10 EMA. So I tried to pack my patience on this one to get the exact level so that I'm not, being too exuberant and chasing after these names. But now obviously I've fulfilled my side of the equation. The other side is it's got to trend back up and hold the 10 EMA. So we'll see if it does that. So BYND also in focus here. I want to keep an eye on that. And then I want to shout out Yannick calling out a small cap gapper by the ticker FGL. Look, I don't really like these penny stocks, but you know how I feel about these, Yannick. If I can avoid the sub $1 stocks, I will. But this is a good looking trend here on FGL. Triple top at 51 pennies, so clearly a seller at 50. If this takes 50 decisively and not on a wick basis, this could be very, very interesting as a breakout, right? So it's up 27, 28% right now, but it's having all sorts of trouble with that $0.50. And, for me, it's going to have to get above the $0.50 for me to get interested. So that's a look right now. BYND not holding trend, at least for the moment, zigging and zagging with that 10 EMA, so we're going to have to keep tabs on that. And then likewise, LUNG coming right back into my ad area. So we took some out into the $0.50. It's still holding the higher low trends on Lung, but I'm acutely aware of the fact that it could give up that level at 235, and that's where I've placed my next profit taker. DCA to add for that 235 area hold. So that's my look right now as we continue to watch these guys trend near the area highs, and we'll see whether or not we can get any prints there on that one. What do you got, Joey?
All right, good stuff. Yeah, we're going to head over to Adara, guys, and then we're going to take a look at what we got going on with Palantir and IBIT. Is this a reload opportunity? Maybe, possibly. Okay. Time will tell. Adara, what do you got for us?
A lot of hot button issues for the market being discussed during this NVIDIA pregame. Right now, as you can see in the bottom of the screen, they're actually discussing the possibility of the Chinese market reentry. And if there is a deal that could come through, could this Chinese market reopen? The panelists seem to think that, at least the moderators here seem to think that this could be a possibility, and that at the very least, if we get a deal here out of China, that there could be a huge tailwind for the market. Now, again, you want to remind you guys, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, is set to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump tomorrow. First, Trump said this morning. Jensen Huang has confirmed this as well. Again, he's waiting for his keynote in about 35 minutes, so stay tuned. But just a quick update there from this pregame event. Back to you.
We all love a little pregame event. There's no questioning that there. Adara, thank you very much. As always, Gorev, I love this. I think we can break through this resistance zone at 188.50. That's going to be the next level. Once we have the ability to breach that zone, then I think the next one's going to be 188.70s. Bitcoin's starting to come in a little bit. We're going to be looking at that for a potential reload opportunity. Even though I still have 66% of my position remaining, I want to make it a little bit bigger just due to the size of the volume and that print. There is some selling pressure still within that candle, so I think that's something to be cautious about. But aside from that, I've been just trying to. It's funny. I heard somebody say this the other day, and it's just a little quote sometimes that you forget. And for me, it just really stuck once again. I've heard it before, but it goes along the lines of instead of thinking about the worst case scenario, why don't you think about the best case scenario possible and what can happen and just stay optimistic. So yeah, that's what we're looking for. Never mind what bad can happen, but what good can come out of things. And that's what we're going to do here with IBIT and in Palantir, regardless of actually what comes. So yeah, that's what we got going on there. NVDA bouncing off those lows. One thing to note, obviously, obviously with crypto, the pullbacks tend to be a little bit deep, but the volume is slightly cool here on this pullback. So the volume profile slowly starting to cool off, and that can be positive as well too as we head to the lower time frames, and then we look for those turnaround signals, and then that's when we bang, we add to the position, and then we just look for that new high of the day or hold for it. Palantir is going to be a grind, but I do like this as a possibility to head back into the volume weighted average price. Our first target is going to be at 188.60. We're still a ways away from that, but anything can happen. Adara, what do you got?
An eye potentially here in Cadence Design System, not moving too much here, but CDNS, of course, this is a day one earnings play. They reported after the bell. Now, at this NVIDIA event, we do have Christina Partsinovellos of CNBC interviewing the CEO of Cadence Design System. She is talking to him about the quarter. So if you're involved in this name, maybe just keep an eye out. Just wanted to let you guys know just in case. Also, as I had on the screen a while ago, I dropped it in the chat as well. Nokia halted news pending. I don't see any news on this yet, but I have been actively looking. Back to you.
Yeah, all right, cool. Thank you once again. So, south of VWAP, yeah, you know what, man? We're just going to do it, Sharif, because you don't know how strong, I don't know how strong this ad is going to be. We've already locked in a little bit of cash. Bang, that's going to move our average up on IBIT, just in case the market wants to rally. And we're going to catch this fill, I think, in any moment on Palantir as we're starting to bounce. So let's keep our eyes on the tape. I have our quote highlights up. They're a little bit higher than what you would expect right now. 5,000 is that target. Ooh, we hit 52s. We hit 52s there, Sharif. We couldn't get the 53 print. Oh, we did get the 53 print. I'm at 63s. What am I talking about? So we got a couple more pennies to go. But with that nice pop-up higher, I like our chances to get that fill that we are looking for, man.
All right, that one you called out, Bovin, FGL, just got back into 50 pennies. But like I spoke about before, this is going to have to stay above 50 pennies, Bovin, because what it's done, it's got a triple top at 50. So 52 pennies, the high of the day. That officially takes out the pre-market high, but we really don't know if this is going to run triple top with that seller at 50. So let this get away from 50. You don't have to have the best price, because it's gonna squeeze. You know, could squeeze into 60, 70, and we could have a mover on our hands here. But let's let it clear that half penny level. That's what I'm waiting for anyway on FGL. I'm interested in it, half penny or not. But it's gotta show up the right technicals here, and it's looking good so far here as this one works its way back into 52 pennies. So we're gonna keep tabs on that one. Let's go back to the trades that we've got on. Looking for the fill now on ALTS, waiting at 68. Let's take the print there, and we'll wait a little bit higher on Lung. We just took a print into 46s, packing my patience there for a 50 penny move, but it's not forthcoming at the moment. We've de-risked the majority of the position, which is good. We still have a dip trade here waiting in the low 30s to hold trend. Then BYND, this one is coming down. I'm expecting some sort of support at the volume weighted average price. Let's see what it does. If it holds up at 11s, that's where 210 is where I'm seeing VWAP right now. So if we get a hold at 210, that's great. I can add into the position moving up. If it loses 210 though, I lose interest in it, because I'm not going to trade these small cap gap like names below the volume weighted average price. We're going up to the big desk.
Here in INTC, Intel at day's highs, continuing to push higher. Now, Intel actually being mentioned here by the CEO of Cadence Design again at this NVIDIA pregame event, asked by the reporter at this pregame of CNBC, what are your guys' thoughts on what Lip-Bu Tan is doing with Intel, given that, of course, Lip-Bu Tan was the former CEO of Cadence? So the Cadence Design CEO said in turn that they'd love to work with Intel, that he thinks Lip-Bu Tan is doing a great job over there at Intel. So, I mean, minor story here, but INTC, just a reminder, still really strong today, guys. Back to you.
All
For
right,
sure.
what do you got, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely. We caught that fill on Palantir, guys. Now we're posted up at 188.8. So shout out to that level over there. Probably no significance whatsoever, but that's okay. Now, okay, so yeah, 2NY, let's take a look at Marvell for you, MRVL, and see what that is up to. Hopefully this ad works for us on Bitcoin, considering, we're going to catch that fill on Palantir soon. I'm free rolling here on Bitcoin, so if my unrealized goes to flat, then I'm just going to hop out of it. It was a nice little trade. We did get a little bit out of that one, but we're expecting more, but if it breaks down, then we want no part of that. Now, as for MRVL, you can see that from bang, caught the fill on PLTR. So that's a beauty one. Okay, IBIT starting to come back in off of that reload. We have to be cautious cautious of that. So now Marvell, let's see what we got going on from a daily. Ooh, I might have to hop out of this one. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Yeah, okay, guys, I'm out of IBIT there as I was using my unrealized gains to just add a little bit more shares. So therefore, I don't take any form of a loss. We did take off 33%, but we were looking for a bit more on that trade. Unfortunately, we didn't get it as Bitcoin's starting to sell quite aggressively. So now, as for MRVL, boom, boom, not too bad off of some of these lows. You can see that we've had some consecutive selling off of that 127 level. You're still down 31%. Look for this to continue to recover. You want to do your just basic trend lines. Here's one there. Once that snaps, then you want to kind of assess the situation and just plan something else there. So that is MRVL. Intraday, we don't trade it too often. Even when it's in play, I find that sometimes Katina Man will trade it once in a blue moon. Yeah, but other than that, yesterday was okay. Today, not so much. Now let's head over to the Qs. We've seen somebody in the chat saying that they own some and they don't want to leverage their system just yet and they want to DCA into it. I'll have to find it, but we're going to go over to Adara with the crypto segment.
Let's talk here about crypto. And I want to start here by talking about a crypto adjacent name that actually had Kathy Wood and ARK Invest buy some shares yesterday. This is going to be Block here, XYZ. Now, of course, not strictly crypto, but certainly crypto adjacent. They do have the Cash App wallet for Bitcoin investing. They've got BitKey and also Proto, which is a Bitcoin mining system under their umbrella. I do want to mention as well here the specifics of the purchase. ARK Innovation ETF purchasing 210,916 block shares. ARK Next Generation Internet ETF purchasing just under 60,000 shares. And the ARK FinTech ETF purchasing almost 115,000 shares here of XYZ. This entire purchase here valued at roughly $31 million. Let's talk about Bitcoin itself. Now, of course, this 116,500 level still showing up as a little bit of resistance. Let's see if BTC can break above it here ahead of the Fed day tomorrow, which should certainly be interesting for the market and probably as well for what's happening here with Bitcoin. Now we're going to wait and see here what's happening with this GTC keynote. The stream has changed a bit. If we do get that keynote to start, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Sharif, do you have anything you want to cover there, brother?
I'm continuing to watch BYND here. Trend back up. We've got 16s on. We just took out 20s. Keeping my eye on this one. We got an ad nicely, so we have a good cost basis now. Now I want to see attempt back at the high of the day, 230, but let's get above that 10 EMA on the 5 before we start getting too excited. We're at it right now, and we're using the 10 EMA, sadly, as a level of resistance as opposed to a level of support. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. There we go. We're taking out 21s, 22s. Now we're printing. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher over here as we still have shares on this one. Now, I want to also keep my eye on LUNG. We've been holding up at this 235, 240 area with umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles on the 5 through that area. It hasn't been breaking down. The problem is what I'm starting to notice now is a very clear trend of lower high starting with that candle that printed the high of the day at 253. I'm going to need to see a trend break there with a new candle on the 5 to print a new high. That definitely will help things around. And then ALTS into the 69 penny level. You know, if we're waiting in the 60s, we're going to be waiting at 69. High of the day is 80 onto topping tail candle. I'm looking for a move into 75, and then possibly we could even add a little bit more. We're going back to the big desk.
I have some news here on Nokia. NOK, this one, as mentioned, halted news pending. The news is out. NVIDIA is going to be investing $1 billion in Nokia and forming a strategic partnership. Nokia, in turn, will be issuing 166.4 million new shares to NVIDIA at $6.01 per share. So again, Nokia here getting a $1 billion investment from NVIDIA, and in turn, they will be issuing some shares to NVIDIA. I also want to mention here, the last panel, it sounds like, in the NVIDIA pregame ahead of the keynote does feature the CTO of Palantir's U.S. government division. So PLTR potentially on watch here. Back to you.
Very much for that, Dara. So yeah, guys, here we are in Palantir. We're out of the IBIT. We're going to go over that momentarily, but I just have to keep my eyes on this Palantir trade just in case it comes back to my break even. We're sitting on 50% of the position, but the market's starting to take a little bit of a dive here, Sharif. So coming back in, there's going to be some key support levels that are going to have to come in play in order for the Qs to hold up. Now, as for my friend Raul Shah, Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. My QQQ swing trade is down 6.5%. I don't know when you entered it or if you're long. Do you have any advice on when I might average in? Got 96% margin available, 20-to-1 leverage, so don't want to add like a madman. Yeah, I mean, earnings is going to be really key, so watch out for the volatility step into the overall market. 6.5% isn't... I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's not great either. Okay. You can buy a little bit more. Just don't forget when you're allocating. What I like to do is just break it up into fifths. So I'll go 20% at a time, and that way, if it sells a little bit, you grab a little bit more, and then if it continues to climb, you grab more as well too. But other than that, we might get stopped out, break even on Palantir here, Shreve.
All right, Joey. New trade. FGL, Bovin, this is the one that we were talking about with the triple top at 50. I don't know, man. It got to 55.5. It sold off aggressively and then bottoming tailed into 50. So I'm thinking, you know, this could be an opportunity here. Now I'm giving it to 48. We'll see exactly how this trade ends up working out. I do like this one off that 50 dip and pop, but, well, you know, you never really know with these small cap gappers. Can't fall in love with them. Now, the issue is here is going to be more BYND. We got a nice add into the 20 EMA. What do we have on? We have 15s here on BYND. It's coming back into 17s. It's still putting in lower highs, and quite frankly, it's rejecting off the 10 EMA. It is now rejecting off the 10 EMA as a level of resistance as opposed, to support. So I don't know. I can give it to prior bar low. If I give it to prior bar low, that gets me all the way into, what does that get me into there? Into 14s, which is fine because we have 15s on. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it to prior bar low. If it doesn't hold, then it's all over on that one. So we've already thrown that stop in there. Let's see what makes of this one. There goes Lung into that mid-40s again. We get another beak wetter there. We're still holding some here on Lung. ALTS as well, trending up nicely. Let's go ahead and wet the beak here into 70, showing me 70s right now on LUNG. And then last but not least, it's this FGL trade. It's going to have to hold the 50 penny area. It's zigging, it's zagging, a little at 54, a little bit below 54. The high of the day technically is 55, 54. There goes 54, and here comes 55, Joey. Now we're setting up into 55s and 56s and 57s. There goes 56 again, boom. So let's go ahead and set up now at 59er. Yeah, we're going to put some at 59er, Joey, even though it's not as good as 69er, of course. But, you know, we can't get too greedy with a 50 penny name over here. So looking for continuation here on FGL. It's up a healthy 60%. Back into 57s, 56.5. It goes looking for continuation into, I don't know, 65. And we'll have to wait and see exactly what the price action shows us. But right now, I'm optimistic about this one. Back now to ALTS. Much slower of a mover is ALTS, so we'll have to pack our patience on that one. But there goes Lung again into 50 pennies, and we wet the beak there. So now we're waiting north of 50. But I got to bring this to your attention. I'm unlikely to want to execute on this right now until W key can break and hold above 1550. It's already put in a very, very respectable higher low trend over here. I know Casey's all over this. The OG is all over this. Ozan was trying to persuade me to punch into this. I couldn't even believe Ozan was looking at small cap gappers. But hey, things change. The world turns. So now we're looking at this current candle high here on W key at 1560. Currently showing me 1536, but it's awfully spready. A little at 36, a little at 47s. You guys get it. It's about a 10, 11 penny spread at the moment. So keeping an eye on this one. I don't need to be first to get in, but definitely looking to execute a little bit on that. Quickly, Joey, before we send it back to you, there goes FGL into another area high, and we get the print at 57s. Now we're waiting at 59. Shout out to the OG above it. Tisha's in the chat, man. Now we're going to spin the money, man. She brings me good luck. Shout out to Tisha Perkins, small cap gapper trader extraordinaire. Keep your eye out on Tisha's levels. She's always calling them, and they're usually pretty dang good. There's another print on FGL, Joey. We're looking for more here on this bad boy. Good here on FGL.
Beautiful stuff, brother. I like hearing all of that. There goes Palantir, man. There was an additional confirmation signal, and I'm like, oh, you dirty dog, you.
Dirty dog.
Yeah, exactly. So other than that, man, this price action, I'm not going to call it a dog's breakfast or anything along those lines, but there's multiple prints. So this is what I'm long off of. Essentially, you get that hold up, and then you get that additional print right there as well, too. I'm looking at IBIT for another entry. I mean, we've traded 4 names. All of them are green so far, so you may as well just keep swinging that bat. I mean, I don't even really know what to say about that game last night.
A heartbreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know.
Freddie Freeman, out of everybody, the Canadian, dunking on the Canadian team.
I didn't even get that far, so I didn't even see how it ended.
This morning.
So,
dead center field. Single run.
Homer, I mean, the Jays had multiple opportunities, I'm sure, to close the game out. I think they should have closed. So I don't know how Neil feels about this, but I think I would have kept Scherzer in for the into the 6th.
Well, Neil was saying something like this earlier. You were talking about the bullpen, running through the bullpen.
Yeah, but
he's coming in hot.
As soon as what's his name came in, it's boom, 2 runs, tied 4-4, just like that.
Nah, Scherzer had to get out of the game, in my opinion. I don't think that's what cost us. I think the worst thing that kills me is it's a tie game, and you have one of your relievers on the mound get through an inning in 8 pitches, and he's a starting pitcher, so you know he can go more, and then you pull him from the game. You don't throw him out there for the 9th. This is a simple baseball thing. You're on the road, which means going to your closer, you don't have to do it in the 9th, because to win the game, you have to get the lead in the top, and then he has to pitch the bottom. If you're on the road, it's simple. Your closer goes in the 9th in a tie game at home. And on the road, you don't need to do that, because he's going to have to pitch anyways for you to win the game in the 10th. You're just trying to extend it. You got to use as many arms as you can. In that situation, you cannot let a guy throw 8 pitches when he's one of your better pitchers out there. It's silly.
8 pitches.
We overmanaged. Yeah. You should never have taken one of our power hitters out of the game to pinch run on first base. At first base, you pinch ran and took one of our best bats out of the lineup. That was absolutely asinine. But it is what it is. Like, you can't take anything away from how ridiculously good Ohtani is, how ridiculous to pitch to him, how ridiculously good Freeman is. How great the Dodgers pitching is.
Let me ask you something, though. Did they take Scherzer out? Did they take Scherzer out because they didn't want him to face Ohtani a 3rd time? Because Ohtani's been seeing him. He saw his pitches 2 doubles and a home run.
Well, he also wasn't pitching.
He wasn't. They were getting a lot of fly balls off Scherzer, and a lot of them were making it to the outfield. So it was a matter of time until you felt like they were catching up.
You had to pull him. It's the same thing. You pull him for the same reason that at some point, if a stock is trending down, you stop buying the dip. Like, you can try it. And sometimes it'll work, but if eventually it just keeps on going, you can't do it forever and just hope it's going to work out. Eventually, someone's going to go yard on you when you keep testing that, or you're going to you get stopped out at the bottom on a big loss. I can take everything back to trading, by the way, or someone's going to go ham on you. By the way, can I come to a chart for just one? Can we come to my chart for just 1 second? I wanted to show something which is forming on the NASDAQ. PayPal's at VWAP. If this happens, I'm looking for PayPal at VWAP to the long side. Look at this 15-minute candle on the NASDAQ. It ran the low of the day. This is real. Ran the low of the day and threatening to close it above the volume-weighted average price. Crazy. With the potential for this trend break on the future. So there's the highs. If it can break this trend, the long I'm looking at is actually, SoFi possibly over VWAP, but it's not holding 30. And then the other one would be PayPal. But it's holding on to the trend line for now. The question could be, could it break it back out? But that's what you have to wait for. You got to wait for those setups, just like a good batter's got to wait for his pitch. And then when you get it down the middle, you're actually supposed to swing at it early, Ernie Clement. But that's enough sports for now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, this guy is dunking on Clement. Oh, baby. Yeah, I feel you. What is he batting 400 in the playoffs? He's batting over 400. Exactly. Did you see the comparator to Paul Molitor? You saw that? Because Molitor in the '93 World Series hit like mid 400s, and Ernie's low 400s right now, which is not a bad look. Shout out to Paul Molitor, man. That guy, he was fantastic. He was with the Brewers all his life. He's like, I ain't winning nothing with the Brewers. Comes to the Jays 1 year, DHs the entire year, smacks the World Series.
Bang, bang, bang.
I mean, it couldn't have been more poetic for my man. Shout out to Paulie M. All right, Joey, we're in W key now like a psycho. So now let's see if we can take out some profits here in the mid-30s as this one zigs and zags. What did I get there? I got a little bit higher than a quarter. I got 26s. Look, I'm looking for a decided move above the $0.50. What I like about W key is the higher lows. You can clearly see the trend there based upon or starting from the candle that manifested that bottoming tail candle on the 5-minute that printed at 10.25. Since that candle bottoming tailed into, I think, about 13 2/3, it's been putting in higher lows. So let's see if the trend will ride. I don't mind adding into 15. I'm getting in. Sorry? Nokia is open, guys. I'm not going to really probably trade this, but we'll look at it for you guys. NOK is on the New York Stock Exchange. Apparently, it's open. It's going absolutely buck wild. 7 2/3. There it goes into the high. I think we were halted. Where were we halted, man? Like 6 and change, 6.5. So the gap up here is substantial. So substantial is distorting my charts. So I'm going to let you guys trade this. I'm not really interested in Nokia. I'm going to keep my eye on W key. Joey.
All right, good stuff there. Yeah, Los, I see what you're saying. Don't love the positioning of it. We want to find that at extreme highs or lows at or above the volume weighted average price. I understand that we're trading right around that area, but I don't like that print. The body isn't going to be large or substantial enough in order for me to take it. I think this is one of the better trades here is Palantir. This has a big time chance to go to the volume weighted average price. So there's Palantir. We take 50% off, get stopped out 50%, and then you get a nice slow grind back. Now, as for our IBIT trade that we were going to talk about earlier, is off those lows, bang, bang, bang. We take off 33%. We're like, all right, is it going to be a strong asset today? And are we going to climb a little bit higher and go back towards that high of the day around $66? Well, the answer is going to be no. Because we free rolled, get stopped out right there on the addition. So I'm just waiting for any form of indecision print on IBIT. I better head on to the lower time frames just in case it displays itself there. But the Qs are really, the Qs aren't doing much. We got that turtle shell type price action in SPY as well, so you can see what turtle shell?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, turtle shell. Yeah,
Zeros and a half shell.
Yeah, turtle shell right there, bang. You get that move, and then you get that move again, that second leg lower. Watch out for this, because you might be able to find a bounce on the SPY. Nice hammer. Let's see if the algo picked that one up. I don't think it did, considering certain criteria, but why not take a gander and see what we got going on?
Baby. There we go. What is that? Oh, that's the algo thing. I keep tripping out. I'm like, what?
No, it's not. It didn't pick that one up, guys. I suspected that. But it did pick up this morning, and that's exactly what we want to see. Can we hit that 2-to-1 profit target? Not to, oops. We don't want that garbage. Get that garbage.
Get that garbage out of here.
No, but October 22nd, caught some of those trades there. Let's see what it picked up. Yeah, boom, beautiful stuff there. A nice 2-to-1 risk to reward. And now we're in it today. So it's that one can work out in print. I don't know what the target is. I have to figure that out. I also want to adjust a little something on it. But yeah, PayPal is one of the names it did. So let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon, not too bad. Los Polios. Maybe you're right, considering all this buying pressure here. So I took a trade this morning on Tesla. I'll show you guys momentarily. But this is a positive sign. So I'm going to eat my words quick on what you had to say. Look, sellers push it down. Sellers push it down. Sellers push it down. Well, guess what? Buyers are pushing price right back up. Well, how did our TSLA trade go this morning? Let's pull it up. On Tesla, an identical pattern, not the same location, which is really, really key. Location is extremely important. It's like real estate, guys, right? Location, 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 Sharif, as they would tend to say. But if we head over to this 1-minute time frame, after this initial selling, same thing. Buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure, and then sure enough, you get that move higher. Second leg, bang. Surpassing this. And then, I mean, it's essentially the same thing that happened yesterday. It's big smile in the chat.
Yep.
Oh, my
You can tell him he
as soon as you say, oh, yeah, I know.
Shout out to Big Spile.
Shout out to him. What's he saying?
I don't know. He's spin 5,000. He's already trying to make money. He's trying to take people's money in the chat right away. Shout out to Big Spile. Boo! What are you booing, Big Spile, bro? Stop.
The Jays, probably.
Yo, man. Well, he'd be a way bigger fan of the Jays. He's in Pennsylvania. So he's a lot closer to us than to.
Are you a
to La La Land?
Are you to La La Land?
La La Land. I'm not a big fan of LA. Period.
No.
Not Los Angeles.
Yeah.
The city. Yeah. I don't mind LA County. Some nice areas. Some Pasadena is okay.
Yeah. I like Pasadena.
Yeah.
Pomona.
Like if you're in the valley a little bit, it's
Pomona.
okay.
You been to Pomona?
I've never been actually to Pomona. I like Santa Monica. That's again LA County. But really, where my heart lies is where my sister resides, bro. I'm all about what's it called? Orange County. It's a different world. LA County and Orange County. They're not the same.
Different world.
They're not the same.
Jared, did you know what song I was singing there?
What were you saying?
I thought, well, I started singing and then you started to sing as well too.
I don't even hear what you were singing. I was singing the OC theme song, the iconic theme song from
I was singing,
the OC.
I was singing Santa Monica by Theory of a Dead Man. So shout out to that one.
Theory of a Dead Man. Why you say that, Joey?
I'm pretty sure that's the band's name.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I thought something was on your mind. My bad. Shout out to Salvador Jimenez. Bro, don't hate on LA just because we are going to beat your team in the World Series. Don't say that, man. It's not over until it's over, baby. There goes W Key, Joey freaking options. We're taking out Prince there. Nice move. No, man, why did it cancel my DCA? We got 26s. It's showing me 75s. Y'all persuaded me to punch in a W Key, and I could not. Was that you? Oh, that's Chile Nightmare. I'm like, Assassino never hits that. I knew it was you, bro. Shout out to the Chile Nightmare. All right, here, we're posting at 88s now, Joey. Look, you know, the, what's it called? The Dallas 88, you know, he's off for a little bit because he's injured. But doesn't mean that we can't post up at 88. So we're looking for W Key. Great trend continuation on W Key. 77s, 80s now showing up, Joey. 85s, we're waiting at 88s. We need to cross a little bit more. Let's see if the bid steps in. They're not stepping in quite yet. I just saw 87 show up there on the time and sales. Alas, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer on W Key. Looking for a nice trend continuation on this one, and we'll report back to you guys. Bovin, can you look at ATCH? Bovin, you instruct and I follow, my man. No, I'm playing, of course. ATCH. I see that Nokia is headed back to the area high there, Bovin. I don't know why you're not on Nokia, my man. So ATCH, look, Bovin, you know what I mean? I don't like these ones that have pre-market highs and aftermarket highs that are trading higher than we currently are. I mean, it's a problem for me. And I've made that point clear because I don't like the bag holders that could be in and around this area. And, you know, they're substantially higher than where we are at now, so they may be looking to get out. This is the chart on ATCH. Bovin, it's going to have to get above like 57, 56 pennies for me to get involved. I just won't trade it until it clears that pre-market high. I want to really try to stay disciplined to my rules, and yeah, that's my look there. So back to W Key, looking for continuation into 88s. I'm going to be looking to add here, guys, because W Key has like that insane DNA that this one can take off. If we really get going over here. So if that's going to be the case and we're going to start squeezing maybe into triple-digit territory on the day, I want to be involved, obviously, but let's get through that 16. It's a 16.24 HOD. I'll submit to you it's really a $16 resistance level because both the prints above 16 were wicks and very, very short-lived. For the sake of it, I'm going to have to cover Nokia despite my disinclination. I want to trade this. I do like the high of the day, though, Joey, because I like sevens, and you got triple sevens right now on Nokia as the high of the day. The current candle high has a bit of a higher high than the prior candle, 774 on the 1145 candle, 777 on the 1150 candle. Look for continuation. I'd be getting out if it lost 750. So current bar low is 747, not the airplane, but the price action. So you could place your out at current bar low. You could give it to VWAP. VWAP is at 7 1/3. I want to say 733, 734, give or take. But you can see the prints there. Once we unhalted on Nokia, the buyers have been stepping in generally at 7.5, despite the fact that we wicked below it. So good luck with you guys who trade this one. I'm steering clear of it.
Ooh.
And I'll focus on some other stuff. What do you got?
Beautiful stuff. You know, it's funny. I always used to tell myself, steer clear of Palantir. But that was my old saying back in the day, and that has not been the case whatsoever. I can't believe I was trading that stock when it was like $12, $13. It's insane. It's 188
and I do
bucks
remember
now.
those days very specifically. Yeah. So you're absolutely right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, man, and I would, like, some days I would just be hammering shares on it. Again, full disclosure, take like 600 shares when it was that price, and it would just blow me out of the water because it wasn't trading that clean, and I always be like, steer clear of Palantir. But in all seriousness, let's get right back into this market, guys. The second entry on IBIT is not displaying itself. That looks to be of just a breath. A nice move off of 65, but coming right back in. No indecision prints off of those lows in order for me to get back into this trade. So we're gonna just steer clear of IBIT for now. TSLA, someone's like, Joe, why no Tesla today? We trade Tesla today. Joe trade Tesla today. So there it is. That one move didn't take the second leg like we did yesterday, but I didn't see the prints that I was specifically looking for. So that's IBIT, that's Tesla. We seen our Palantir one, and I traded one more name. What was it? PayPal.
How are Joey?
Bang. And that was that one. Again, I told you the risk profile on this one was substantially larger than what I was liking. You had to risk $3. That's going to be the low of the day. So I had to go significantly smaller than what I would like to. Don't feel bad. I owned a big chunk of SoFi at sub $6. Yeah, I know, man. Everybody has that story when they just owned a ridiculous amount of one name that's just worth substantially more than what it currently was. Excuse me.
All right.
Yeah. So, yeah, other than that, guys, FOMC tomorrow, I'm looking forward to that to see what it can do to the crypto space. Let's take a look. I know Adair went over a couple of names, but let's pull up TradingView and actually look at what Bitcoin's up to and what Ethereum is as well. We're going to head over to this the daily. It'll still show up here, but ooh, that's cash. That's cash over there, Sharif. Okay. BTC, Let's head that over. I can't tell you guys what the algo script is because you can't touch this. You're gonna have to wait for that one. But no, in all seriousness, guys, I mentioned this from before. Is this going to be the signal that turns us around and we had this previous all-time high? Maybe, possibly. What we're experiencing right now, I believe, is a breath. So as long as we stay in this sideways price movement and then we get an open up above the zone that we're currently trading in, I like our chances to head into 120 plus, especially leading into FOMC. Are we pricing that in right now? Maybe, possibly. Only time will tell, as I like to say quite often. Now, as for Ethereum, we don't want the market cap. Get that garbage out of here. We want to see the actual price of this. I mean, 4,700 was that all-time high. It doubled earlier in the year. We're still 15% off of those specific levels. April lows, let's see, actually get a little measurement of that. Let's minimize our, our algo plane, and then we'll head over there. Sorry, I'm just choking on some of my drink that I had.
Admiring his algos there.
No, it's off right now. It's on the daily. It doesn't pick up the same thing. So there it is, 211% in a span of 202 days from April. You can't complain about that whatsoever. A good look on Ethereum. Waiting for price to turn around, but what we're experiencing right now in IBIT, it's not saying otherwise. It's not prepared. Let's break this down a little bit more. So, guys, you can see that move up higher. Some healthy candles, but you can see the volume and the selling pressure step in substantially more healthy in my opinion. So you get those full closes, and then when we're rebounding, there was still selling pressure in this hammer, and look how isolated that volume print was. If that closed as a complete hammer, that would tell me, hey, there's no more selling pressure, and we're ready to skyrocket and potentially test the high of the day. But that has not been the case. Sellers have been stepping in, and so far dominating the session from an intraday standpoint, Sharif.
All right, one sec here, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a $20 super chat.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. I'm trying to do it because Assassino always does it for us. I tried, Assassino. Shout out to Paula Malone, man. Hello from South Carolina, USA. I love the Dodgers, but I would like to see your team win because I think you would appreciate it more. Blow me a big kiss for good luck on trading today. We throw you as many kisses as you want, Paula. I hope you absolutely kill it on your trading, whatever you're trading over there, even if you're not trading small cap gappers. No, I'm playing. Joey sending in the love as well. Yeah. I'm sure Neil will send his love once he comes on. I'm sure because he's a super fan, so he'll definitely appreciate your cheering on the Jays. Thank you, Paula, for that, and hope you print multiple storms on your end there. All right, Joey. It's lunchtime, Joey. Did you see the lunch back there?
I did.
You did? What do we got?
It's bolognese. Yeah. Oh. But you don't get that though. You get the chicken and salad.
Yeah, but you know that doesn't mean I can't dip my hand in a little ground beef.
You can get a little dip on there.
You see the shakshuka that we had this morning? Shakshuka.
Is that what the egg thing is?
It's actually an Egyptian dish.
I like it.
It's so jokes. When I actually saw that written shakshuka, I was like, what the hell? This is Egyptian comfort food at work for breakfast.
I was going to ask if you
sign me up.
I was going to see if you've seen your Egyptian boy fight on, there's this one Egyptian heavyweight.
Saudi?
Yeah,
he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's
a round boy.
He's round, yeah.
But he put a whooping on the other dude, so it was pretty good. He's like really the only fighder I think that we've got out of that country. I know we got a lot of
No, I think you got another guy. Is it a little guy? Yeah, he's a little guy. He's pretty good. Yeah,
is he actually?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not well versed in the world of mixed martial arts, but yeah. All right, guys, so here's what I've got on. I've got W key at the $0.25. We're looking for continuation above 16. It's a 16.24 high a day, but what I'm keeping my eye on here are the higher lows. Now, I've put a dip trade to account for where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, which is currently showing me, 15.30, maybe a little bit lower, 15.27, something like that. I'm talking about the 10 EMA on the 5. I want to get a little bit more because I want to ride trend here with W key. So that will be my first move there. Secondly, before we send it off to the big desk and then Neil's lesson of the day, I'm still holding ALTS, as you can see. We don't have too many more outs. We just got a first red candle here on ALTS at 11:55. The prior red candle in the 5-minute was 10:50. So we went almost an hour, more than an hour, what am I saying, of no red candles. Now we've got another red candle manifesting right now, the 12 o'clock candle at on the 5. And I see the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart at 270. So that's going to be my invitation to add. I'm going to look to add in and around that 270 area for another move back up. That's going to be my move on ALTS. We're going to pause for a second here, and we're going to tell you that W key is on the way to 16, Joey. There is a move into 16. We're showing 16.10s. We're waiting at the $0.25. Let's just move up a little bit more, bro. Come on. A little bit. Boom! There it is. Joseph Wilson, we take out W key through 16. Get it, Casey. There's the squeeze now on W key. 16.50 high of the day. The squeeze is coming fast and furious. Watch for a move into 17 and a possible retracement. There's 16.60, Joey. 16.64. This one's really going now. Great move here on W key. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending it over there.
Here's the NASDAQ, which is just trucking along to the upside. Great push up here for this market. And again, it's been a pretty big week. Whole bunch of earnings pre-market today and a whole bunch of deals, which we'll get into in a second. But tomorrow and Thursday, we're going to get some more excitement. I'm not even talking about Mag 7 earnings. I'm talking about Wednesday's Fed meeting, where we are expecting the 25 basis point rate cut. And then, of course, Thursday, which is going to be when President Xi of China and President Donald Trump of the U.S. are set to meet. I'm also seeing here some news on Amazon saying they're stopping a large portion of their video game development projects to refocus their resources. And I want to talk here about NVDA, a different Mag 7 name, not one that's reporting this week, but one that has their GTC event happening right now. We are set at any time now, 12 p.m. Eastern, to have the keynote speech from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, who's pictured here. Let's see what Jensen ends up saying. Now, I do want to talk about as well Microsoft, MSFT, giving back a lot of that gap to the upside, but really nice push up here pre-market after OpenAI and Microsoft, which have been embattled a little bit as of late, announced a deal including a $250 billion commitment here to Microsoft's services from OpenAI. PayPal also going to be on watch here today. PYPL had their earnings report, but before that earnings report, which is pretty well received, we also had them announce a deal with the aforementioned OpenAI. Now, last but not least, before we send you back to Neil and his lesson of the day, I do want to talk about some of the names on deck tonight. Booking Holdings, Caesars Entertainment, we've got Logitech, Enphase, Bloom Energy, Seagate, Visa, EA, Mondelez, and Cheesecake Factory. All of these and more reporting after the bell. So join Sean and myself on the market recap at 4 p.m. Eastern for all of these earnings tickers. And now, we are about to send you over to Neil, but I do want to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. Yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you, Neil, and the lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Adara. I'll use baseball analogies because we keep, it's the World Series. In baseball, you get 3 strikes, then you're out. You get 3 outs, and then the other team gets a chance to hit. There's a limited amount of times that you can go at something. That said, that's not how trading is. I mean, you have your if you're a prop trader, you have your maybe daily shutdown. If you're a retail trader, you're going to have, whatever your risk limit might be, or maybe you set your own sort of stop limit. The thing you have to keep in mind, how many times you get in and out if you're losing, let's just say, it's going to come down to how much you set those targets at. But the more important thing, realistically, comes down to what is it costing you relative to a win. So, look, I'm just going to give you an example for myself, and hopefully this will speak to it. This will speak to what I mean by risk management. Sometimes you will be wrong. Now, I'm going to count for you because anyone and their mother knows that I was shorting Intel off the prior day high. I have to show a 15-minute chart. I was shorting it off the prior day high. I was shorting it off 2 days ago, obviously. You can see it right in here. That would have been on Friday at the 41 level. And then I was shorting on the 15-minute, this wick top, and then again a wick top here on the 15. My focus, but you've got to do that along your strategies. I'm using Tesla and Intel here because you've got to compare apples to apples. Both of these were trends up where I'm looking to catch a reversion short. So I compare trend reversal trades to trend reversal trades, just like SoFi. Like SoFi went for a bottom trade, but then after that, trend reversal. That's a support trade. Trend reversal. These two, same strategy. That one and that one did not work. I compare these to buying off support, and I compare these to trend breaks. Now, in this particular case, again, just to show, 2 for 4 on SoFi. Am I flat? No. And if I ever find myself 2 for 4 on something and not green, then I know it's a fail. I shouldn't. And again, everyone has their own strategy, but to me, if you shoot 50-50 as a trader, you want to be positive. And part of that is adhering to a tight stop and allowing the runner to run. Now, it's not easy to sort of peg where the range is going to be. I find early on when it's going heavy to the downside, I'm a little bit more aggressive getting out. And when it goes to like that bottom in the middle of the day, it's a little bit better of a chance for it to get all the way into the volume weighted average price, which, by the way, you know what I do? Go into resistance. When it breaks here, hold it to the next level. That goes part and parcel for me having tight stops. I'm only getting out where it makes sense to get out. Not because I can, but because it makes sense to. Sometimes it makes sense when I can see a level where it's like, oh, there's a battle here happening. I'm not sure about it. I might make multiple decisions in. But when that is not the case and it's clean, decision, 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 decision. No need to be getting out here after that dip. Like at this point, I've trailed it out. If it breaks that out, I'm thinking VWAP all the way. That's the kind of process that can lead to consistent trading. Again, this is just myself and my own style, but having the ability to be wrong 6, 7 times and make up for it by being right once or twice without having to risk on any one trade more than you can make in a given trade or day. That's how you avoid the situations where you're down 5x a possible good day, 10x a good day, and then you're trying to battle for 2 weeks to make it back. That crushes traders. That kills traders. We often talk about the thing that limits traders or the thing that causes traders to fail more than anything else. I have looked at risk management on prop floor I was a trader for a couple of years, and then we had our own floor. So actual risk management, looking at risk, doing settlements for about 17 years. In 17 years, bar none, the number one reason traders cannot be consistently positive has nothing to do with most of the stuff. Some people can average down, some people can't. Some people like one strategy, some people like another. The style of stock you trade, none of that has anything to do with it. The number one reason is as simple as this. When I look at their settlement and P&L for the month, and I just simply isolate, what's your biggest up day, what's your biggest down day? And almost all traders that fail it, I'd say over 90% on a consistent basis, their biggest down day on a month is bigger than their biggest up day on a month. It's that simple. If you can eliminate that, that's step one. But it's not the only step, everybody. You've still got to drive the consistency, do more of what works, and be willing to get out when it's not. But that ratio is absolutely key. If you can't manage to do it, it's very, very difficult to be a profitable trader. So I'm showing you from experience in here today. You can be wrong a boatload of time, but if you manage your risk properly and ensure that across strategies you don't have to hit a ridiculously high percentage, because nobody does, then you can be a more profitable trader. At least give yourself a shot to be. A little bit long-winded. I think we're going back to Adair for some breaking news. Good luck, everybody. Come on, SoFi. Hold 30. Seriously.
It looks like we're moments away here from this NVIDIA keynote with CEO Jensen Huang. The intro video is playing. We're almost done this intro video now. It sounds like just going through tech innovations over the years. Once Jensen Huang hits the stage, take a look at the chat, take a look here at the position board. I will be putting that news headline up once Jensen Huang officially takes the stage. Back to you.
And a half.
That's crazy.
Neil just dropped that lesson after sleeping an entire 90 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because he stayed to the end of the game, and then he was the first guy here. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not. You can say that. I'm not saying that.
What do you mean? What do you got to ask if you can come back on?
Yeah, of course. Come in.
I'll be dead serious, right? Like, under normal circumstances, like, you'd have to be a blithering idiot to only sleep 90 minutes to show up to work. That being said, like, there is a method to my madness for that. I've been, again, I wear a Whoop, so I've been tracking my sleep forever.
Oh.
And one thing that I have found that I do use this to my advantage is there's 90-minute sleep cycles. So I know I generally get 4 sleep cycles, like 6 hours of sleep. That's my average. But if I'm going to get less than that, it's 4.5, 3, or 1:30. So I basically was like, okay, well, I made the decision when I was either getting 3 hours of sleep. If it goes longer, then it's either 3 hours or 90 minutes. And if it had gone to like the 20th inning, I would have been asleep. I just couldn't have. I had to get something in there.
Well,
because
yeah.
and the crazy thing about it is, I know I get called like boring that. I can't, my brain just works that way. Like everything is a process. Everything is, this is how I do it. If I can find myself like a strategy that works, whether it's sleep, whether it's trading, whatever it might be, then I'm just going to go with that, because then it makes decision making easy. Like I wasn't deciding, like, okay, got another 90 minutes to watch the game in here. And I'm not sitting here, do I fret? Do I go to sleep? Do I not? If I can find a process for something, I'm just going to do it. And yeah, it makes you a little bit robotic, but I've found over 20 years in this business, being robotic is how you stay here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You gotta find a routine and stick with it.
Find a routine. That's one thing Arun and I would talk about. That guy was a complete robot. And I'll say there's another thing, because Arun gets brought up a lot of times. Here's what I will say about Arun. I've been doing this for 20 years. Arun is the second trader that has ever left the floor. Like, okay, I'm not leaving prop trading. And his last interaction was a payout. In 20 years, 20 years, 2 traders where when they decided to leave, they got a payout and not leaving with a loss.
That's great.
2 traders. And many people call Arun a robot. That's why.
It's a good thing.
Because dude was an absolute robot. He had his system, he had a strategy, and then he just chilled out. And it's not easy to get there.
No, man.
Most people can, but that's what you're striving to get to. So again, good luck. But I am tired as you know what. Like I'm hitting the wall. And this lunch is, I mean, it's how do I say it? It's suboptimal.
Oh, he's dropping the mic there. Suboptimal. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, that's okay. Just one of the many things that Ram has
I know,
inundated us
It's like a junkyard over here.
Yeah.
Here, Ram.
Don't blame us for, your stuff over here.
We got this thing, too, that with the eyelashes. The eyelashes are falling off and everything now. And
I understand why that thing has eyelashes, bro.
Because
it's going to be like Ram's car.
Yeah, you're going to put the eyelashes.
What's that thing called again, Ram? Your car. It doesn't have a name? Bertha, big Bertha.
I think she parked that thing beside. Okay, listen. I don't want to put you on the spot here, Ramin, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Do it, Joey.
We all know you commute a little bit here. Why don't we downsize the vehicle a little bit so you're not?
Because it's hubby's vehicle, bro.
But you drive the gas guzzler? Okay, listen.
Get it, right, man.
I literally fill my tank up once every 3 weeks.
Okay.
Sharif, you're not even filling tanks up.
No,
these
baby.
days, so
we are tankless.
every
We're
3 weeks.
flying.
This is my routine. I go from home to the office, to the office to home. The gym is in the building, perfect. And guess what? If I'm playing hockey, it's down the road.
You're playing
So that's the only places where I'm really going, and I'm not driving too far. But guys, I was in IBIT once again to see if we can catch a move, but the selling pressure is starting to kick in here once again. This might just be a breath within it, and if we crack that $65 level, watch out for some more potential selling. I'm looking for that move back in towards the volume weighted average price, and have we cracked that downtrend yet? Boom, there's that to the downside, maybe possibly, but again, sellers are really, really aggressive, and I'm not loving what I'm seeing right now. So this might be our first loss of the day if we break 65, Sharif.
Okay, guys, I want to mention what we did here on W Key, because this was all sorts of insane while Neil was dropping the lesson of the day. So the trend on W Key is quite strong. So initially, of course, we got in at around 15, 16, took it all the way up to there, 16, 20. And then the breakout happened. I'm like, okay, so what are we going to do here? Looked at the time in sales, and the bid was just prohibitively strong. So got in again at 16.88, scalped all the way up into 17.25, dropped back down, held 17, added again into 17, right up into 17.5. Sadly, we didn't get the high of the day, which is 17.90, but at least we got the $0.50. It's coming in a little bit now. I want to see does at around 16 to 16.5. The reason is this area of previous resistance right there, that's 16.25. But as we spoke about the closing prints all south of that $16 area. Now, whether it makes it down there, an entirely different story. I'm talking about W Key, guys, up 55%, very strong. And you can just kind of see the characteristic of a name. They don't always have to be spready, but they have to have that kind of that spurt in them where all of a sudden, they're trading at $16.50. In seconds, they can be at $17, where the buyers step in super aggressively and just take out all the sell orders. And that repeats with these names. Like we saw it when it was trading at 15. We saw it really once it broke 16, because then it started squeezing aggressively almost up to 18. So W key in focus for me. How I get in is going to be based upon previous area of resistance. Again, I'm talking about that 16.25 to 16. Let's see what it does in and out of that area. You don't have to have a dip trade, by the way, at that area. You can allow it to come down. You don't have to have the best price, because typically with these ones, they're going to continue to run. You don't have to have the best price. Let it confirm before you do that. All right, Assassino. And now for some very exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro, guys, by Global X Canada, that they are Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to many different things. The S&P, TSX 60, the semiconductors, U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. They're dropping the management fees down to 65 basis points all until New Year's Eve of this year. Yes, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. factored focused strategies, I should say, use currency hedging. They're offering the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to W key over here as it zigs. It zags, Joey, a little bit above 17, a little bit below. It's currently above the prior bar. The prior bar that closed at 12.15 has a low of 16.57. This current bar has a low of 16.66. So let's see if we can make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, as well as hold higher lows. The prior candle high is 17.25. So if we print anything above 17.25, that is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and we'll see what we execute at that level there. We're going to the big desk.
Keep an eye here at RGTI and any of these quantum names. A little bit of movement here on Rigetti. We did have Jensen Huang during this keynote speech just say that they're going to be having some announcements related to quantum throughout the day, and just in general kind of mentioning quantum here. And the CUDA library, which includes something called Q Quantum. So either way here, RGTI on watch. Quantum certainly up for discussion here at this NVIDIA GTC Washington 2025 event. Back to you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, as always, for that. Adara, Amazon continuing to climb higher. NVDA did break through the volume-weighted average price. Would I love to be in at 65.05? Absolutely, but that's not the case. We're in at the top end of the range, and this is going to be some key levels that we need to punch through. You can see the continuous rejection of it. Now, do we have any heavy sellers? Any heavy sellers? Not that I'm seeing right now. The one that Neil picked up yesterday was phenomenal. And then once that was lifted, you've seen Bitcoin start to climb a little bit higher. We took a look at the options chain earlier in the session, and someone said, Joe, why aren't you looking at SPY? Why aren't we looking at SPY? Well, we can take a look at it right now for you. Okay. A nice hammer candle off of those lows. I'll go ahead and pick this up, but we are rejecting the volume-weighted average price, so keep that in mind. Lower high, not too good of a look, but one thing to note is keep an eye on the volume profile and see what that is telling you. If this continues to cool off, maybe you can get buyers step right back in, and then you get that move north, but you're going to need some of the other names to participate. And I'm talking about NVDA. We're going to need Meta to start to pick things up. What has XLF been up to? That's the financial sector there, Sharif.
Okay.
Ooh, taking it on them. Yeah, boom. We haven't. Yeah, you got that in the LT.
Well, what's that look on
the daily? Yeah, it's phenomenal. Yeah, you buy it, right? I think at this point you just buy it here in this consolidation. Grab some at 51s and everything.
People talking about JPM being possibly the next Trilly.
Yeah, I mean, why not? What's the market cap right now on?
I'm just saying. I'm not calling it. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, if
835, Joey. We're not that far away.
So what is that? That's going to put JPM probably at what we're trading at.
306 and
306. So what? 350, 375.
Something like that. Yeah, we can do the calculation.
Something along those lines. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. JPM is that guy, and it is that bank. So shout out to Jamie Dimon and
company. You see the new building they have in Midtown? Midtown, not where I live, of course.
Yeah. I was going to say JPM.
Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah, really, you guys aren't welcome around here. TD.
Have you seen this thing though?
No, is it?
No, you got to look at it. It's next level.
It's crazy.
Billions of dollars to build this thing, bro.
So that's why they got to put everything onto the blockchain and become a little bit more efficient.
Yeah. Well, your boy Jeremy over there, he's all about that life.
He is apparently.
Yeah, I know. Everybody now.
Yeah,
well, to be fair, so is the Fakester. Larry Fink obviously was crapping all over Bitcoin for a decade, and all of a sudden he's like, and he said it, bro. He's like, hey, I can change my opinion. I can learn.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what both of them did, really.
Quite frankly, I don't think they had a choice. Joey kept going higher and higher and higher. They're missing the boat. So that's the way that works there. All right, guys. Couple of different things to update you on. ALTS pulling back into the 20, so we're basically all exhausted out of shares, adding into the 20, looking for the move back into 70s. Where do we add there? We added at 67, is not a bad add, looking for the beak wet at 72, keeping an eye on that one. Then I want to remind you guys, FGL. This one's holding the volume weighted average price, but it's also holding trend, which is a series of lower highs. So what I've done is I've based my entry, which is long, based upon breaking the prior bar high. Okay, so it will have to be a green candle and close as a green candle for me to weasel in. Okay, so that's my look there on FGL. I don't want to be quick to punch into this one at random levels. I see your comment, Chef Joe, as well as Joseph Birch Music, but we got to do something here. I promise I'll answer once we're back.
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, but Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. That's Neil's lesson. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits, no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your evaluation. So shout out to Jamaica. Hope everyone's good over there. It's a Cat 5, okay, man. Bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I don't want to say anything because I know you got family there. But Brenda was showing me a picture.
Oh, it's destroyed.
So you couldn't. No. That's not what I mean at all. It was like a satellite image of the storm and the eye of the storm, and then you can't see the land.
Yeah.
So what someone did was they just drew out the land. You can't see because the clouds are covering it.
Yeah.
The size of the storm is like 2 times the size of the island, bro.
Yeah, no, it's big.
It's terrifying, man. And I wish everybody's okay there.
But good thing though, it's a little bit different. Obviously how houses are built. You use brick and stone, right? You don't use wood or anything along those lines over there. Otherwise, it would just get destroyed by the heat and obviously all the storms. So yeah, I mean, the ones that are built, they're built strong. But the half houses, those ones struggle a little bit, obviously with the tin. I told you for the longest time going to my dad's house, as he was just building it throughout the years, we only had 1 floor, and then it was just a bunch of metal sheets until the 2nd floor. So about like 5-6 years, we were just hanging out with like a half floor. No, it was good times.
Egypt's like that too, bro. Just cut the crap.
You have all those half-built houses.
I just got to, before we go to Dara Assassino, Nokia's going here, guys. Here we go again on Nokia. I lied. I said I wouldn't trade it. I absolutely lied. Bold-faced lie. There it goes into the area highs. Katina, man, 780 now area high on NOK. Adara.
Maybe why Nokia actually just moved there, because NVIDIA, we already know NVIDIA investing that $1 billion there in Nokia. Now Jensen Huang talking about this once again, saying that they have this large partnership here with Nokia. Again, Jensen Huang discussing the company's previously announced Nokia investment. Back to you.
Here it's go. Baby, here we go. We are at the high. We're waiting at 88s. 86 is showing up. Some profit taking to be expected in the mid 80s. So keeping an eye on this one. Seller at 86. 87s now, Katina, man. Can we get up into 88? Sell it to CD. Hope you get better, brother. Waiting here for the print. Nothing doing as we drop back down into the mid 80s. Is he back? Oh, well, you couldn't tell by the score yesterday, Katina, or the day before. But you know what? It's okay. Denver's a really good team, 6-2. So we'll take that one. All right, continuing to watch here on NOK, zigging and zagging at 780, looking for the continuation into 88s. We still have a few shares, so we'll take out a little bit over here to de-risk. Show me 82s, 83s again, as the sellers are stepping in here in the mid 80s. So try not to take out too much too quickly, but trying also not to get caught on a retracement to the downside. So we'll continue to watch as Nokia's price action develops. Again, 788 high on that bad boy. Did I get in to my FGL trade? Not quite yet, so we'll just continue to watch that one. We're printing, though, on the move back up into ALTS. So here's the deal. Nokia coming into my area over here. I've got 69.5 long, 72 showing up here, Joey. Anything below my entry, we're going to flatten out. Hopefully we don't have to, because then it's going to trend up back into the 80s, and then hopefully we'll get that 88 print. But we're a lot closer to getting stopped out than we are at 88, so we'll flatten out there. Let's quickly look, though, at our other trade here on ALTS. Not sure why I didn't get the print there at 72s. That's okay. We add at 68s because we were kind of exhausted out of shares, looking for this one to trend right back up into that 80 penny area. But we're going to have to keep a close eye now on Nokia because this thing is all sorts of strong, and we need to know a little bit more data, Joey. It's been a hot minute, of course, since we've traded Nokia, so let's go ahead and pull up some data on the name. What is the short float on NOK? Let's find out over here, and then we'll get days to cover as well, and then we can ask it exact. What? No way. 0.81%. That's crazy. How is that 0.81%? That's nuts. How's that possible? That's it? Okay, I figured it would definitely be a lot more short than that. Maybe because everybody just shorted it into oblivion. Where is it at on the daily over here? Dude, this can't be right. This can't be right.
What's it saying?
I don't know. You think that this price action here, you're only seeing 0.81% short? I don't know about that. We'll have to double check that, but yeah.
Okay.
Here's what I'm looking at, guys. Like, you're telling me that this is a 0.81% short float. Look at the monthly Look at the monthly candles on this.
Oh my day, Shreve. Oh, Shreve, brother.
Just hold on for a second over here. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't believe that data point for a second. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, what do you got?
Yeah, all right, guys. There's IBIT starting to move back in towards the volume weighted average. You can see we're posted up at 65.35 to see if we can catch a fill there. Boom. Oh, okay. So volume Joey? Really stepping in to Bitcoin right now. Oh my God, I would love the market's going absolutely nuts right now. I don't know what happened in the SPY in the lit, bro. Yeah, he's mad lit. There goes Bitcoin. I have to take a little bit more off there. Something came in. I can't even hit the buttons fast enough at this point here.
Hit them, Joey.
On IBIT. Bang. There's another fill. Love being a part of these price spikes. I don't know what happened in SPY. Let's pull it up fantastic. Here. Enough of this here. Let's talk about it. Volatility in. That was genuine there, Shreve. Okay. Boom, all the way up to 688. Price skyrocketed. So being on the right side of some of these moves is absolutely phenomenal. But this is big time. There's something. Adair's going to bring it to us as soon as she finds out. She's looking. But with those types of volume spikes, there definitely has to be something preceding that.
As of right now, there is nothing. I will keep you guys posted. I'm still looking.
What is the current?
Okay, thank you. She's going to keep us posted. But there goes Bitcoin. We're going to continuously piece this one out here, guys. I have 50% remaining of this position. Let's take another 10 out here. Bang, what a big time move. Let's try to catch this fill. Ooh, starting to sell aggressively here. I'm really curious if anybody knows strikes in Gaza, some people are saying.
Why would that make the market go up?
I have no idea. Strikes.
Back down.
Yeah, now it's back down. So that's not good. Palantir starting to sell aggressive. Joey. Bitcoin continuing to move higher. Adara.
Really, the only news here, as I said, is that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang announcing that Nokia partnership, which we already kind of knew the company was having, the company itself announcing it earlier. Looks like a lot of these stocks are kind of falling back to where they were prior to that spike. I always check through social first and foremost when we see these spikes without news, and Trump hasn't posted in like 45 minutes, so likely not related to that either. Now, one thing to be aware of, now apparently I'm seeing this Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump and President Xi are going to be discussing lowering China tariffs for fentanyl crackdown. So again, Trump and Xi reportedly going to be announcing lowering China tariffs for that fentanyl crackdown. I want to mention as well here something I'm seeing with regards to geopolitical news, just seeing that Netanyahu of Israel has apparently ordered the military to carry out a powerful attack in Gaza. I've been seeing that for about 15 minutes, though. But just to let you guys know, geopolitical tensions very much still in existence here. Back to you.
Thank you, Darwin. Darwin saying the exact same thing as well, too, guys. So a big-time move. Shreve, did you happen to catch anything on that price?
I don't trade the market, brother. It doesn't. Either small cap gappers.
Tariffs. I thought we made.
No, Joey. They march to the beat of their own drum.
Yeah. See if you can catch a little bit of love on that side. So
there goes Nokia, guys.
There goes Nokia. Tell them what you got there, Shree.
Chia. Remember that one?
No.
You don't remember chia?
No.
That's crazy.
No.
You don't know that animal that you get?
Oh, the chia pets?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Chia.
No, but no, I don't remember.
Okay,
Did you ever have a Furby? Or were you too old for that at that point?
Absolutely not, brother.
You're too old?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm not really a fan of these.
You didn't have a Tamagotchi or anything?
I didn't.
Oh,
even though that was my time. That was my time. So
yeah.
I do know about them. What's that? A Labubu?
But the Labubu doesn't do anything now.
Bro, I know what the Labubus are, Katina, man, but I have feelings about them. I just don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So we're just going to keep quiet about it. Get it, Katina, man. The Katina man's printing you, short or long. He's losing the money with the Labubus because the Katina crew. You see that comment on the gram, by the way? I called the Katina crew. Yeah, well, check it out, Katina man. Yeah, shout out to the Katina crew who's taking Katina man's money buying Labubus. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Adair.
Jensen talking here about quantum now. RGTI pushing sharply to the upside, basically saying that, talking about quantum here. He's also mentioning TMUS, or at least NVIDIA is. T-Mobile, NVIDIA apparently beginning in 2026 will have T-Mobile conduct field testing of advanced AI RAN technologies. And again, in case people missed that news, for that pop in the market, basically Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump and Trump of U.S., Xi of China, are set to discuss lowering China tariffs for the fentanyl crackdown. Now, apparently, that would cut these 10% tariffs for these fentanyl precursors that cut them in half. So from 20% to 10% there. Back to you.
I like that. I really.
You know
like
what,
that.
Joey? I kind of like this because let's be real about it, okay?
Yeah.
The precursors for fentanyl are ever changing. If once you block a certain chemical, the chemists come up with another one. The cartel. Let's just call them the cartel chemists. Okay. They come up with another one, and China's wise to that. They'll block the older precursors, Joey, but they won't be as quick to block the new ones, even though they know about them. And the reason is just cut the crap, bro, because it has a way of influencing, the United States through. By not blocking.
So it's like some geopolitical warfare.
Well, of course, bro. Right? Of course. I mean, we'd be super naive not to think that. So I want to see this because. Do you think
China has?
We're seeing way too much of this stuff here, dude. I mean, you live downtown. I don't have to tell you.
Oh, brother.
But the amount, and here's what the other thing is. I was watching a documentary. You know that. Let's just be real about it.
Yeah.
Now, fentanyl is overtaking cocaine in North America as the drug of choice. Not so in Europe. So fentanyl is making the move in this area in a way that we really haven't experienced before.
Really?
Bro.
It's overtaking.
Overtaking coke in popularity.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And China has the ability to control that.
Do you think China has the same type of drug problems that we do have here in the Western world?
I don't know the answer
They
to
probably
that.
wouldn't
I just know
disclose
that the precursors come from their factories. That's the truth. So it's ugly. All right, guys, we're continuing to watch Nokia, 788 HOD. We've got that HOD right now. It's showing me lower highs. So 750, I'm a buyer in that level. Reason being, price action support at 750. The 10 EMA is at 750. VWAP is at 750. Let's see if it makes its way down. If it makes its way down to 750, I'm interested. If it doesn't, I'm not. Simple as that. What else we got over here? FGL. We got back into this one because it started holding trend again. Held VWAP. Now it's zigging and zagging over here. Okay, so we already got stopped out of that one. So we'll give back a little bit there on FGL, but still positive on it. Let's see if it holds up that 50 penny area. And if it gets back above 55, where I see some resistance, I'm interested. But BYND is losing the bid in a hurry over here. I know you're laughing. I'll give you just a chance.
Yeah.
But this one started straddling VWAP from the sell side. So it was using VWAP as resistance. That could have been your first guess that it was going to lose $2. But the blood now, dripping down there vis-a-vis the red candle on BYND as it drops into that 190 area, being bought up a little bit now, but it is south of 2. Be careful with BYND if you're holding these longs. It could be going back, Joey, to that closing print yesterday at $1.80.
Good stuff there. All right, KC, $10 super chat.
KC.
Thank you very much. Yeah, she said you're a trading friend, so you guys are obviously from time. You guys have she used other terms, but in all seriousness, guys, awesome day. Prayers up for Jamaica,
yes,
Joe and his family.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean those guys. I mean my family's probably going to be doing all right. They got the house. They probably got a heap of the devil's lettuce in there, and
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It's a mountainous country, right?
Yeah.
Well,
there's mountainside. Yeah.
So, like, if you go in the interior, are you more safe than, like, generally because you can go to higher land?
But I think higher land would be bad. Worse.
You think so?
Yeah.
I was thinking the storm squalls and
I don't know, man. I never lived in hurricane. In hurricane land, but I think higher land in a hurricane might be the bad. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, those guys are probably going to be doing okay. They got a bunch of Appletons there, the Devil's Lettuce. They'll be all right, man.
Yo, dark rum is the best rum. The best rum.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of white rum. Adira.
Yeah. Okay, so NVIDIA just announced apparently a partnership with the Department of Energy to build 7 new supercomputers. We know AMD yesterday with an announcement with the Department of Energy tie-up to build 2 supercomputers. NVIDIA out here saying, hey, the Department of Energy is partnering with us to build 7 supercomputers. That's right, NVDA pushing higher here on that 7 supercomputer deal. RGTI was on watch here, pushing a little bit higher with some quantum news. Apparently, NVIDIA is going to be having 17 quantum computing companies supporting NVQ. To my knowledge, or from what I've heard here, they haven't named them yet. But either way, NVIDIA did unveil that NVQ link, which is going to be a way to connect quantum computers with NVIDIA's GPU. So again, some quantum announcements, and NVIDIA announcing here a 7 supercomputer tie-up here with the Department of Energy. Back to you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we go. We're at 784 to 788 high day on NOK. It looks like it's going to take it out, but it wasn't without bamboozlement. Look at the prior candle on the 5. It's a candle of indecision, and this current candle breached the low of the prior candle. So if you were basing your out on prior candle low, you've been stop hunted. And here we go, getting bought up, looking like it wants to test $8. NOK about 23% in Greensville right now. A little bit off the highs, and by a little bit, I'm talking literally 6 pennies. Having trouble, though, with the mid to low 80s over here, at least for the time being. 788 high, current new 5-minute candle open with a much higher low. Can it make a higher high, though? 85s, Joey, showing up. Are we going to take out 88s? I'm going to get in. I'm in here for an 88 takeout. We're going to post at 89, showing 90, showing 85 again. So the seller at 85 is a staunchy little bugger. We can't shake him. 86, 87 now showing up. There goes Nokia. We're 1 penny off the high of the day. Now we are at the high. 88s. Is that same seller going to step in here who was stepping in before? Nope. He got taken out. 90s now. Watch the retracement now as people take profits at the high of the day. Totally normal. Just we don't want the shorts to participate in the profit taking, so we have the double the amount of short selling into the low, and then we end up getting stopped out. So now 790, we're showing 91s now, 791 high. Let's see how high we can get. I'm assuming we're going to get into 8. Boom! We take out that order, Joe SS options. We're going to post that 98 as well, looking for a move into 8.
Beautiful stuff there, guys. All right, yeah. So Bitcoin continuing to sell here. We got that pipe. We got that that pump there. Fortunate enough to participate in it, but now starting to be met with some aggressive selling. Inverted hammer candles at the volume weighted average price, which is not good whatsoever, but we'll stick with the flow. If it comes back to our break even, we have 50% remaining of that previous position, and we're going to post up at, I think it's around 47s that we're looking at, 65, 47. Keep an eye out on this here. That's going to be slightly alarming. As from a daily perspective, guys, you can see that we have that gap up, a little bit more of a move to the downside than we'll see what we can do. I've already bought a bunch of contracts. I'm in 4 to be exact, leading into tomorrow. If we can get any form of a pop, then that's going to be fantastic. And if that's the case, leading into the weekend, we might get a new move. I'm not going to say all-time high, but a move up into the 20s is what we're looking for. But NVDA by tomorrow might hit an all-time high. 195.67 is that previous marker right there. Could we see 200? I said to multiple individuals, NVDA 200 by the end of the year. We're less than...
Katina, man. Tell us how you really feel, Katina, man.
It's not above that.
Katina, man, hold on, brother. You got to say. I said this a long time ago. So what I'm getting at is we're almost there.
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, easily.
Brother, we're like $6. We're $5
from that, right?
We're
so easily, but anything can happen.
About it.
So I think that we see. Okay, I'll change it. It's not end of the year. By the end of November, we might see. I think we do see 200. Come on, all right, because the second week of November, I'm going to give myself a little bit of time.
Here, how about we do this? Why don't we say when it hits 5 trillion? So right now, Joseph, 4.734.
Well, I don't
Dude,
know
we
what
just
the price.
hit 4 trillion.
Yeah.
What the hell is this company?
I don't know,
it's
man.
Pissing me off.
Yeah, you own it though.
I
don't
own
you?
it, but
So
I
then-
own like not as much as you would want, of course. And
You
I've
want
never
as much
added.
of this thing as you
It's been a
possibly
pre-split,
can.
and I haven't had it.
Oh yeah, you've had it. You've had it
pre-split, bro.
pre-split
Yeah,
there.
man,
So
and I
shout
haven't
out.
sold I haven't
Katina
sold
Man's
one
had
share.
a pre-split as well too.
Yeah,
I will
Katina
never
Man's got
sell
it,
a
yeah.
share of this name ever.
I was telling Brendo today, though. I think NVIDIA is going to be one of the most vicious shorts ever because I don't see this mode as being defensible. Okay, whether it's the Chinese, whether it's other companies who eat into their margins or even outperform them in GPUs, I don't see this as a defensible mode in the next decade. I just don't.
Oh, yeah?
I think that, yeah, absolutely. I think they get disrupted both in terms of quality and in margins. But hey, never try to bet against the market because you're going to get wiped out.
You might get
You're not
wiped
going to
out.
see me short this thing in my long term, but I think this is going to be one of the most brutal shorts ever.
I would never short anything
No, I'm
in
not
the
shorting
LT.
that thing. Are you kidding me?
No, you can't short anything. Maybe like I don't actually know. I
Bro,
don't
you
even think
can't
that
have
bad.
mid 70% gross margins for a product and don't think that people are not going to be gunning for you. They're going to be gunning for you because they're going to want to take what you got.
And
You know what I'm
start
saying?
charging cheaper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're going to want to eat into your margins.
Yeah,
They're just
yeah.
absolutely going to want everything that you have, and their eye's going to be on your plate. You know what I mean?
You think Lisa Sue's licking her lips right now?
Everybody's licking their lips,
chops?
bro.
Yeah.
Everybody. We saw Qualcomm throw their hat into the ring yesterday, did we not?
Yeah.
With their A-series processor.
Only the only other side of that is
Go ahead, Katina, man.
they said the same thing about Tesla. Like Tesla's margins are shrinking every minute. It's at all-time highs.
Because it's got a
right now,
different mode,
Tesla.
Katina, man. It's got the robotics. It's
Yeah,
got
but
the
NVIDIA
FSD.
has
What do they
NVIDIA.
got?
What do they have? They have chips that nobody else can produce.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying the same thing. People said the same thing about Tesla 10 years ago, right? No one's even caught up to Tesla. Tesla's at 52 all-time highs.
But again, I feel it's a little bit of a different story, Katina, man, with Tesla. That's just my opinion because they've got new...
But Tesla's just one example. I mean, Amazon's another example. Any mega cap name.
That's fair,
if we think NVIDIA is going to crash, then get your money right now into a mattress. Like, get ready for Bitcoin 20,000 if NVIDIA crashes.
Fair enough.
That's crazy.
We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye here on HPE. HPE seems to be the universal winner of these Department of Energy supercomputer stories. We know yesterday AMD confirmed they would be working with HPE on that project with the DOE. Now we have NVIDIA, of course, their supercomputer announcement. Looks like HPE is going to benefit from this one as well, or at least it's viewed to be beneficial here for HPE. So again, keep an eye on Hewlett-Packard. Seems to be the, I guess, mutual beneficiary of any of these supercomputer Department of Energy announcements. Again, this is the second one in less than 24 hours. Yesterday, AMD with 2 supercomputers. Now today, NVIDIA with 7. Back to you.
All right, we're trading at $8 right now on NOK. That is exactly the HOD right now. There's a seller at 99s, a seller at 8s. Let's see exactly whether we can break this level or not. There's a prohibitively large hidden seller at $8, but we're seeing more come in on the gateways. There's 801, so we took out that seller. 802, Joey. Nokia's on the rampage to the high side. It's got 27% under its wings in Greensville right now. Let's see exactly where we could get in. I like this 780 area if it does lose 8. I like the mid 80s, even possibly the low 80s as well, given that this candle over here defended that 80 penny level. That is, of course, predicated on it losing 8. Let's see exactly what Nokia has to offer. We'll be in and out of this name multiple times. Let's see if it pops up, Joey, and maybe works its way up into that $10 area. We never really know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, guys, we're still sitting in the same position here. Let's see if we can catch a move up to that target that we're looking at. We haven't sold off. We're getting another indecision print off of those lows. So a bit of defense going on here, and I like seeing that because the Qs are climbing higher, SPY's climbing higher, NVDA looks absolutely phenomenal, and Meta is looking pretty good as well too, guys. So a lot across the board working out for us. I mean, bang, there we go, Katina, man. What did you just trade and hit there? Okay, he's averaging up there into the long. I mean, this thing's looking phenomenal. He's in TQs. Katina, man, it's crazy that the TQs are almost 120 bucks. Remember trading this thing at like $20, $30, and there you go, continuing to climb higher. I'm just pulling some things up here because I want to read over a couple. But yeah, let's wait for that fill. Unfortunately, Google has not been that good today. There was potential longs off of some of this buying pressure at the lows, but it's been a slow curl over, and you can see the downwards pressure within the volume-weighted average price. So just keep that in mind. I think this can be the push. Let's see if we can catch this fill, Sharif. The strength's starting to pick up, and on the lower time frames, you're starting to see that increase as well, too. So let's go Bitcoin. Did you absorb enough liquidity in order for us to push higher? I think so. I like our targets. I like where we have those posted up, so be patient on that front. Wow, NVDA up to 195.27. Who's up off of those lows? Yeah, wow, is right. Come on, give us that feel today, bro. Might hit 200 today, brother. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. The 195, yeah, that's what I have roughly as well. Bang, and we caught that fill on Bitcoin. Look at the volume pickup on the 1 minute time frame. I'm waiting for the green light to go over to Adara, but first, let's do this, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Take a little bit more off on Bitcoin. Pew. There we go. Adara, talk to us.
Significant volume spike and price spike here for Western Union. WU by far, this is the largest volume candle in the day. And what happened here is Wall Street Journal reported that the bank is planning to launch a USD-backed stablecoin or token here called USDPT on Solana in the first half of 2026. So again, Wall Street Journal reporting that WU is hard at work on a stablecoin. Another stock to watch here could potentially be CRCL or even COIN on this news, guys. Back to you.
Okay, taking out $8 like it doesn't even matter. 8.10 now. The high of the day is at zigs and zags. Look, man, it's thickly traded. We've done almost 200 million shares, and quite frankly, the volume only really came in at 11.45. Take a look at that price spike up. That's real print right there. 11.45. We were doing very little in terms of volume prior to that. That volume bar there. How many shares did we do there, Joe? Let's find out. We did 44 million shares in one 5-minute candle, the one at 11.45, 44 million shares. So of that 193, 44 was done in one 5-minute candle there. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. What else I got? I had some stuff to update on. I got back into Lung. LUNG, I got back into this one. It's holding VWAP, starting to put some higher highs. So I like my chances with this one. Anything below that 222, so 2 low 20s, I'm out. I'm talking about the candles there that breached VWAP at 12.05 and 12.10. These candles right here, they get me out of the trade if it loses VWAP. Separately, we're still holding ALTS into 70. It's holding the 20 EMA on the 5, but it's not exactly rocketing up. In fact, it's actually making lower highs. So I need to be alive to that as well. So the area high is at 11.55, and then we popped up into 274. Into that 274 level, and we'd make another high. So I am on the lookout now for ALTS to be pulling back in a bit here, Joey. If it pulls back in, we're going to flatten out below 265.
Beautiful stuff.
You need to walk in all angry with your arms and have like beers. Have
the beers going.
The ringside assistant throw you beers while you're in the top rope.
I get a dare to throw me a beer or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whoa.
I can't go home stinking like alcohol, man. That's so good.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a dare to throw us a couple beers. Ram, because there it goes. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher. Guys, sorry, I don't want to like scream at the top of my lungs because then my head will just pretty much explode at this point. So there it is. Bang. Yeah, we got migraine issues over here, Katina, man. So there it is. Yeah, IBIT off of those lows.
He said no. Yeah.
What's that? No what?
The Advils. I told you Katina Man had Advils.
Oh, no, I had some this morning. I had some this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So as for IBIT, guys, there it is. Another move to the top side. Let's go. This is a big time. This is exactly what we're looking for. And I told you guys, I'm kind of, I mean, it's not anything crazy. I have 4 contracts. Leading into FOMC this week. I like it a lot. It's either it's going to work or it's not. That's the name of the game, but we're looking to put up some size and some nice returns here leading into the end of the year. But are we going to catch a fill at 65.65? Is this tariff talk going to be enough for Bitcoin to head into that 120? Well, guess what's after 120? 125. And then after that, I think it's going to be a new all-time high on IBIT. But it's been a fantastic, it's been a pretty good day, Shreve. I can't complain.
BMNR.
What is BMNR doing?
Where is it at, Joey?
It must pop. I didn't even look at ETHA today.
We're $1 out of the money on that one.
What is that, 53?
53.5.
That's not
we're
bad.
in at 54.5.
Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. What's ETHA up to?
Let me find out. ETHA,
boom,
Joey, it's
boom,
at 31.25 right now.
Yeah.
It's Joker, bro.
Garbage, man. No, obviously, we like Ethereum. I own it in the long term for sure, and I was swinging it earlier in the days, in the summer, that is. I mean, it's going to take a little bit more for it to get going, I think. Bitcoin is the king of the crypto space, and I think it most definitely will remain that. I would be surprised if Ethereum comes anywhere close to it from a value standpoint. But Tom Lee, 16,000, 25,000, he's obviously bullish on it. But what we like about BMNR is the successful treasury. Those guys are printing over 100 million in cash a year just off the yield, which is phenomenal. And that's why we like Ethereum, because you can stake it.
Yeah, that's obviously very clear.
Yeah.
And the contracts aspect of it, very interesting.
Smart.
To me
Obviously, there's so much going. I think it's going to take a while for it to get moving. I told you guys that banks, they're slow at adopting it. But if they find that it's going to be extremely more efficient, then they're most definitely going to do it.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Now, when it ends up happening,
I mean,
your guess is as good as mine. That's why I'm holding ETH in the long term. I'm not even looking at the price of ETH every day.
No.
If it ends up going to zero, then we've made a mistake.
You actually bought the actual token, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you should stake that bad boy.
How do I do that?
I'll show you. You should be able to do it. Yeah, I'll show you how to do that. So you can catch a little yield on the side. Bang, bang. Sharif.
I wouldn't mind doing that at all, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Me as well. If you're not doing anything with it. So
hold on. Is it like similar to allowing your shares to be borrowed short?
Yeah, kind of. But you're going to get not really necessarily.
No? Okay.
It's more or less. Yeah,
it ties them up.
It ties it up. Yeah, it ties it up. So again, but you can get it back, obviously.
Yeah. But if you allow your shares to get borrowed short, you can't obviously sell them at that point because
no, you don't have possession of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Each his own.
Yeah, man, I got to do more into this. That's what you're supposed to do with your ETH, says Ichiro. Yeah, I mean, Joey's been telling me about this for a long time. I just haven't pulled the trigger, quite frankly. So I know about it, just haven't done anything about it. Guys, let's. Okay.
Sorry, can I cover one? Do you have a breakout there?
No, it's not a breakout.
So Jeffrey Cardoza, I own IBIT, but not actual BTC. How much are they cutting me out on the gains? There is, so the tracking error, it's supposed to be really, really close. But what Havana Woody sent me a long time ago, and what I'm going to compare to this previous all-time high, it's really, really small. Will it make a difference in an extended period of time? A little bit. And yes, I'm going to come back to you with a better answer. But the tracking error on IBIT is the best that you're going to get. But there will be a little bit of a latency, I don't know, if essentially what I'm looking for, loss over an extended period of time. It's nothing substantial, but just keep that in mind.
Interesting. Thank you, Tom Train. Tom saying, Sharif, no, it's not like letting them borrow short. It does lock them for a few days if you want access to sell them. That's not really an issue for me, brother, because I'm not looking at selling them. So I don't think that that's really going to dissuade me at all from staking. Thank you for the explanation there. I probably obviously have to do my homework if I'm going to get involved in something like that. I got to know all the ins and outs. But I appreciate you guys bringing this to my attention, man. It's great to have the community and bounce off ideas. The Katina, man, bouncing eyes. We're going back and forth about NVIDIA, and I love this, man. If just have one type of thinking, you're gonna be quite one-dimensional in how you see things. So I couldn't be happier to be here and to be able to bounce ideas off you guys as well as the crew every single day. That's the way it is there. All right, guys, Lung, L-U-N-G. First of all, I gotta read what the OG Darwin said. Trump says he likes Elon Musk again after Tesla CEO, quote, stupid moment criticizing president from a few minutes ago. I love this, man. All right, so I guess the bromance is back. Joey.
Yes, sir.
And you saw the costume that I'm looking at today,
Yeah,
right?
I don't want to tell anybody.
Don't tell anybody, Joey, but it's going to be good. Now, that's only half the costume, though. We got to complete the other half.
You're doing the other
half is the half I'm having trouble with.
Did you find that thing?
No, I can't find any.
Yeah. But why don't you get it? Why don't you get it off of where we had? Remember when we did Obi's grad party and we got all the things from it?
but that's not going to come in time. It's got to be like next
Yeah,
day delivery because it's Friday, right?
That's true, that's
a bunch
true.
of stuff that I did find, but they're not. They're all like November deliveries. What am I going to do?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You might just have to go with the one.
Might just have to do it. All right.
Or just make your own, buy a blank T-shirt. Oh, there's a T-shirt shop right there.
I can make it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's so simple.
Yeah, there's one right there.
This is why you're around, bro. 'Cause you got the ideas,
Yeah,
my
there's
boy.
one right there, brother.
Yeah, that's the easiest one actually to make.
Yeah,
Thank you for that. All right. All right, that's problem solved.
Yeah.
All right, guys, LUNG, we're back in at 31. We already wet the beak at 35. It showed me 38s. That's where we're waiting. It's got to cross LUNG, holding VWAP nicely, and it's starting to do that curl. Now, we did have trouble with this one at 240, so let's not get too excited now. We got to clear that 240 level in order to have an attempt at that high of the day, 253. There goes my print. Now we're showing 39s. Let's go ahead and set up now at 43s, but it looks like people are taking profit because down we go again. I'm talking about LUNG, guys. Looking for this one to curl back up into that $0.50. It's been good to me today, and it's up 52% and holding technical levels, so I don't have a problem with this one. But let's cut the crap. Let's bring it right back to NOK, because this one is right back to $8 again and about 7 pennies off the day's highs. Now, look, NOK is not that big of a move today. We're only about 27%. But for a name that has been, doing very little lately, this is not such a bad thing. I'm just really surprised about the short interest on this. Perplexity's telling me less than 1% short. IB saying almost none, apparently, according to you guys in the chat. So I don't know what to make of this, man. I kind of don't believe it. And the amount of selling up here is just ridiculous at $8, unless shorts are getting super aggressive with this $8 level, or people are taking profits. I mean, I don't understand why we're having such trouble with 8. But the fact of the matter is, we've got a double bottom here, generally around the fifth of a dollar. It looks like we're holding up in the mid-80s. 2 candles so far have held up in the mid-80s, but both have had trouble clearing $8. There goes LUNG, Joseph, into the area high again, and we get the print at 45. Good look now. Now we're going to set up north of 50. We'll post up at 49 and see if we can take that bad boy into the high of the day of 253. Back to NOK, as this one again is right back above 8. Yeah, man, I don't know how to execute here, quite frankly. I don't know how to do this safely. Now, I know that there's a range here between 8 to 7 low 80s. Let's say 7 mid 80s. 785 seems to be the buyers are stepping in, and we know the sellers are stepping in and around 8. So obviously the first thing that stands out to me is we'll get in mid 80s, right? Because that's where the buyers are stepping in. All right, so we can give it another opportunity there. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up in the mid 80s. If it retraces back into that level, we'll get involved. We'll go ahead and wait at 87s. Just maybe so we can ensure the print there if it does drop down. And we'll see if we can, drop back down, pick up some shares there, and then move back above 8. Keep tabs on that. Last but not least, ALTS, the other one I'm involved in over here, is zigs and zags with that sub 75 level print, but looking like it's holding higher lows here, Joey. So ALTS, I'm going to pack my patience on this one.
Good stuff there, brother.
What time is it?
Yeah. It's that time,
That's
man.
crazy.
It's
All
that
right,
one
let's
time.
get to work, bro.
All right, get to work. Set that up there. We're going to talk a little bit more about Bitcoin as we've been trading this one all day. A nice pop up through the volume weighted average price. Once again, guys, we're going to post up a little bit higher than where we're currently trading at. Do we go 65s? I think so. Why not? Shout out to Why Not, our good friend in the good old chat there. 65, 65, 65. That might be the new lucky number. Let's take off a 33% of what we have currently remaining. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day so far, guys. I'm surprising it can go one way or the other, but fortunate enough to have 0 red trades on the session.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Let's rock and roll. Palantir, we are trading PayPal, Tesla, and IBIT. Now, are we going to catch this fill? I'm going to take a little gander at something right now.
Take a gander.
Because all right, we're back up there. So one thing that I wanted to mention, why not indeed, Joey Smooth? Yeah, exactly. What's up? Why not? No, one thing that I wanted to mention, the beauty about trading options is that as you get further out of the money, if you're long calls, obviously to stay within the max amount of loss, your delta decreases. Therefore, for every 1 point move in the actual underlying asset, the contract fluctuation is significantly less as you get further out of the money. So there you go. Now you know. Hit that one there. The more you know, bang, bang, bang. We'll hit the bang, bang, bang. There you go. More you know, says Assassino. And that's the beauty of some of these meme names. Oh, what was the call of the day today? ASST. What is that dog been up to today, Sharif? And let's take a look at ASST. Did we get any form of squeezing? I don't think so. Oh, the blue ocean. What is it up today? Down 11%. Yeah, that's some good times, man.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah. I mean, that's why I just try to avoid some of these names sometimes. I never traded GME or anything along those lines.
No?
I guess, no, I never traded it, man. I'm like, you know, I don't know what it was. I'm just like, let me focus on some of the names that aren't just going off of insane exuberance.
Even like during the meme craze,
yeah,
you never traded it?
How
about AMC?
Never traded
No
those,
way.
man.
Any of the
Well, I
memes,
shouldn't say
like
never. Like, I
Vox?
took a couple attempts, and then I was just like, you know what, I'm avoiding that at all costs. So, yeah, but it wasn't substantial. It wasn't like every day I'm going in and looking forward to trading AMC and GME. So, yeah. The same thing with BYND. I don't think I took a trade on that either while we were here. And it's each their own, right?
All right, let's start the news.
Yeah, fire it up, brother.
Let's talk about Amazon cutting, sadly, 14,000 corporate jobs amid a push for a leaner future, says the article. So, yeah, they plan to announce a layoff of around 14,000 corporate and tech employees. This is going to be their biggest corporate downsizing in ever the history of the company. CEO Andy Jassy says ongoing cost-cutting campaign, which began in 2022, has already eliminated over 27,000 jobs with a view to flattening the bureaucracy, quote, as well as allocating resources to more high-growth areas, especially generative AI. Sources told Reuters that the total number of layoffs could reach up to 30,000 employees once the full restructuring is complete. Never really want to celebrate anything like this, people losing their jobs, but sadly, of course, the market does typically react positively to this as it does affect balance sheets. The CEO, again, Andy Jassy, reiterated that AI will have the effect of reducing the need for traditional roles while creating, of course, new opportunities in other areas. Amazon currently employs, Joey, about 1.54 million people worldwide, and it is the U.S. second largest private employer, of course, after Walmart and the government. The layoffs affect about 4% of its corporate and tech workforce. No warehouse or logistics staff were included in the layoffs here. AMZN, my man, up 1.1%.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Amazon quite often around these neck of the woods, and now that considering that President Xi and President Trump are looking to reduce the tariffs coming from China, I mean, I think that will be okay. 20% to 10%. Watch for that weight to be lifted off of Amazon's shoulders as we're starting to climb up to $230, Shreve, $229 to be exact. But once that weight is lifted, I think that this name has a lot of room to grow. Why? Because it's AWS, in my opinion. Zook's in the pipeline. They're working, they're doing the kiosks now as well, too. So a lot going on with Amazon. We love that stock.
All right, Adara, Amazon, that's a big amount of people to lay off. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like yesterday, we had that report, and I reported this heading into the afternoon from, I believe, Bloomberg, that we're going to get 30,000 starting to be announced tomorrow. So this isn't shocking, but it is shocking, I think, that the sheer size, as you mentioned, 14,000 just being announced in one day. We're going to get 30K. They've already dealt with almost half of it. So that is pretty significant. Also, the way they worded it in their press release, I have to talk about, because we talk a lot about, you know, downsizing, right-sizing, cute words that people use for layoffs, but this is kind of like staying nimble and continuing to strengthen our organizations. Like, no, that you know what I mean? Sure, but also what you're doing here is cutting jobs, right? So I found this wording to be kind of eyebrow-raising or, you know, eye-popping, however you want to put it. Either way, all of that aside, we're going to expect more layoffs. I think we're certainly going to expect that based on that report. And yeah, we'll have to see what they do on earnings. Also, it's a little hard for me to hear right now, too. Sorry if I repeated anything. I am still listening to Jensen Huang, who recently had a giant shield that looked like a Captain America shield and said that that would be what a giant GPU would look like. So he's really enjoying himself up here. Right now, he's talking in a lot of details about the Blackwell models.
All right. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. PayPal surges after, well, they reported earnings as well, of course, but they struck a deal to embed their payment system, yes, with OpenAI's ChatGPT. This is the first such payment provider being allowed in Chat's ecosystem. So let's talk about it. Yeah, as I mentioned, the partnership with OpenAI to integrate their digital wallet directly into Chat. The deal, which was finalized over the weekend and announced during the earnings report, allows PayPal users to buy products through Chat, as well as merchants to be able to list their inventory on the platform. So pairing buyers and sellers. The partnership builds on OpenAI's earlier e-commerce deal. You'll recall they struck a deal with Shopify as well as Etsy and Walmart, basically to have transactional shopping inside the LLM. PayPal users will be able to use or to click on a Buy with PayPal button directly within ChatGPT for secure checkouts. The company, Joey, that is PayPal, that is, they're going to handle merchant routing, they're going to handle validation and payment processing for ChatGPT-based transactions, which eliminates the need, of course, for sellers to integrate with OpenAI directly. So you're not going to have a seller-merchant side. That's all taken care of by PayPal. And users, from your end, of course, you're going to be able to link your bank account, your credit cards, your PayPal balances, benefiting, of course, from the buyer protection, as well as package tracking and dispute resolution, which PayPal currently offers. So nice integration. Can't say I'm really surprised by it, of course. You expect, you know, if you're going to offer people to sell products in your LLM, people got to pay for them somehow.
They got to pay for them. So, Sharif, let me ask you this. Do you think this is, we're seeing, I believe it was Etsy that they're, that OpenAI is teaming up as well. Is this the start of the, I wouldn't say complete, but the monetization of OpenAI? And
maybe in a way that's better than just seeing or being inundated with ads. Because you and I were waiting until the ads started showing up.
They're coming. The ads are coming.
Exactly, they're coming.
100%.
It might not come right away, especially if you can kind of monetize in this way.
If you can grab a piece of the pie in this way, then what are they for? But again, the people want more pie.
People want more pie, and they're going to want to increase revenue for shareholders.
Absolutely.
That's always the case.
Yeah. Are you done there? Yeah, continue. No, finish there, and I'll do a.
All right, yeah, I'm done here, brother. Just 700 million weekly active users are using PayPal system right now.
PayPal. Okay, yeah. So that's pretty good.
Chat.
Chat. I was gonna say Chat it's the fastest growing app of all time. You can't beat around that bush. Starting to monetize, absolutely phenomenal. But as for PayPal, starting to issue a dividend as well too, which is, I think, investors love that. When Meta first started doing that, the stock went absolutely insane, and PayPal kind of reacted in the exact same way today's session. I think it was up 10.8% at one point. Some good looks there on PYPL.
All right, Adara, this announcement as well as earnings, and we're up 9%.
Now let's talk here about PayPal earnings a little bit here. So this was a double beat, nice beat here. Sales and EPS above estimates. The guidance, though, was a little bit tepid here across the board. They're guiding their Q4 adjusted EPS high end of this, just in line with analyst estimates. Now their GAAP EPS, exact same thing here. So guidance kind of iffy, I would say, maybe for PYPL. If we're expecting these massive guidance increases or guidance well above estimates, PayPal really didn't give us that. The report they gave us, though, is fine. Pretty good report. I think definitely, though, as mentioned, the OpenAI story is really what pushed this to the upside. And it looks like Jensen Huang, still speaking, just a bit of a round of applause. For a second, I thought he was done. If he is done, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Cut the crap, Joey. Wayfair is up 24%. And I want to mention what it's up on the year, because that's the next story right now. They also reported earnings. Wayfair is up 141% year to date. Wow. What a recovery for this name, which was obviously a pandemic darling, sold off aggressively in 22 and 23. And here we go. We're back up almost 150% year to date, trading at 107. So they reported an 8.1% increase year over year on their revenue, surpassing estimates on both EPS and revenue. Their EPS came in at 70 pennies. The street was looking for 43. Revenue came in at 3.12. The street was looking for 3.02. So an easy $100 million beat there on the top line. Despite the progress, though, the company still posted a net loss of $99 million, slightly wider than the $74 million loss they posted last year on the quarter. You can't tell by that they're losing money here. Hey? NVIDIA's mooning, the Katina man says. Let's have a quick look at what this one's doing. 195.06, fantastic move as it comes closer to that high of day. Katina man, 195.55. Keep your eye on NVDA. But let's go on here and talk about their U.S. revenue. Joey, their U.S. revenue grew 8.6%. We're talking about Wayfair. Their international revenue about half as good, 4.6% there, with the CFO, Kate Gulliver, saying, attributing the growth, I should say, to market share gains, not macroeconomic factors. So apparently, there's really no tailwind for them in the economy. They're just stealing other people's business, according to her. Initiatives are fueling this growth include price competitiveness, product availability, faster delivery, and expanded loyalty programs. When I see expanded loyalty programs, all I hear is margin compression. Active customers, though, Joey, fell, believe it or not, 2.3% year over year, down to 21.2. But the thing is about this, order volumes and repeat purchasers remain very strong and outdid the actual customer volume decrease. And they plan to leverage their loyalty program as well as physical retail expansion to sustain growth into 2026. Joey, I haven't seen brick and mortar Wayfair. Have you?
No, I personally haven't.
I personally have never seen brick and mortar. Do you guys have that in the States?
I think they
Tag
do.
us in the chat, because I've never seen a Wayfair brick and mortar location. Everything to me has been online. We're going to pause for a second. We're going back to the big desk.
Jensen Huang here, who is still speaking during this keynote. As we get that NVIDIA pop to the upside, what happened here is he's saying that he sees extraordinary growth for Grace Blackwell. Their visibility here, they're seeing into $500 billion worth of ramps into Blackwell and Rubin through 2026. So a massive ramp here being forecasted by NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang during the NVIDIA keynote. Back to you.
Wicked chunky trades. No retail stores. Okay, so she's saying warehouse. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, it's all online.
That's interesting.
No, to add to your point there, Sharif, I think you said margin compression. Well, apparently cheaper marketing expenses, margin slightly expanding. So we're getting a good look there, guys. Apparently you're getting an uptick in the seasonal buying heading into, obviously, the Christmas rally, which is also positive. We like that one. Wayfair, I'm surprised that it's up this much, right? So let's pull up Wayfair and see what we got going on for the daily. It's up bigly. We took another fill on IBIT there, so not too bad. We'll head over to the daily and look at, wow, okay. This is insane. Off of April, you're up 396%.
Oh.
This is a big-time move in Wayfair.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm telling you, it's up over 140% year to date. All right, Adara, Wayfair, fantastic earnings. What do you make?
Yeah, I mean, not too much to say here. A nice push to the upside. And I can't believe, honestly, that this name is still trading at high of day and making new high of day after the report because, just honestly, just a stunning look here for Wayfair. Double earnings beat and also, I guess, net loss here slightly being wider. Maybe that's the one little red flag you can find in addition to the active customer drop. But hey, if your revenue's up, if your EPS is up, traders like it. Good job, Wayfair.
United Health jumps on strong earnings and raises their guidance. So let's talk about UNH reporting better than expected Q3 earnings.
Berkshire Hathaway taking a significant stake in the company, going to add a little bit of price action movement to the top side, I should say there. Let's take a look at the technicals on this name. If you're grabbing it off the lows, we know that this name was getting beaten to an absolute pulp, destroyer of wealth at some point. You go from $600 all the way down to $235, that's 61%. But as I mentioned, from those August lows, you're up 48%. Berkshire taking a significant stake at some lower prices. I'm not surprised to see the appreciation that we've seen over the past couple of months. Adara, what do you got?
I have a couple pieces of news to give you guys. I'll start here with DraftKings. We're seeing reports here that Polymarket is planning to return to the U.S. within weeks with a new focus on sports. Now, obviously not going to be a great look for DraftKings. You could keep an eye potentially on Robinhood with this as well, though Robinhood has been incredibly choppy all day, as you can see. Keep an eye here on NVDA as well. Their event is continuing, and Jensen Huang just said that the company is currently manufacturing Blackwell in full production in the U.S., specifically within Arizona. So NVDA touting this U.S. production focus, which we know is also a focus of U.S. President Donald Trump today during this presentation. Back to you.
Oh, look at this.
You see this?
What is that? Oh, yeah?
You see it?
That's crazy. I'm not surprised about that.
No way.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. RCL, Royal Caribbean. You want to cover something?
Yeah, we just caught another fill here on IBIT, man. This is hit the face slapper for me, Katina, man. I don't even have it. I'll just hit this.
There you go.
All right, bang. Yeah, that one. We like that. We like that one there. Yeah, so good times there. No, but Bitcoin absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, let's get that. Ooh.
Oh, it's a storm of prints. All right, I like that one. RCL, guys, reported Q3 EPS coming in at $5.75, slightly above the $5.69 expected by analysts on revenue of $5.14 billion. That missed expectations, not by much, but a miss is a miss, $5.17 billion. And where are we at on RCL? We were down almost 8% in the pre, and we are still downzers over here on RCL to the tune of 9 1/3, and it is SSR, short sale restricted. Despite the revenue miss, though, RCL did raise its full year 2025 EPS guide, now guiding 15.58 to 15.63, which, despite what analysts want, is a 32% year-over-year increase, but it is just shy of the consensus estimate of 15.69. So even though they raised it, it's still a little bit light there, and hence why we are SSR on the day. The company served about 2.5 million guests, up 7% year-over-year. I don't know what load factors mean, but apparently it increased 112%. Make sure you're chatting that one up. Close in demand, which means last minute booking as well as lower costs, contributed to the margin compression this quarter. For Q4, the company expects now a net yield growth of about 2.6 to 3.1% and adjusted EPS to come in at 274 to 279, Joey. Not an area that I really cover all that much, but it looks like, for the year, RCL is up 26 1/3%. Really, the only cruise name that I see here that's down on the year is Norwegian. It's down 13. CCL is up 13. RCL performing the best of the bunch, up 26 1/3.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, they've been performing pretty good, Sharif, actually. Some of them, I believe. CCL, at one point, I believe earlier in the summer, was on a big-time run. Let's pull up this name, CCL. And then we got RCL as well. Let's get over to the daily time frames. And yeah, I mean, sure enough, bang, off of in the middle of the summer, you go on this big-time move. Let's get this out of the way so we can full screen those. But as for RCL, I think some of the fourth quarter...
Joey, I got to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lung is absolutely breaking out, guys. There it goes into the high of the day. LUNG 262, now up 67%. Watch for the retracement off the 2/3 of a dollar. Very strong on the day. LUNG held VWAP like a glove. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, man. If it's breaking out, we got to talk about it, man, because we get the Bitcoin breakout today. But aside from that, guys, we've got to take into consideration off of these April lows how much of a climb that CCL was up 115%. Now at some key support levels. RCL, Obviously, weather is extremely important with some of these names, considering I know they're running into some issues with their destination in Haiti as well too, so that might impact it a little bit. I don't know how many people are taking cruises to Haiti, considering what's going on over there.
Yeah, good point.
119% off of those lows, Shreve. RCL, not too bad of a look. Breaking through some support levels, but not too bad.
All right, Adara, not a good report here. SSR, but one of the best performing cruise ships or cruise names on the year.
Yeah, I mean, Okay, report here for RCL. I don't have too much to say, but I do want to let you guys know, I think I overheard you asking about load factor, so I looked into it, and the load factor is basically a measure of a ship's occupancy. Now, you might be like, how can that exceed 100%? Well, because it also will utilize the third and fourth berth in the stateroom of a ship. In fact, the Icon of the Seas, which I believe is a Royal Caribbean ship, actually achieved a 132% load factor simply by being able to accommodate more guests than the standard double occupancy capacity. So it's just basically a capacity measure there. That's what load factor is. Back to you. I don't have much else.
You know what I mean?
Internal?
Well, they do. They usually end up hiring internal, but just so everybody's kosher, we're throwing it out there. Sure. All right, guys, UPS rocketing on earnings and beating earnings beat, I should say, and strong holiday outlook. I hate this company with a passion, but they did very good. So let's give them credit where credit is due. Q3 EPS 174, crushing expectations of the 130 on revenue of 21.41 billion. Again, easily beating the 20.83, so an easy beat on the top and bottom line. They remain down about 28% year to date, though. Let's see where this hot garbage is trading. UPS, what are we at? We're down 21.8%. Good year to date. I hope I didn't. Nobody's holding this in their portfolio. If you do, I apologize.
Not yet.
So their strategy and their margin rebuild here, Joey, what are they doing? They're aggressively raising prices. They're also cutting costs, and they're focusing on their higher margin shipments after a challenging year in 24. The company is deliberately reducing Amazon-related volume to preserve profitability, and they're pivoting away from the lower margin deliveries, which Amazon, according to the company, is. For their holiday season, they're projecting Q4 revenue of about $24 billion ahead of the 23.8 analysts are expecting. And they're actually saying that holiday shipping and the return window, which is typically between November and January, doubles their daily active package volumes, I should say, and early indicators about that show robust consumer e-commerce demand, particularly in premium ahead of this holiday season, Joey. So what do you make of this whole thing? Oh, my God. There goes Lung into another area high. Joseph, we get the 69 print. It is a 77 penny high right now.
It's going to lose it soon.
Dude, it stinks. What is this?
It's paint thinner.
Oh, my God. It's hideously smell. I think it's from the other side. Is that you, Russ? That's Russ on the other side, isn't it, man? It stinks in here, man. They're polishing the acrylic on the other side. Now we all have to suffer.
That'll give you a headache there for sure, my friends. No, in all seriousness, let's pull up UPS. It's FedEx that's gonna divide the company,
right? Oh my
right?
God.
What happened?
This is a horrid smell.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. Don't huff that stuff because you get a little bit of a buzz, and that's not.
We're gonna need those N95s, Joey. You're gonna see me putting those on after COVID ever again.
Oh, brother, look at this hot garbage, man. Sometimes it really, like, when you suck, it sucks to really suck.
Calling this company trying to find my mom's iPhone was like pulling teeth. You can't speak to anybody who can remotely tell you anything more than what you're already seeing on the screen. It was a fruitless endeavor.
Well, it's like Air Canada customer service. These Air Canada and UPS need to call our good friend Mark Benioff over at Salesforce to get some of those agents in there. But in all seriousness, these guys are looking to cut around 48,000 jobs, management and operation position. The company disclosed this on Tuesday. Of those roles, 14,000 were management positions and 34,000 were jobs in operations. Now, usually job cuttings are extremely bullish for the company, but that has not been the case here in UPS.
No, and speaking of having trouble breathing, Joey, look at Lung go, man, right back into the high of the day. We're posted up at 82. It's got a high of 77s. It's showing 75 right now. There's a seller at this level. Let's see if we can squeeze past that level. And then if we squeeze past the 80s, Joe, I think we're probably going to make our way into $3. So LUNG in focus. But Adara, what do you make of these UPS earnings? Better than expected.
Yeah, I mean, better than expected. I really don't have much more than that. It is down quite sharply on the year, and I was actually surprised it gapped up because I find UPS tends not to do that on earnings. But yeah, I mean, kind of impressed. Last time I checked, this was a little bit down, or not down in the day, but certainly down from its gap up. And yeah, we're still up 7%, even despite that drop. So I think the fact that they've been still green is kind of impressive, but also we could interpret that as the bar is just really low for this name, specifically its stock performance. But yeah, we'll have to see how that turnaround plan continues to go. And this is a name that is very likely, as mentioned here in these notes, to benefit from the holiday season. So I am really enthusiastic to see their Q4, Q3, kind of an in-between quarter. It makes sense to not expect anything crazy.
Citigroup partner to build digital asset payment network. Let's talk about this. This is more for institutional clients, so it's nothing that I think we're going to see in our endeavors. So Coinbase and Citi announced a new collaboration to create a digital asset payment solution for Citi's institutional clients. The partnership here is, the aim is to bridge traditional finance with crypto, and they're going to start with fiat deposits as well as withdrawals through Coinbase's infrastructure, not Citi's. So the partnership's first phase is going to focus on what they're calling the seamless transfer between traditional currencies as well as digital assets. And then what we're expecting here is an improvement in speed, transparency, and cost efficiency. They also said the collaboration is going to streamline payment operations for corporate clients managing multi-currency portfolios. There's also the stablecoin innovation and the regulations that are based on that. So Citi and Coinbase are exploring conversion pathways between fiat and stablecoins, including, of course, USD-backed tokens. Stablecoins, as we know, are pegged to US assets like the US dollar, and they're becoming a key focus for areas after the passage of the Genius Act back in July. So, Joey, we're not going to see this too much on our end because it's institution to institution, but when you see institution to institution deals like B2B, they're typically higher margin businesses. So this could be a nice move for Coinbase away from retail and more into the institutional push.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front, Sharif. A lot going on with Coinbase. Let's pull that stock up. I mean, it's volatile, right? It's almost like a Bitcoin at sometimes, considering its price range as well, too. We know Adara probably likes this when the spread on it might be pretty lofty at times. But as for those April lows, not too bad. And this is the adoption that we're talking about. A lot of them going tokenized and getting onto the blockchain, buyer to buyer, as Sharif just mentioned earlier. Higher margins, and that's what these banks want to look for, and that's what obviously these major corporations want. The more money in their pocket, the better off they are at the end of the day.
All right, guys, long right back into 280. It is at the high of the day. I had my order at 82. I'm like, no, let's let it run a little bit higher over here. Let's see if it gets into 3. If I give back some, I give back some. That's the cost of doing business. But a strong day for long, up 76% and change. All right, Adara, what do you make of this Coinbase Citigroup tie-up?
Yeah, I think here I want to talk again about what this means for the larger story here with these institutional banks, these larger financial institutions, and crypto. So we know they're trying to get involved. We have Western Union. I mentioned this story earlier today. By far, it's not even close. It's the largest volume candle in the day, as Wall Street Journal reports right at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, that the company is going to be working on a stablecoin available through, I believe, the Solana blockchain. That's going to be starting in the first half of 2020. We know that SoFi also is trying to get ahead of the curve. We had comments from CEO Anthony Noto today saying that SoFi wants to be the first financial institution there, really at the brink there, or the cutting edge of buying, launching, selling crypto. So I think we're going to see a lot more of this. I think we're going to have to see these launches really accelerate to see which financial institution wins, I guess. Also, Andre telling me in my ear there is a super chat for me. So thank you very much. Oh, thank you to Patrick Delval. We love Adara, LFG. Well, thank you very much, Patrick Delval, for the kind words and the support. And I'm still listening to Jensen Wong, and I'll always keep you guys posted. He's talking about virtual blueprints for data centers right now.
All right, guys, just keeping an eye still on Nokia. I wanted to mention this, Joe. I was just pointing out to Joey. Look, it's coming back into that 780 area, and it was using that 780 area as a previous area of resistance. So I'm wondering if this is now coming back into this buy area. Now, we did hold up on the prior candle right at 125. We held up in the mid-80s. This current bar low also in the mid-80s. I don't want to punch in a random area, Joey, because I think the next area that we have is 763, right down into the volume weighted average price. That isn't for me. So I'm going to keep my eye on NOK here for a possible move back into 8. I think if it gets back above 8, that's going to be the area where I want to get involved. Let's go on to the next story, though, over here. Paramount, Skydance eyeing a massive Warner Brothers merger. So apparently more information coming out about what Paramount wants to do, is reportedly planning on keeping most of Paramount, Skydance, I should say, is reportedly planning on keeping most of Warner Brothers Discovery intact if their $60 billion merger goes through. So kind of maybe assuaging some of the fears that investors as well as the board may have, which may end up blocking it. CEO David Ellison intends to retain key creative teams at both studios while streamlining marketing and distribution for efficiency. We know Warner Brothers HBO Max would likely be merged into Paramount Plus, creating a single unified streaming platform. Neither company, Joey, officially confirmed the deal. Both declined to comment, obviously, as talks are ongoing. But here's Ellison's strategic vision. He's planning on preserving the core brains. He wants to hold on to Warner Brothers. He wants to hold on to DC, Paramount Pictures as well, and then he wants to eliminate the overlapping departments. No plan currently to sell or spin off any of the cable networks, though CBS News and CNN could share resources under a combined structure. So that would be really interesting, blending those two networks there. The deal would allow Paramount as well to leverage Warner Brothers content depth while maintaining its own studio culture. Paramount, for their part, would also review real estate assets of both companies post-merger, though no divestment decision has been made, Joey. This is something that we've been hearing a lot more of lately. Yeah. What do you make of this whole thing?
I mean, I think it's interesting. HBO and Paramount, if they were to merge, like, how much share can these guys steal from some of the other big providers, some of these other big streamers? And I'm talking the likes of Amazon, Disney Plus, and obviously with Netflix, and you got Apple TV as well too. I think this is a big-time move. Paramount just striking deals left, right, and center. They got the UFC deal rocking and rolling. I'm pretty sure they brought on South Park and a bunch of other big names. And then with the HBO classics as well too, there's a lot going on. If those two merge, that's a streaming giant, Sharif. And I would look for a lot of people. I would look for them to start taking share for some of the other big boys.
All right, let's keep an eye out on that. Guys, LUNG into another high day. It's 286 now. Dropping back, though. This current 5-minute candle does have a new high, so I think we're still holding trend. I'd like to see a move into $3. I've put my next profit taker just south of 3 in case, you know, the aggressive selling comes in and around the whole dollar. So LUNG now up 80% and looking to do more. All right, Adara, Paramount Skydance tie-up, no confirmation of anything. What do you make of this latest development?
I have to start here by letting you guys know about these cybersecurity names getting a big pop. By far the most notable here is CrowdStrike. NVIDIA announcing a partnership here with CrowdStrike. He's talking a lot here about cybersecurity. Palo Alto Networks got a little bit of a move here as well, but by far here, CRWD, by nature of it being announced as an NVIDIA partner, is pushing sharply to the upside. Again, they're going to partner here for cybersecurity. Now, I feel the same way about the Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers stuff that I do about China and the U.S. Until there is a fundamental change in the relationship between the parties and in the story, it is going to be a back and forth, a tug of war. Oh, this story happened today, the next one the next day. What I'm trying to say is I think it's a nothing burger until it becomes a something burger. As of right now, with no new details and a lot of uncertainty, it is very much, in my opinion, still a nothing burger.
Okay, anyway, moving on. VF Corp beats on earnings as footwear and outdoor brands shine. All right, let's talk about what they did on EPS. 52 pennies for the Vans maker, topping analyst expectations of 43 on revenue of 2.8 billion, easily beating the 274 expected. And really it was driven by strong performance in footwear as well as their outdoor segment. We're about 4% in the pre-market. Let's see where we're at right now. VFC, we sold off quite aggressively. We're actually down 8 1/3. Despite the upbeat results, the tariff headwinds and the macroeconomic uncertainty, Joey, continuing to kind of filter on things. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything infinite. Instant data, trading Instant trading, lightning-fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description. Adara.
Yeah, big push up here for PLTR. Now, we had Jensen Huang announce that they're partnering with Palantir here for ontology. And again, Palantir and NVIDIA teaming up here to operationalize AI, turning enterprise data into a dynamic decision intelligence. So again, long story short, PLTR, NVIDIA partnership. It has been a very long list here of companies that NVIDIA has announced a partnership with, so I'm really only bringing up the ones that are making some kind of notable move. That would, as of lately, be CrowdStrike and Palantir. Back to you.
What do you make of all this stuff, Sharif? I think it's starting to get a little bit out of hand.
Sorry?
All these partnerships between OpenAI,
I wasn't listening.
these,
What do you think about VFC, though, so we can go on to the next story?
VFC,
Yeah.
I don't, again, I wasn't listening.
All right, let's go on to the next one. BlackRock backs securities to go public via a $1.25 billion SPAC. It's been a hot minute since we were talking about SPAC. So it's called Securitize. It's a blockchain platform. It's going to be powered by BlackRock's tokenized money market fund, and they're going to go public via a SPAC merger with Cantor Equity Partners. It's going to trade under the ticker SECZ. The merger values Securitize at $1.25 billion pre-money. I don't know what that means. With the combined company set to trade under that ticker on the Nasdaq SECZ, potentially as early as January of this year, with CEO Carlos Domingo saying the company is positioned to become one of the first publicly traded tokenized platform, which is going to give investors direct exposure to the tokenization of real-world assets. Joey, we've been talking about this for a hot minute. RWA is what they're calling it. The merger is expected to generate about $465 million in gross proceeds. 225 is going to come from private investors like the funds, and 240 is going to come from the actual SPAC trust account. I can't wait till we get the SPAC business back in action so our friend Chamath can start talking about this. So the tokenized U.S. Treasury market has surged up to $8.6 billion. And when you look at the actual number, it's quite small. But then you look at how much it's increased year over year. We're up 200% year over year on that. The overall tokenized asset market, though, has grown about 135% year over year, reaching a healthy $35 billion, Joey, with analysts projecting expansion to $4 trillion by 2030. They command, Securitize that is, they command about 20% of the real world assets tokenization market. So it's the largest player globally, and they're going to be coming in likely in January, so a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the slow adoption that we're seeing into tokenization. So SPACs coming out as well too. Not too bad of a look there, Sharif.
Yes, I
mean, BlackRock, one of the no one really likes BlackRock though for some reason. But again, if you don't like it, then own it and you put some money in your pocket. But the real world tokenization, I think it's going to continue to expand. Watch out, especially when the banks start to adopt it. We obviously know with the Genius and the Clarity, it's going to take some time. But at the end of the day, it's game-changing. It's fundamentally changing. Watch out. You're going to see more companies do so.
All right, guys. All right, Adara, what do you make of this BlackRock SPAC deal with Securitize?
I mean, yeah, as you kind of said there, I think it's more interesting for the larger things that it represents. A, the return of SPACs. B, again, these larger financial institutions, plus tokenized things. Other than that, I don't know. Again, I think it's more symbolic than anything in terms of why it would be of interest today.
Google and Nextera partner restart the Iowa nuclear plant for AI. So let's see where NEE is trading on the day. It was up nicely in the pre-market. Give me a second. What do we got on this one? Yeah, it sold off quite aggressively as well. So this one ended up being a little bit positive and now down 2 1/3. So Google and NextEra Energy announced plans to restart Iowa's only nuclear power plant, Duane Arnold Center, by early 2029, pending, of course, regulatory approval. It's a 615 megawatt facility shuttered back in 2020 and is going to supply 24/7 carbon-free energy directly to Google, expanding AI and cloud operations in the region. Google will be the plant's primary buyer, while Central Iowa Power Cooperative will purchase any surplus energy generated. So the plant's revival, of course, Joe, marks a major turnaround for U.S. nuclear nuclear sector, which has faced years of economic and public perception hurdles. As energy consumption hits record highs, nuclear is being reflamed as a clean, stable alternative. We've also seen that with hydrogen as well. Some of the Bloom Energies as well have been making this move as, you know, you're trying to get away from the carbon emitting fuels. We know Elon's faced a lot of pressure as well in Memphis because he's running that gas turbine, and a lot of people complaining about the smog and stuff coming from that.
They don't like that stuff. I mean, it's the revolution, man. It's changing as well, too. So Bloom Energy, this name has been absolutely fantastic as of late. I mean, wow, look at this move from July all the way up to there, 375%. Adara, what do you got for us?
The random companies here being mentioned by Jensen Huang. And moving on, said mentions do continue. This next one is Caterpillar, getting a decent relative volume spike for the type of volume this does intraday here. Jensen Huang saying that Caterpillar, a 100-year-old company, as he just put it, or more than 100 years old, regardless, is also doing this partaking this digital twin practice that Jensen Huang just spent some time talking about. So again, Jensen Huang mentioning a host of companies, not all of them are moving on it, but again, Caterpillar to the upside, CrowdStrike and Palantir also recently made moves, as we had NVIDIA's Jensen Huang announced partnerships with those companies. Back to you.
You should just team up with the whole S&P 500 because that's what it seems like. At what point is it too much? Like, you can't just partner up with everybody and then every single stock rips. I don't know. I think it's starting to get a little bit out of hand. And usually when the market tends to do that, what happens on the inverse side of that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough look, Joe.
I mean, aggressive selling. I was talking about 200 on NVDA by like a couple weeks. It's probably going to be there in the overnight trading. I mean, it's at 197. Partnerships left, right, and center during this keynote. So watch out for that 8 o'clock blue ocean move.
Yeah, I definitely don't expect any less from him as he looks to deploy his capital. Let's talk about SoFi's earnings topping Q3 estimates as membership and revenue surge. So the Q3 earnings and revenue way above Wall Street expectations. Adjusted earnings per share 11 pennies. The street was looking for 8 on revenue of 961 million. The street was looking for 889. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line, and especially when you compare it to last year's earnings of 5 pennies a gap profit. It's a sharp year-over-year improvement. They also added 905,000 new members in the quarter, not the year, the quarter, pushing total membership now up to 12.6 million members. Shares were up, at least initially in the pre-market. Let's see where they're trading at right now. Where are we at? It's not updating, so let's put SOFI. What do we got over here for SoFi? We're up 2 3/4, not bad. So we're not where we were in the pre-market, obviously, but it's breaking above a short consolidation buy point of right around that 30 1/3. Year to date, the stock's gained 112%, supported by strong earnings momentum as well as optimism around the fintech profitability. Financial highlights here. Their loan platform was a standout performer in Q3, really benefiting from solid credit quality and higher demand. Management, for their part, credited diversified product mix for their steady growth despite the broader macro uncertainty, Joey. And they're saying they continue to see rising adoption in the banking and investment arms, which is supporting their long-term margin expansion. Adara.
Yeah, we have DIS popping here. We have Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, talking here about the Disney Blue robot and bringing him onto the stage, showing a video as well with this robotic, saying this is not animation, this is an actual robot. So again, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang bringing out Disney's Disney Blue robot. Spike a bit here in the stock's price. Back to you.
5%. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, as for SoFi, there's a lot going on with this company. As you mentioned, Sharif, fee-based revenue. I don't know if you mentioned this. Fee-based revenue up 50% to 408 million. That's a big-time move up there. Forward outlook's not looking too bad on SoFi. This name has been rocking and rolling as of late, so a lot going on for it. This is student lending advanced 58% as well too, and then the net interest income 36% to 585 million. So a lot going on with SoFi. Let's take a look at the technicals. It was SoFi and I feel like Robinhood neck and neck at one point. I think my guy, Robinhood, decided to take the lead. As for those April lows, let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Big time move. Consolidation, you get that breakout. But from April 7th to where we're currently trading at, you're up 250%. That's a good look there.
It's a good look. All right, Adara, SoFi earnings beating on the top and bottom line. What's the look?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just I'm looking here. Tesla dropping pretty sharply as we have NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang mentioning robotaxis. Keep an eye as well. Lucid, GM, anything like that here with any autonomous driving related play. TSLA dropping pretty sharply. Yeah, with regards to SoFi, honestly, like I said, it's kind of hard to hear with all of the focus on NVIDIA here and Jensen Huang. I mean, yeah, initially at least a good move pre-market. This is another stock that I find doesn't always tend to perform super well on earnings or tends to have kind of parabolic moves in either direction. So 3% to the upside to start was already kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, decent performance, I guess, specifically for loans in Q3. And I think what's interesting as well, as I mentioned earlier, was that CEO Anthony Noto specifically said that he wants his company to be the first financial institution in the U.S. with that launching, buying, and selling of crypto. So he's being pretty aggressive with crypto. We'll have to see how that's received and when and if that actually starts to really take shape.
Let's go on to the next story. Cameo Corp and Brookfield surge on an $80 billion nuclear partnership, the second nuclear story we've had on the day. So CCJ, Canadian company, as well as Brookfield, another one, announced a major partnership with the U.S. government to construct at least $80 billion worth of new nuclear reactors all across the country. The initiative here is aimed at meeting, of course, the soaring electricity demand from AI, data centers, as well as probably the next wave of EVs, and to boost, of course, domestic clean energy capacity. The deal aligns with President Trump's executive order signed earlier this year, promoting the expansion of nuclear energy. So here's the deal. The new reactors are going to use the Westinghouse Electric's AP100, not like I know what that is. It's already being deployed in Poland, Ukraine, and Bulgaria. Westinghouse is 51% owned by Brookfield, so kind of a move there. So 51% owned by Brookfield and 49% by Cameo. So jointly owned makes sense that they would use a product that they jointly own. Both firms are central beneficiaries of the U.S. build-out. The reactor is going to be constructed in multiple U.S. cities, and it's going to have a modular design for the faster and safer deployment. We've been talking a lot about these SMRs, small modular reactors, and it represents one of the largest nuclear energy build-outs in U.S. history, which is tied, of course, to the AI-related demand. Under the agreement, the U.S. government will hold a participation interest in Westinghouse, which is going to be basically entitling it to about 20% of cash distributions beyond $17.5 billion in returns. To activate this stake, the U.S. must make an initial investment decision and finalize the construction agreement for the $80 billion program. It could also participate in a future IPO for Westinghouse and purchase up to 20% of its public equity, something we've been seeing a lot more of lately, the U.S. government taking ownership interest in private companies, especially ones tied to the build-out of AI. Adara.
Yeah, we just had UBER getting a Jensen Huang pop, if you will. We already knew that Uber and NVIDIA were going to have a partnership. This was mentioned, I believe, in NVIDIA's social media last week or the week before. But now Jensen Huang saying it during the keynote that they are partnering up here to scale level 4 autonomous mobility network. So again, Uber and NVIDIA here with an autonomous driving partnership. We already, again, knew some of these details, but being mentioned here by Jensen Huang, pushing it to the upside. Back to you.
PLTR partnership everywhere, man.
What do you make of this CCJ Brookfield?
Bam.
You know who used to work for Brookfield, right?
No.
You don't know?
No, who used to?
You're Prime Minister of this country.
Oh, did he? Oh, yeah. Actually, I didn't even know that, Mr. Mark Carney himself. All right, guys, CCJ, 203% on that one. Thank you for that one on CCJ. Big time moves. I mean, guys, there's... it's so funny to think because all of these headlines are GPU this, OpenAI that. There's so much more outside, and we're starting to see this in the nuclear energy. There's solid investments. We got Brookfield Asset Management, not as clean of a look, but I mean, there's ways that you can get those 200% gains without owning an AMD, an NVIDIA, or an AVGO. So CCJ looking pretty good so far.
All right, Adara, CCJ, Brookfield, possibly one of the biggest build-outs of nuclear reactors in the history of the United States.
Yeah, it's pretty significant, I think, and the stock, and I've noticed this specifically, any kind of nuclear-related deal specifically with any large company or entity, and of course the U.S. government is certainly a large entity. Usually these nuclear names, they'll basically rally all day, and I would say this move up in CCJ is no exception, so the stock is moving. How, based on past data, we would expect it to move? Jensen Huang just said thank you very much. He's left off the stage here. Looks like notes done. One more thing here, Brookfield Asset Management. I heard Joe mention it a bit again, couldn't really hear what was said beyond the word because of the keynote, but I do think it's interesting. Brookfield also announced that deal with Bloom Energy a couple weeks ago, so I think keeping an eye here in BAM as we continue to see these deals in the energy and nuclear space. That's something maybe I would keep an eye on and be aware of here.
Thank you. All right, back to Lung over here. That is the news, guys. Thank you for joining us on the news segment. Still keeping an eye on Lung. So look, we didn't get that print in the mid-90s. It 89 penny high, but it comes in to that previous area of technical resistance. We're talking about that 2.5, 255 area. Four higher lows. Look at that red candle in the 5 that printed at 135. That's your area low. And then every subsequent candle after that has a higher low, with this first candle right now to make a new high right now, the one at 150. So what I'm trying to decide is this the right move to add a little bit more? Because we don't have that many shares left as we try to work back into that $3, 289 area high. I think I'm going to wait. I think there's some resistance here at 70. If this gets back above 75, I could certainly add a little bit more there. By definition, of course, you're going to miss the best price getting in the mid-60s as opposed to the mid-70s. So that's okay with me. I think that I'd rather trade off a better price for more certainty. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now. I'm worried about that 270 area acting as a level of resistance simply because it acted as support over here for a while, basically from I want to say 126 to when it broke down here at 138. So there was obviously a period where it was being used as support. Clearly now a bit of a resistance level. So I'm keeping my eye here on LUNG. Joey, what do you got?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think NVDA is probably going to go to 200.
Yeah, the Katina man, when you said the end of the year, and he was like, by the end of the week.
Yeah, by the end of the week.
Almost,
but mind you, when I said this was like in May. I said $200 on NVDA. So, I mean, we're just a little bit earlier. That train most definitely came to the station significantly, 198. So, Control-Alt-Escape. $5 from chat. We love NVDA. We love SoFi. Woo. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely love all of them. What's my friend Robin Hood been up to? Sorry, say that one more time. We had one before. Let's take a look at that. I got you on super low there, Assassina, you know, just because. All right. Trader R, Gibby on X. What's up? Took the week off. Watching every day. Best show out there.
Oh.
Sheriff. What's up, Sheriff? Joe and Adara. Appreciate the energy, knowledge, and laughs you bring. No, we appreciate you.
We appreciate
Trader X _ Gibby on X. Bang, bang, bang. We much appreciate. Yeah, it's really bad.
It's getting real bad, man.
You're telling me, man.
Oof.
What am I going to hit here? I don't know what I want to hit. We'll just hit this here, just because.
Oh.
Yeah, bang. That's for our friend at Trader X, Gibby on X. So a lot going on there. I mean, it's been a fantastic day. 1898 now on NVDA. This thing's been absolutely climbing. Who's been long since that? I'm curious. I don't know. That was a genuine question there. It wasn't rhetorical there, Katina. I mean, Sharif, because I don't know. I think Gorev might have been a lot of individuals, right? So, no, in all seriousness, guys, a really good look. Qs now engulfing the TQs, that print that we experienced there, that high-level wick, north of that. So see you later. This market has been absolutely insane. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, the keynote might be over, but the NVIDIA news headlines are certainly not. NVIDIA and Oracle now in watch, apparently set to build the U.S. Department of Energy's largest AI supercomputer for scientific discovery. Now, in case you missed it, earlier during the keynote, NVIDIA announced a Department of Energy deal that basically for the construction of 7 supercomputers. So again, looks like now the latest update is NVIDIA and Oracle going to be working on the largest of these supercomputers here for the U.S. Department of Energy. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Casey, for the memberships. Casey dropping it in the chat. We appreciate you, Casey, for sure. And so for those who've gotten a free membership now, you got D-Loaf's got one, Ken's got one, Quam's got one. How about What Traffic? You all can get the morning note. Make sure to weasel on over. Let's do it right now, baby. Let's go on to YouTube, show everybody where they can get it. So this one comes out super early, 8:15 at the latest. Let's flip to our other account over here. So you simply go to the Trader TV. Trader TV Live. There we go. Go to the Trader TV Live homepage, right under posts. Right there, you click that post, and then you'll see this big giant, yes, of course, thumbnail so you can get your attention. That is my morning no right there. I don't know why I made it into a rectangle today. Click more and then click that link on the bottom there. It sends you to the morning note every day, is what we use for the afternoon rundown, for the afternoon news session. Obviously, you have it a lot brighter and a lot earlier than when we read it. You get a whole bunch of support levels. You got 3 support levels with explanations, 3 resistance levels with explanations. If you're not an intraday trader, there's something in here for you as well. We're talking intraday, we're talking swings. You're gonna see all that under the trader takeaway. It'll give you the market context. It'll give you the highlights of what's going on and make the connections so that you can have a fuller picture as to what we're talking about here, not just be myopic about the news story itself. So make sure if you're subscribed and you have that membership, you're getting the morning note every day, guys. Get that, and it's sent out bright and early. Joseph, what do you got?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is the last trade. We'll do a quick trade review, guys. We got 3 minutes left. We traded. We'll start from the top. Actually, no, let's go from the bottom, considering we're in some IBIT trade. Boom, there it is. That first trade. We look to the ad. We look for the ad. We don't get it. Adair, what do you got?
Oh.
Yeah, CoreWeave popping up here. CRWV set to enter the U.S. federal market, according to them, via a news release. So CoreWeave here entering the U.S. federal market. Lots of AI news today. Back to you.
On there, thank you for bringing that up, Adair. Let's pull up CoreWeave. I was looking at this not too long ago. But Sharif's voice was in the back of my head, being like, so I'm like, man, do I buy this or what do I do here? I had one myself on one shoulder, Sharif on the other one.
Oh, no.
But no, yeah, in all seriousness, I mean, that's the print that we're looking for at 122. You're getting a pop up to 141, 67. Adair, why don't you? There you go. Go to it there.
Yeah, keep an eye on 2 tickers that are pretty close together, STLA and TSLA. Stellantis here with an NVIDIA robotaxi partnership. They're saying that this production is aimed to start in 2028. So again, keep an eye on STLA, decent volume here, pretty spiky candle. And again, Tesla there, that would be antipathy because Tesla, of course, has their own robotaxi project. Back to you.
Cool, yeah, good stuff. So anyways, we got 2 minutes left, so we're going to do this is Joe's version of the lightning round here, Katina, man. We're going to do that right. Pardon? No. It's a lightning round. Yeah, it's all right. You ruined the momentum there, but that's okay. No, I'm only joking around. There is IBIT. That's going to be our one trade of the day on IBIT. TSLL, 2 for 2 on that one. Tesla earlier in the morning. Bang, we take that to the top side. 1 minute time frame. We'll take a look at that. It's a Jim Cramer reference there, Adair, if you were curious. There it is, PayPal. A nice little grab off of that into the volume weighted average price. And then PLTR, we took a nice little move. So, I mean, for the amount of trades that I took today, 0 wrong. All right, 100%. We'll take it on today's session.
Nice, guys. All right, I just want to bring in a couple of tickers that I'm looking at going into the afternoon session. VTYX trading into the high. It's not the most explosive small cap gapper, but it's got a nice little tailwind. 16.25% at that 750 level, hugging the 10 EMA. These are ones that we haven't talked about on the day because I didn't really have eyes on these until now. So VTYX. I also want to point out another one over here that I just had eyes on. Where did it go? Is it this one? No, that's not the one there, Joey. Well, let's find out where it is. I had another one there that was quite good. Yeah, it looks like I might be losing that one there. Let's have a look. Not W key. Yeah, it's just VTYX. Other than that, guys, I'm still going to keep an eye, of course, on LUNG. We're still involved in that one. It's still holding that 2.5, but it's lost the 10 EMA on the 5. So we'll keep tabs on that. Hey, it went dark here, Joey. NOK as well, guys, continuing to move up into that $8 area. It's a clean hold off that 7 3/4. Fantastic move on NOK, but south of $8 right now, 8.19 high. Keep your eye on that one. Last but not least, I want to keep get your attention to WULF. So Neil brought this to us earlier. This has had a couple of bull flags, right? The initial bull flag right at 8 a.m. We pop up on news. We generally hold VWAP. Then right at the bell, 9:30 comes in. We pop up again. Much more of a prolonged bull flag, obviously, this time around. But it's holding trend. So if this one clears 1705, look for a possible squeeze here. May come late, may come in, that power hour afternoon session. But Wolf held up really nicely, Joe. We didn't execute anything on this, but holding trend quite well, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We got one last super chat before we send over to the big boys. We got Nicholas Pham. What's up, Pham? Yeah, you're right, brother. 135,000 contracts, 200 there at that 200 strike price, 192. We'll get more in depth with this on the call of the day. That'll come out tomorrow's session in the morning. 135, 192, lots of volume. We've already surpassed that 195, so watch out for these levels to hold. If they don't, then you don't want to be standing in front of this freight train, guys.
Oh. All right, guys. Been real. The big boys are that way. I'll see everybody in a minute at the big.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Welcome back, everybody.
I can't find our show, so I haven't been able to log in to the chat.
I think.
Oh, hey, what's up, everybody?
There it is.
Found it. Okay, it's found it. Okay, I'll have to hit.
I found it.
Hit the refresh.
It's there now. Well, I mean, you guys are in here, so we found it, and I'm gonna jump into the chat as we speak in real time, and then I'm gonna hit. Well, the first thing you should do when you jump into the chat or jump into the stream, I should show you guys live. Well, I'm already subscribed, so I can't do that. What's with? There we go. But I can hit the like button. I'm gonna hit the like. It's still showing the ad, and that's me looking at myself. So that's just weird. Not gonna do that anymore. No, you should always hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody. Now, obviously, we'll do the rundown. Market went ham during NVIDIA's presentation event, whatever we're calling it, and multiple names got affected by it. Whether it was Palantir, Uber, and then
Uber news. What was that? Uber
oh
news?
yeah, I don't know. They just essentially they said we have tech that will turn anything into like a robotaxi or.
Okay.
I don't know if they use the language robotaxi.
World's largest networks of autonomous vehicles powered by NVIDIA.
Yeah, there you go. I say robotaxi because I think Tesla, but obviously autonomous is a better way to put it. No, but Uber, I'm looking to buy the dip again in this stock because why not, man? It's already bounced off VWAP a couple of times, and if NVIDIA's news is rising all of the tides, then jump on one of these bandwagons. It's a lovely fragrance in the office right now. It's amazing.
Yeah, just epoxy or something right here. But yeah, look, we're long the futures, man. We were short the futures early. That was a face slapper. And then we tried short again, but once we broke that high right there, I just said, F it. I'm going long, like, honestly. So the big time long hitting there right now. And we tried to go short on AMD as well. That was a big trade. And then we got stopped out once it broke through, which is completely fine. We had less than 10% left on this trade, broke through there, tried it again, right around 260, 250 off this epic run. We did extend about another $1, and now you're back down. So we do get stopped out of that one. And then, of course, SoFi, as we kind of predicted, would be back above. And I was like, watch out to see what happens with VWAP right into there. So I hope some of you were able to grab that VWAP trade as SoFi is right back up to the highs of the day. That's only 3 names that I've been trading all day. We'll be looking everywhere. Rigetti and some of the quantum names have spilled up a little bit to the downside, now down to about 4%. Yeah, there it is. So I don't know, whoops, right there to Rigetti.
Jensen mentioned a new like quantum GPU that NVIDIA. So they get every single move, it feels like in the last hour and a half is attributed to that talk. And so they tank some
that's
stock.
NVIDIA's thing, right? I mean, they're the one hosting this event, so of course they're going to try to pump some of the deals they have with people and how they're changing the game. It is an interesting thing with Uber, though, because Uber's back up to that $100 level, which I think is probably a take profit spot, especially if you think the market's about to crank a little lower, which, I mean, I know Shreve was mentioning, and I didn't actually get a time frame on him, but saying that NVIDIA he was thinking it was going to be one of the most epic shorts. So I just wanted to see when he thought that, because if the market is going to fall back in, there's going to be a lot of names that are going to come back in as well with that kind of a play. Bitcoin, I know Joe was pumping it as well all afternoon, not really doing a whole heck of a lot now, hovering around that same level of 15 and change. I wonder if low 14s is like the new buy spot. Yeah, exactly. So I wonder if that's the new buy spot. So we'll wait to see if 65 can hold again, 14.3, 14.4, something like that. So yeah, it's in there right now. So that's all I've been doing, and I see there's a question about what you've been doing.
No, not during lunchtime. Like
right
to me.
Right here.
No, well, I'm answering.
Oh yeah, you're answering it.
Yeah,
Okay,
not during lunchtime. To me, to get it back almost to green was a story of a little bit of Beyond Meat, some PayPal, which I was in, SoFi, and Uber. So those are the ones. Yeah, I was just going to talk about SoFi, but we can go. Actually, well, I did mention that SoFi was one of them throughout lunchtime. Like SoFi, obviously did not hold enough, but played it back, that one back into VWAP. And as I said, Uber looking pretty good. I had just trailed out of Beyond Meat, which worked as a short. Oh man, look at that. Now it's working with my allergies too. Yeah, it worked out of that one, which is a short. And I actually might try this one at the volume weighted average price in there again. Is looking relatively weak is Beyond Meat. Tesla, I haven't gone back into Tesla, but if you remember what happened to Tesla yesterday, like it's kind of the same chart, like not identical, but it's very similar, these charts. What's interesting is after it got to VWAP yesterday, it kind of didn't do much until right at the close. It's a little bit of an earlier drop in Tesla than we had in yesterday's trade, but you know, it just rounded breakdown. This, of course, is going to be on news, so it's a little bit different given that the NVIDIA push here going to take it to the downside. That's why Uber was going upside there, and obviously Tesla coming down. So I'm looking at that VWAP. I'm not going to jump into it automatically, but it did give you a similar look yesterday where you kind of got a little topping tail candle and then a reversal. So I have that on my mind. I do have a reload on Beyond Meat and Uber, sorry, Beyond Meat short and Uber long on the mind as well. And I guess we have a poll, which, I mean, I'm going to vote only one way, obviously, on this poll, which is the Blue Jays, because that's just how I roll against Shohei Ohtani tonight. And Bieber.
Yeah, I mean, Shohei's honestly, like as far as all their pitchers are concerned, Snell's better, right?
Well, on paper. Yeah, on paper, he's their fourth starter. Okay. I find like with Shohei, it's like, look, you'll know within the first couple of innings which type of outing he has. Is it he's throwing strikes, he's unhittable, and you just hope that you can get him out of the game by the sixth inning?
What are his good pitches? Does he have a splitter? What does he have?
Oh, good. Fastball, splitter, slider.
Okay. He's a power pitcher.
I mean, 97 to a hundo, hard split. If he's locating the split and he's locating the fastball, forget about it and just hope he gets to 100 pitches by 6 and you can get him out.
Right. You get to the bullpen, which
but like Glass
had 11
now,
innings of shutout baseball.
Well, Glass now, if you can make him throw a bunch.
We have to win now because we got to play Yamamoto again and Blake Snell again. So we can't go down 3-1 having to beat those guys twice. It's going to be tough. But anyways, that's baseball and anything can happen. That's why in sports, just like the market can fall. I don't know. But look at the extension that we have here on the daily for the NASDAQ. It's like, this is the TQs. I get it. So it's triple, but like it's just blasting right now. And even if we look at just the triple Qs, which is we can look at the NASDAQ. We can look at the NASDAQ itself, the contracts. I have it right here, the Z25s. But this is like, now NASDAQ is saying see you later to everybody else. It's just like, we're out of here, man. And you got big reports coming this week as well with Alphabet and Meta and all that. Microsoft today took out all-time highs just on a story, like, just as it was any other Tuesday. Wait a second. But here goes Meta. Like, what's going to hit tomorrow for Meta? Like, is going to get up to 800 before they even report? I mean, these markets are really, really off. I mean, I think Microsoft, did it pull back below 50 bucks? Right here, 550, yeah. So it does get going there. Now it's only up 2%, but what an epic move there for Microsoft. And then Randy's right beside us right here. But we have Tesla also taking out and going to all-time highs. Right now is Tesla. I think it's, 480 TSLA. As we wait for names like Rivian, Randy, and all these other things to do something, this is what Tesla's doing. It's just like, hold my beer, guys. We got this. There it is, back up to 478. Would be in and around the all-time highs right there, made back in 2024. So we did have quite the roller coaster, but right now we're getting lifted again. Mr. Randy, back up there into 470 one more time. So, look, lots to talk about today. We have the rundown. It's all the names that you guys want to talk about. We have good old Ford as well. That's on a little bit of a pushback off that $14 mark. Can it hold it? Yeah, exactly. Can it hold that level? I mean, look, anybody, if you zoom back out here, and we're going to see over here, that Ford was already at, there it is. Woo, nailed that. Ford was already at 14 bucks. And then this happened. And that's not tariffs, that's just Ford, all the way back down in there in 2024. So do they suffer the same fate again on a pullback on letter F? So we'll discuss all of that right now. Okay, it's on the screen now. Hey guys, South Carolina, we talked about barbecue sauce.
South Carolina.
The Carolina barbecue sauce. Here's a little something for y'all. Y'all blow me away. A couple kisses for luck too. Thank you, Paula.
Appreciate you, Paula.
Bring that Paula Malone over there. What's the Paula Abdul is what I was thinking about. Flash from the passer, Paula Abdul. Look, thank you so much, Paula. That's very, honestly, it's very kind of you to do that. And yeah, we're just out here every day grinding, really, just like all the rest of you guys and girls, obviously. I keep saying guys, but it means everybody. Out there. So thank you so much. Good. Yeah, Ozan's like, and kisses, eh? Okay. Yeah, we'll take some good luck any way we can. So luck of the Irish, get that good old Irish kiss going on there as well. Randy's checking his watch there.
Why?
Supervision time almost up. Randy was outside there.
Oh, Lucid's going ham.
Oh, Lucid. Okay, well, did Randy finally put an upgrade on Lucid over here?
I know, I just bought the dip at Uber and Lucid's going absolutely ham. What's this?
Oh, partnership with NVIDIA.
Oh, yeah, but if you say Joe just we looked at Lucid.
I mean,
Joe
Wilson Capital is.
So he says partnership with NVIDIA. But on this afternoon, if you say that, it's believable. Yeah. So like, you can't just yell it out because it's actually believable. But we don't have the news just yet here on Lucid. Obviously, this is going a little bit ham. Oh, that's right, Lucid reverse split. Yeah, I remind myself, I'm like, Lucid's at $18. Like what?
All right, let's go back over. Sharif sounds like he's ready over there.
I think he just...
let's go ahead and get this rundown started on the day of NVIDIA deals and partnerships and
more.
Everything else, which is part of the reason why we are long the NASDAQ. Steve?
All right, just before we get to the major averages, here's the Lucid headline, guys. Working on a level 4 autonomous driving, powered, of course, by NVIDIA. As you know, if you know anything about Lucid, it really doesn't have a good autonomous driving software right now in their model, so this would be a nice marked change for them. So the headline, again, is that they're working with NVIDIA on a level 4 autonomous driving for their cars. Good look for the EV automaker. Let's look at all 4 major averages to start the afternoon here. The NQ leading the way, well, back and forth with the Dow, up 0.75%, well above 26,000, holding on now to 26,156. The ES also up nicely into all-time highs, up 0.33%, and the Dow above 48,000 as it makes new all-time highs again, also up 0.75. The only major average that's actually negative on the day is the Russell 2000, still holding that 25,000 point area. So good look for the major averages on the day. Let's start with the first headline, guys, as decided by you, TSLA. So look, a number of headlines here with Tesla, with respect to Tesla. The one that we got earlier was the Stellantis tie-up with Uber and NVIDIA. So Stellantis, much of the same, the headline that we just read about Lucid, is looking to supply 5,000 level 4 vehicles powered by NVIDIA systems to Uber. We'll keep an eye on that. Tesla did sell off on that news initially. Also, separately, Tesla's eyeing internal CEO candidates if Elon Musk steps down over the pay vote. Bloomberg reporting, and then also we had the EU sales come in today for Tesla. No surprise here, down 18.6% year over year in the month of September.
Yeah, and quickly before we get to Tesla, I'm going to dump the reload on Uber. If Lucid just got like the new news, this is not really looking as strong as before. And like the name, like it's just losing volume after that Lucid headline. So let it settle. And even Tesla's starting to rebound. And so, thank you, Nicholas.
I just put that up. I just saw it in the chat.
Partnership with...
We have a new announcement today, NVIDIA partnership with Trader TV Live.
Why not? I mean, everybody else is.
Yeah, well, Jensen called me, and he's just noticing that we're going long, and he's like, I mean, you guys might as well hit up NVIDIA. And I was like, oh, well, what do you got to offer us and everything? So we're going to... It's preemptive. We're going to announce exactly in the next upcoming days with NVIDIA. He's got a lot on his mind right now, so... I told him, like, look, just relax. Let us know when you're ready to talk. I mean, Judge just can't just run into my inbox.
He's not busy at all.
No, I told him to give me give us a second there. But all right, so Uber. Oh, Tesla. Oh, you're talking about Uber there.
Well, no, I was just sort of saying, like, if Lucid's starting to go, like, Uber got its story and its time in the sun for like 20 minutes or so. Ultimately, if you're passing the baton there to, here, I'll show you, we were just talking about Lucid, like Lucid's going ham and even it's starting to pull back in there. Probably worth it to just scalp some out, and the last trade will probably be flat overall if it stops on Uber. If we get back to the high, we get back to the high. But as far as Tesla goes, outside of the little pullback on the NVIDIA I don't know, turmoil when they talked about autonomous, Tesla's been another strong bullish day on Tesla, where all roads, like we're repeating ourselves, are leading to this 480 level. Now, not ultimately the exact top, but you go, it's like a double top, December, and then we recently wicked up there. So I think it has every reason to get there. I do like, at least for now, where it's holding up, right above $460. So a couple of wick bottoms on the 15-minute makes it bullish going into tomorrow as well. Like I said, I only went short on it twice. And when I gave the lesson of the day, one of the things I said was, so, if you're trying to be a consistently profitable trader, and I gave the math, I was short 9 times on Intel, 2 flat. You can call one a slight win, but I just called it flat to make the math simple. 7 losses, 2 flat, and 2 wins on Tesla. So if I look at the mean reversion trades on those, it worked out at 2 for 9. And if I was 3 for 9, I'd be up between the 2 stocks. And for myself, that's how you got to start working at it. What are you paying to try to get those wins? Because if I go 3 for 9, it could be positive. And I didn't really see another opportunity in Tesla. I wish I could tell you I got that top. On that reversion trade, it would have been a good one. I don't even think I was kind of not sitting at the desk when it did that reversion on the 15-minute, but that's the idea. Like if you're going that kind of a mean reversion trade off the top going against the grain, what's it costing you to do it each time? And I think that's where you got to keep it a little bit reasonable. But Tesla, for the longer time frame, a close above 460, and we have to open above there as well. If we can open above the 460 level, holding that, I think the next stop is that 480. I think it makes some sense. Like if I hadn't rung any of the register here in front of 440, that's been a double up since the 220 level. If you hadn't rung the register here, I think it would make a lot of sense to take some profit at the 480. To me, I already took some in front of 440 and still have long-term here. I'm just talking about my TFSA. I have a swing in Tesla. And we'll hold the rest to see if it gets to 480. But I can't see any reason it doesn't get there at this point, especially if they're going to buy it up on this NVIDIA news.
Yeah, I've been pretty good with basically not selling anything. I mean, the portfolio's at all-time highs. You guys know that we got out of a couple names, but I am so loaded in this Mag 7, it actually makes me nervous. That's why I stepped into gold a little bit, and I know gold's coming back in. It's going to give me some more opportunities to buy some more of that, but I'm getting nervous about how ballooned up some of these things are. And I know I talked with Sharif about NVIDIA, and I was just like, yeah, man, like the last time we bought NVIDIA, I mean, I bought some more NVIDIA. Here you go, this is Lucid. I bought some, we're not going to even talk about NVIDIA third. I bought NVIDIA last at, what was it, 175. Was lucky enough to get these dip buys, and it's just ripping right now. I mean, Joseph Wilson Capital there was talking about NVIDIA 200. It couldn't get 200 today. Right there, 199 right now. So watch out for 200 coming on NVDA. This has done a year's worth of gains in 2 weeks. Right there, you're up 10% right there in 4 days. Right there, let alone, getting it down into here, 175. That's where we last bought it, was right into here. I mean, I don't know. Just keeps on climbing, man. This is new all-time highs for NVIDIA. I'm just going to stay long. The futures right now are $1 in, and we have some shares on, so I have no problem holding on to that one right now. Yeah, and for me on Tesla, what I was getting at is I'm not selling this name. It's the lightest of everything. Like I probably have, 20% of Tesla compared to Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, all of those plays. But I like the stock, and it's going to continue to work. The way FSD is, and I just am so impressed when I drive this car around. I don't know. I like the name, and forget about it as a car business. Now that we're looking at FSD, now that we're looking at AI, and we're looking at Elon Musk getting, hopefully, this pay package approved, he can stick around. Like, imagine this. There's some talk right now about Elon Musk, like, not being happy and possibly looking internally for new CEOs. Like, if that wasn't hanging over the stock, I mean, this might already be 500. So we'll just wait for the next couple of days and see if it can get up there. I have a feeling it does. Tesla, I still think it's a great name, great hold. And yesterday into the close, we had this happen yesterday afternoon. So let's wait to see if it does get a little toppy. It was around now where we started to see the move down yesterday, despite having the NASDAQ go out at 1.6, 1.7%, they started to escalate, but Tesla pulled back a little bit. So maybe we've seen the highs. Let's see what this does around 466, 465 today. It could be a decent short, but oh boy, there we go, man. Obi may not be allowed to say it, but I sure will. It's a nice move to the upside right now for these futures, man, and have the ability to do this. Right, like Neil was saying, going 3 for 9 would be great. You may or may not make the Hall of Fame in baseball. We went there short, we went short again, that was an L, and then we flipped over to the longs. We kind of go almost the same right there. 1 win, a loss, and then another win there, 2 for 3 for the TQs. But it's actually taking over my #1 spot P&L wise now. So let's go back over to SoFi, a name that we should probably still be in. Oh my God, we wrote down 30 long, we had 30 long, we even had 29 long here on SoFi, now taking out the highs of the day. Good that, man, and we love some SoFi long. It's a big position in the swing account.
It was unusual price action, Sean. I mean, we were really up in the pre-market. We sold off everything to start making that low of basically 28.80, and then right back up we go into the pre-market highs, now up 4 2/3. They did quite well on revenue, guys, surging 36% for 2025, accelerating their AI investments. CEO Anthony Noto basically said we had an excellent third quarter. We added 905,000 new members. Total membership now for the platform, 12.6 million, as they use many different products. He emphasized the product innovation and brand building. Adjusted net revenue came in at $950 million, up 38% year over year. And he said basically that the fee-based revenue hit a quarterly record, guys, $409 million. SoFi trading at day's highs.
Yeah, if you go back to the earnings in July, you saw it like gap up and then gave a pullback. It is what it is, and it's now absolutely flying, but it did a similar thing this morning. Like the reason we're anticipating a dip buy in SoFi, at least I wasn't, I mean, we were both were, so it's just the way that it behaves. You're not going to find anything negative. I think at one point I remember hearing Brendan say, well, I don't know, you can't really see anything negative why SoFi was already selling off going into the open. There wasn't. I mean, if there is, then congratulations. I couldn't really spot it. So we just went first places to buy the dip. And every single significant level, starting with 30, and then working off of the actual low yesterday, and then zooming it out even further, and then going to that 2880 support, that ends up being the one, which was the support from 2 days ago. And yeah, I wish I could say I held through VWAP. I think even, it's not even that. No. Because it wasn't necessary to hold through VWAP. It was actually kept picking it back up through VWAP would have been the better way to put it, because you can trade it to VWAP and get out, and then you can try to get back in the long off VWAP. This is now done the round trip. I can show it on the monthly chart here for SoFi. I'm still holding 75% of what I have. My average price is like under $8. I lamented this stock for a very long time when it was doing nothing for a while. But that's sort of the thing. Sometimes you'll be sitting in something that you like, that it's like, oh, but if you had been in this or that, it would have made money. And I feel like Webull could be the same thing, right down around that underneath that $11 level. Keep loading up on it, and it's not really moving off that level because at some point you want it to break out. SoFi has made this breakout, and from a technical standpoint, I couldn't even tell you exactly where the target should be. Get someone who's like a Michael Noss. I think this is a let it fly moment. Obviously, the 3-day rule applies if you're looking for short-term trades on SoFi. But the fact that it has a good chance to close at the highs, that's something it doesn't usually do after earnings. So we're in a different environments for SoFi. But that is a heck of a rally. And that breakout on the monthly chart to get past the previous high, we've seen that kind of move give you another 40 or 50% in the past.
Okay, you guys saw me buy SoFi recently at $25. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the way this is operating, and I just averaged up into it. I have no idea what my average price is. I'm glad that Neil's got a 5-bagger or 4-bagger on right now. But yeah, I just want to buy more SoFi. So yeah, I'm trying to get longer in everything, right? I mean, I don't think this is necessarily the next Palantir, but I do think that SoFi has just now broken out, and normally on earnings it will pull back. It's not pulling back today. So SoFi, just a great extension at its day's high. Yep. And yeah, congratulations. We were long. It was, again, like, I was just looking at my sticky note here. I mean, we nailed it today. But and again, we're at our day and a half level, so that's good. But here it was right here where we had SoFi $30 long, but I mean, it went down to 29. We said great quarter there. We also like the Google long, the AMD short, and the TQ short, which we got in, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But yeah, so far so good there for SoFi. And yeah, I think Webull is another case there. We have been buying the dip as well, and we've been talking about some Webull there. So yeah, you know, do the best, but as Webull goes downside, SoFi goes upside. So, I mean, I have way more money in SoFi than I do in Webull, and yeah, even Robinhood. I don't own any Robinhood. But my biggest position out of all of these is still JP Morgan. I mean, we bought JP Morgan at 233 with a lot of confidence in that trade, and we're still continuously going here. We did get something out around this 305, 306 area, I think right where we are now. We didn't explore this 315, but I still think we can get going here on JP Morgan. So yeah, trying to diversify a little bit. Wow, the TQs are really starting to go now, man. So all right, let's go back over to talk about the story of why the market's going, most likely this NVDA.
It is.
All right, guys, brace yourselves because there's a lot of headlines to get through here. A lot of new partnerships were announced. Let's start with this one. NVIDIA, AI deals with Samsung and Hyundai. I'm not going to get into the details. You guys can do more research if you'd like. Stellantis, another collaboration with NVIDIA and Uber, including Foxconn here. They're going to deploy level 4 autonomous driving. Let's go on. Lucid as well are going to get into that level 4 autonomous driving. They're calling it hands-off. They're using NVIDIA's chips for that. He also announced an impressive new metric. We'll get to that one at the end, actually, as this has to do with how many Blackwell chips they're sending. Eli Lilly deploys AI factory for drug discovery. You guessed it, using NVIDIA's Blackwell chips. We're also getting into the quantum computing things. Jensen's saying his high performance computing is going to be used alongside quantum. Oracle as well as teaming up with NVIDIA here to build out an AI supercomputer, partnering with the U.S. Department of Energy. They're also launching NVIDIA, that is, Halos certified program to evaluate and certify physical AI for, of course, autonomous vehicles and robotics. CrowdStrike, another deal here with NVIDIA for their cybersecurity. Solstice Systems going to use 100,000 Blackwell GPUs to accelerate their Department of Energy mission using NVIDIA's chips, of course. We're also getting U.S. telecom leaders unveiling an all-American AI RAN stack to accelerate a path to 6G. You guessed it, using NVIDIA's GPUs. They're also collaborating, Sean, with Palantir to build integrated technology stack for operational AI to accelerate and optimize complex system enterprises as well as government systems. I know I'm getting a little long in the tooth here, but the last one here, not one that I anticipated, but Lowe's, guys, dropping their hat in the ring. They're going to pioneer an operational AI software for supply chain logistics, including Palantir as well. Guys, we are now on NVIDIA trading at $199.32. We have a market cap of $4.842 trillion.
And it's still cheaper than AMD by market cap.
Yeah.
Or sorry, by PE, I should say. Sorry, by PE. So, and look, that's nothing against AMD. It's just an observation because AMD's been such a rocket ship. And if you've been paying up for it, congratulations. But like, to me, like, it's NVIDIA's world. Like, who didn't just get named there for a partnership with NVIDIA at this point? Like, if you didn't, it's like, what are you doing? You're not utilizing them, and this is sort of the thing. One of the concerns that you will hear time and time again is, okay, you can't keep that big of a market share. You can't keep your margins that large. That's entirely true, but you also have to consider that as the pie grows, and you've heard things like 5x, 10x over an extended time period, 5-10-year time period. Then 80% turning into 50% and margins going from 70 to say like 40, when you have that type of growth in the overall space, isn't necessarily that bad. And that's just how it goes. So as long as they can keep producing, obviously a lot is at stake. But this is a very, very bullish candle because it just looked like you were pulling back here on NVIDIA. This is incredibly bullish. I think it's going to see this 200 level. I don't think I take an afternoon breakout on NVIDIA because it's been just the way that it's trading. I think it's more, I think you have a better shot buying a dip on a breakout. Like, let it try to break and then just try to pick up like a 99 on the way back through on NVIDIA. Just the way it's been trading has been like more violent to trust an afternoon clean break.
Like, just to talk about where we were on NVIDIA, like I just checked my account. Like we're up 1,200% on it. Like I haven't bought any in my 401k in a long time. And that's why it's getting to be a little exciting to the upside there on NVDA. Like I believed in that name for a very, very long time, and it just continues to rocket up. But there is a sad thing to talk about because each year there's over 3.8 million concussions reported in the United States, and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Please learn more by simply scanning that QR code if you haven't had any experience with concussions or know anybody that has. Scan it, get some more information, and figure out if Oragenics is right for you.
SMCI and NVIDIA now.
Yeah, everything, man. Eli Lilly partnership with, I can't make this up. Eli Lilly and NVIDIA here with a partnership.
Yeah, but that obviously makes sense.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
so there it goes to the upside. And this is what I'm talking about. I know Sharif was mentioning about the moat, but this is that moat that they have literally in every single business that you're thinking about. And the problem with NVIDIA is about their moat. People can catch up with the technology. That's fine. They're not going to, but they could. The difference is that it's also software tied. So it's so expensive that once you're in somewhere to get that next stack going, it's so expensive to do that. And that's why a lot of these companies, they do share deals with AMD and NVIDIA and all this to sort of diversify themselves. But at the end of the day, I mean, this market, I am going long. I know we're talking about NVIDIA. I'm going to go long on $200 right now on NVIDIA. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening, man. It looks like it is going to take out 200 right now. And yeah, so there it goes. When Joe, I know Joe, I misheard what Joe had said, but when he had said that he thinks NVIDIA by year end, I know that was a call that he made a while ago. That's why I was like, NVIDIA probably by the end of this week, but it looks like by the end of the day right now. Well, this is already 200. I mean, you know, where it is right now.
Distinction without a difference.
Yeah, exactly. You know, congratulations to anybody that has this. It's been a, I was going to say it's been a ride, but it hasn't been a tough one. You haven't had to, I mean, all stocks, well, yeah, that's right. We have that split. All stocks dip. Like NVIDIA earlier on this year already went from 140 down to 90. Like they already had a 60 or 70% retracement this year. That could happen again. You know, and if it does drop 60 or 70%, like it's already done, like have memory, right? This was 8 months ago. We went from 140 in end of February. We went from 140 down to 90. So we lost $50 on 140. We already lost 35, 40% already in one move, right? So that could happen again, and if it does, you'll see NVIDIA back down into here, and then we'll be scooping it like it's out of style. But for right now, yeah, we're looking at NVIDIA breaking 2 bills, and I'm going to take a small piece of it and see what happens. If we do that infamous fake and break, then we can get longer back down into here, 198.50 or so. But this is really helping out this position, man. The futures trade just keeps on ripping northbound right now. All right, it's the eye of the tiger, but this time it's wolf. So let's go find out what's going on with the wolf pack these days.
Get to Wolf in a second, Katina, man. I just want to let you know some more tie-ups here with NVIDIA. Zoom throwing their hat in the ring. They're going to be using their AI stack to expand NVIDIA's Nemotron models to make AI smarter and faster for every business. SMCI, a company that already collaborated with NVIDIA, is expanding that collaboration with respect to data integrity and the quality of US-based manufacturing. Look out for that as well. And then I got this headline: Microsoft and NVIDIA announced an AI advancement at the GTC. I didn't get all the details about that one, but as soon as I do, I will let you know. So Microsoft throwing their hat into the ring there as well with NVIDIA. Let's talk about Wolf, though. WULF up 23 1/3%. Here's the deal. So they entered into a joint venture with AI and cloud platform company FluidStack to develop and operate a data center in Abernathy, Texas, with capacity of about 168 megawatts. It said the 25-year hosting commitment represents about $9.5 billion in contracted revenue for the joint venture, and Google's backing this, guys, with about $1.3 billion of FluidStack's long-term lease obligations, while TeraWulf's contributions will be made in installments.
Yeah, and so look, I think I wasn't really looking at Wolf, but there's been a couple of questions. A lot of people are talking about like bubbles, and first things first, every rally technically is a bubble because all we do is print more money, and then that just causes asset prices to go ham for a bit, but it gravitates from what's causing growth to another. It goes, like, typically speaking, for the most part, the market is good because the capital gets allocated to, it's like self-correcting, it's allocated to the right places, right? But it does cause exuberance like this, and sometimes you're going to have situations where things get extended. But if everybody is saying it's a bubble, this is a top, oftentimes that's not the moment. It usually catches you by surprise. Like, maybe it'll be something like when we finally have certainty with China, and that's when you think we get another push, and then all of a sudden that's a selling event. I don't know. And that's the whole point. It's not that easy. Now, something like a Wolf, this is exactly the kind of stock that if we got, like Sean was just saying, like that 40% pullback in April, use that as an example here for Wolf. If NVIDIA has that type of a moment, it can pull back 40%, and I think a lot of us are just going to line up and be ready for it. Like, I bought it a month early in March because I was like, what the heck? And I was like, oh, I wish I got the second dip buy. But if a stock like Wolf, it's a different story. When this unwinds, it might not be 40%. It might be 80%. That's just how it's going to be. And when you talk about the quantum, it's the same sort of thing. Like, these crazy runners, for now, momentum is good. It's literally breaking out another high. And you think that looks strong? 80 million in shares. And look at all the volume off the open to cause that move. And it just consolidates off the high and runs back into the high. That's bullish until proven otherwise, right? So it's holding that prior high on any kind of a dip. Congratulations if you got it. It's the only thing it's doing right now is resisting 17. So under normal circumstances, I haven't even checked. Like, there might be a little something here. Free locates, just double checking. Like, it's got a flat top. So whether it were to false break that flat top or maybe break this little afternoon trend line, there might be a nice little scalp trade here on Wolf. But on the daily, I think you play momentum till it goes. But keep in mind, eventually, when we do get some kind of a pullback or correction, it's stocks like these that are going to be the real violence, because it won't be some structured pullback on something like a Wolf.
All right, I'm still waiting for NVIDIA to break 2 bills, so I think that's going to happen very, very soon. So I'm going to just throw it back over to Sharif. We can talk about BYND, and hopefully by the time we get back, we'll see NVIDIA through this $200 mark.
Yeah, guys, BYND only up a 3 1/3 here off the highs. It got to 236. Now it's actually breaking down below 2. I was involved in this one momentarily on the midday show. Nothing new to update you guys on, but there is this bullish flow apparently here from options. They're saying options volume running well above the average of 758,000 contracts traded, and calls leading puts for a put call ratio, Joey, of 0.37 compared to a typical level of 1.07. They're saying the implied volatility, guys, is also up 14 points near 272, the highest 10% of observations over the past year. So really no technical or no fundamental reason why this is moving, but some options volumes.
I mean, earlier, it was up 8% earlier, but not anymore. It's still up on the day, but 2 days ago it failed the 200-period moving average. Today it failed the 50-period simple moving average on the daily. Beyond Meat still working on the back end. Like the 165 would be like a theory of support, and if it loses that, I think you got the obvious dollar level. If it gets to $1, I'm going to imagine that's going to be entirely too popular of a bounce level, and I'll go to a 3-minute, and it's probably a level that you'll have to give a little bit of room. I'll probably be involved if it gets down to that dollar level again, but for now, I'm just trading off $2. Like, it missed VWAP. It ran to the upside, had it this morning, stopped it out, missed a turn, but now just shorting it, looking for essentially just a low. right? If I think 165 is a support level and the low today is just above 170, last stop is going to be just in front of that 170 level that we're holding on to. If it goes red, it goes red. I don't think it goes red by much. I expected to find some support because it's still a meme stock with a pretty decent sized short float. So I do expect some bounces to come back into play. But for now, shorting off at 2. I have a reload that never got filled. I'll take it one more time if we are able to get it. Almost there. What's the high? Did it get to 88?
Yep, whatever it got to was the high. I still like Big Bear AI. I mean, these guys are going to report November the 10th or the 11th, one of those days. A downside right there. So just waiting for NVIDIA to announce a partnership with Big Bear AI. But yeah, this could be another one of those names here as the brigade and the army for Open Door and Big Bear AI. It's still going to be something here. We'll wait. I'm actually excited for this earnings report. I actually want to see if it could dip down in and we'll be able to buy some more of the biggest and the baddest bear around, Big Bear AI. Happy with our target, man. If we can get $100, we just tweeted it out yesterday. We made a call $89 a couple weeks ago where we actually bought it and, you know, talked about it on the show and not just saying like random stuff like, oh, I'm up 1,100% on NVIDIA. It doesn't do anything to anybody. This is an actual call that we had made down here, so I was pretty happy with that one. Just like the SoFi play, just like our Apple play that we made the day when it was there at 212. I remember grabbing some flack on that one as well. This is why it's getting to be a little frothy, in my opinion. Like all of these names, man, everything right now at all-time highs. Heading into earnings season does give a little bit of a pause for concern. That is for sure. And I just want to say, you can't trade one without looking at the other. So I've been getting out of some TQQs here on the way to the upside right now. Just a couple, basically emptying it out. Like right now and I don't know, I've traded thousands of these shares today. I don't know what I have left as far as a percentage, but just on these last little reloads, just pieces left. So out up here, look, if it breaks, we already want to take NVIDIA long through 2 bills. So if it does break, then obviously this will extend higher as well. But we're just getting out just in case. So that next level right there is 119.20. My stop on this was 118.44. Well, that's a new stop. Obviously, it's where I'm long now is above that price. But I was going to stop out on the 50 period breaking. It's never done that. So we'll just adjust our stop right now. We're getting close to it right now, 119. Let's go to breaking the 15 marker, and we'll get out of about half of what we have left if there is some kind of a pullback, because we're noticing right now that NVDA is pulling back off of that 200 level. So to be expected, right? Yesterday we saw a pullback of Tesla off of 450 until it said no to that. And right now I'm bidding right here at the 50 period moving average. So if NVIDIA does come in just like this and tests right there, we want to go long on NVDA. So I'm going to go long there, and I'm going to go long if it breaks 200. So a couple ideas right there for the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, we're up quite large. Still, AMD is still my number one P&L name today. And SoFi, just to go back on some of that talk again, how we don't ever want to have 2 big losers compared to our winners. SoFi right now is a third of what we made on both. The TQs and AMD are almost the same. So let's just say we're up $100 on each of these, then we're down 30 on AMD, right? So easily helping us, make some of these goals and making sure that, hey, when we're wrong, we're punching out, right? Like we're wrong there, we punch out. We're wrong here on the short, we punched out. We were long again. I don't think we actually punched out up here, but as it fall back in, we taking profits where we see levels, and taking profits at the 50 period, then at VWAP, and then again where we see some protection down there. All right, NVIDIA did not go down as far as I hoped it would there to get longer. So there it is, man. The dip basically went to 40s. Did it go to 40s? Yeah, 30s, 40s right there. So that just gave you an opportunity to do that. You were in a long, weren't you?
Well, that was Uber a while ago.
Well, that's Uber. Yeah. I was just
the second Lucid started going, I was like, I'm not gonna reload. I'm just gonna get out of the third long on Uber. I'm gonna get back there in a second, but there's another. It's not only NVIDIA this time. It's US selects Hewlett Packard and NVIDIA as partners for 2 new supercomputers. So that just hit the wire. HPE is actually breaking out as well. So if you're looking at HPE for whatever reason, this is also looking pretty good. What tech stock, here, how about this? If you have a tech stock and it is not looking somewhat adjacent to this kind of a pattern, it's not very good. And you should maybe re-examine whether you like that stock.
Qualcomm, ARM.
Oh, ARM, but you know what?
ARM's
actually,
down 3%.
So ARM, I think ARM and I'm not just saying this because I trimmed some up here, but this is a huge level for ARM, and it might take some time to get through. That's all. Like this 180, like it's 1, 2, 3, now 4 times and a couple of times just in the last couple of weeks here that it's struggling on pullbacks, but higher lows still. Like the structure of it's fine. ARM is one of the reasons why when you're looking, if you like something in the long term and you don't necessarily like the price, but you know it's a long-term hold, buy 10%. Like, do I like where MP Materials is right now? No. But do I want to be in it? Well, the first time I bought it at 50 credit, I thought it was overpriced. And if I buy it at 200, I'll still think it's probably overpriced, but I'll get 10%. Because I didn't do that with ARM, even though I like the stock. And then instead of being long at 50, like I was waiting and just getting really lucky that crazy dips happen in the stock. Like I was sitting there unwilling to buy it at the 200 period moving average, and then we happened to have a market dump in April. And it goes into this low. And as I said, it was the only thing that I actually bought into in April because I was doing most of my buying in March. During spring training. So I think ARM, I don't think it's in trouble, but if you're counting at home, this is in the midst of a pullback. At some point I expect it breaks out, but I wouldn't be surprised if ARM retested the 50 or the 200 period moving average down around this 150, 140 on any kind of a small market correction. But we'll see. It tends to take its time, and then when you're not paying attention, it goes a little bit ham, like Micron did. Micron green? Oh, Micron's green again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Micron, wow, Micron was doing absolutely nothing. And then check out this 218 level from yesterday on Micron. And there's support, and bye-bye. Sometimes it's just like that one that lulls you to sleep and then goes absolutely ham. Okay, I think Wolf might be, here's the test of Wolf at that 17. As I said before, if this false breaks the high, thought I saved that. If this false breaks the high, like I see a topping tail candle through 17, I'll probably take a shot at this one for a reversion or just let it break the trend line. If NVIDIA is not going to test this 200, I suppose this will be the next trade.
We're getting some TQQs right now, and we do have to, and it's couple, okay, there it is, wow. We are starting to get back up to the upside. We just took another fill right there at 50 or 48 again there on the TQs, and now we're gonna wait for a move a little bit higher. But if you are looking for some exciting news and you are a trader here in Canada, thank you for watching, and thank you, welcome to our stream. But Beta Pro by Global X Canada is their largest provider here in Canada of levered, inverse, and inverse levered, wow, NVIDIA's trying to go right now, ETFs. Has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, as well as treasuries, semiconductors, all over there on the US markets. Even better, they're offering this fee rebate until December 31st. The US focused strategies use currency hedging to offer potential for pure performance and exposure. If you are tactical and sophisticated and looking to amplify your performance, which is why we're trading the TQQs, please check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more by simply scanning that QR code on the screen. Adara.
But I hear an Eli Lilly, which oddly enough actually has an NVIDIA catalyst as well. Eli Lilly and NVIDIA partnering up to build a supercomputer in what they're describing as an AI factory for drug discovery and development. Now, I also want to mention here, the sheer collaboration here between HPE and NVIDIA was not necessarily new because A, HPE collaborated with AMD with their supercomputer announcement as of yesterday, and B, NVIDIA actually was mentioning HPE as well, or we were seeing reports that HPE was going to be involved. But there is news with HPE with regards to NVIDIA that just came out. HPE and NVIDIA here 1 minute ago. HPE saying that its NVIDIA HP300 NVL72s are now available to order. They're expecting to start shipping these within 2 months from now, December 25. I'm also seeing a Tesla story right now, too, guys. It's been a very heavy news day, so I'll mention this as well for TSLA. Tesla's saying it'll be adding a steering wheel and pedals if mandated by regulators, I'm guessing, with regards to its FSD. Thank you for that super chat saying that someone also partnered with NVIDIA. Lots of NVIDIA partnerships. But one more thing with Tesla that I saw while I was away from the news desk here. Bloomberg reporting that chairwoman or chairperson Robin Denham of Tesla's board saying or I guess in general here, Tesla looking to do an internal CEO search because they're a little bit concerned here if the pay package is not approved that Elon might leave the company. Back to you.
Oh, but still. Well, yeah, just sort of like and we were just sort of talking about like the robo-taxis. Like I get it, you want to make something like minimalistic, but I think that's like do that at a point where the adoption is so massive that only that single purpose. Like to me, like a blended vehicle makes more sense at first than something because people always want that option to drive. Just one note on Eli Lilly here. It's not everything is going to rally when it gets like an NVIDIA deal. Like Eli Lilly's doing absolutely nothing here. But ultimately, I think this one has turned a little bit of the corner. I'm going to show you what I'm looking at anyways on Lilly. Whoops. Is it finally? There we go. Like it's got a very good channel. And if you zoom out and obviously like it'll look like there's probably a better name for calling it some kind of a bull flag or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You get the idea. It's consolidating with this good channel with a chance to close above and break out. I think there's another possible leg here. I just also believe, even if it doesn't, I'm now looking at this, now that we have like 3 or 4 points here, as a dip buy situation for myself. I've only trimmed a couple of times just because it got too big in the portfolio and just relatively speaking, and that's all. So I'm going to try and get this one if it goes anywhere near the bottom of this channel. But I also believe this could be an average up as well, where it breaks out this top, and then I'm just thinking, okay, just got to have it and try buy a little up there. We just hear NVIDIA and Zoom.
Yeah, it's about Zoom.
Yeah.
Partnering up or something. It's another deal.
It's just another one.
Yeah. It just goes to that point that I was sort of had to grab the mic there and talk when Sharif mentioned potentially NVIDIA doesn't have the moat around it. Disagree with that wholeheartedly.
It's a different type of moat than what you're accustomed to with, like Microsoft. Or we're very familiar and comfortable with the moats that Microsoft and Amazon and Apple and Google had. But then you have to remind yourself at the beginning, was anyone comfortable with what moat Amazon had? It wasn't until it was obvious, and at that point, you don't get the same kind of growth. That's just sort of how it is. And like at the end of the day,
right now NVIDIA is a hype machine, right? So
no, of course it's the hype machine. But I think look, we're going to have to weather a dip buy. But at this point, you have to also understand that 80% of a market or 90% of a market long term going to 50 is not a bad. This has happened before. And is anyone upset with the percentage of cloud that the big three have? And it's not just a one company ship? I don't think so. I mean, all three could win right now.
Well, apparently they all are. So, yeah, look, we are, I'm just going to stick with it, man. Like, if you sold NVIDIA at any point in your life, you were wrong. So, I mean, I'm going to hold out that to be true for a while here. It's at the all-time highs, and, you know, if you just held it this whole time, you know, you're where it is. Obviously, if you're good enough to sell up there and then rebuy there, good on you. But, I mean, I made the same mistake like on SMR. Right? Well, same mistake. I sold this at 57 and was saying like, oh, maybe I'll buy it back if it gets into here. And then when it comes into here, I'm thinking like, oh, these SMRs and all this stuff, new scale, which is SMR, these reactors and everything, maybe nuclear is not the thing. Maybe we're coming back down. So when it comes into here, I don't rebuy. You know, so the fact that I sold at 57, fine, sure, we put money to work in other places or get that 4.5% just sitting in your account in cash. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to make the calls where they lie. NVIDIA's pulling back, so I'm going to get another piece out, which we just did right there on the futures again. So just scalping this out on the upside. We have enough shares to be able to do this. You know, and that's why, for me, trading bigger share lots and doing stuff like this, we heard that Bart Simpson in the chat there. I guess, I don't know if his shorts got eaten or what, but he was talking about it, and if you're there, Bart, what's up? That you would change your style a little bit to this as well, right? And so, again, this is what I'm doing. Trading a little bit, with enough shares to be able to do this. you know, on the way up. I feel like it's too many outs, but every time it comes into certain levels, I'm taking it. Like this is still over 20 minutes. It wasn't breaking till eventually it does. At some point it's gonna fall back. I actually got to adjust this. I put my stop on the TQs at 119.14s. Let's just trail this right now. That is 35, so we're getting close again, 119. This is why I'm like tapping out a little bit. Let's just put it to 24. We'll get out of another 50%, but these 50% are less and less because we're taking it out on the way up. So that would be a play there. All right, what I'm going to do is...
Heavy drop here in Oklo right now.
Oklo, okay. I'm just going to reset this thing right here so that we can get more votes because this is obviously just being dominated by these three names right now. So let's go restart. Now you got to get into the chat and you got to hit $sign something. And if you do $sign TQQ, well, there, someone knows. Okay, you still want to talk about NVIDIA? Okay, Oklo, NVIDIA, all that. So, okay, SoFi, all right. So right now, like the three names we just talked about, Nokia up as well on, you guessed it, another dealership. Shout out to the dealerships out there. On another deal with NVIDIA. Robinhood up 1%. I'm going to pause this for a second. Adobe up 1.3% as well. I don't know what MSPR is. We can have a quick look there as well. The Trade Desk is down to 3%. I do not like that name at all. Now we'll unpause this and see what's going up there.
Kidding.
No, I did talk about CrowdStrike.
Oh, you did?
Up
okay.
3% there.
Yeah, it looks
all-time highs, man. I mean, I haven't done anything with that stock either. Netflix, we talked about yesterday buying that dip into about 1080 or so. We didn't do it, but Netflix up that 1% again. A name that, again, I'm long Netflix, but I'm not doing anything with it. That was one of the bigger winners. Yes, Adara?
I was going to say, to be fair to you, Sean, it never really went to 1080. I think its low yesterday was around 1086, so you probably wouldn't have gotten your fill anyway.
No, I wasn't waiting for it. I was just randomly guessing. So yeah, I'm gonna say success on the guess of 1080 there. Yeah, so I'm not buying more Netflix on any dips. Again, this is just a name that I haven't bought in years and years, and its trajectory is up. But like right now, they're subs. They had that tax problem in Brazil. I love the live sports angle. We talked about that over and over again. But I'm still thinking like the last time it broke the 200 period was like back
it does show it.
23.
I don't know why you're using. Yeah, it's 2023.
Yeah, no, it's because I haven't expanded it out. Yeah, so I know we did this.
We did this yesterday.
I did this a lot. Yeah, it's going to be right there. So that's happening right now. So there is a buying opportunity there for Netflix as well. So got to stamp that I kind of do approve that buy. So Netflix, yes, I choose you, but just not right now. I actually chose Samsara. I just tweeted it out again right now so that we can look back in whenever, and I can actually have receipts. Not just me blabbing all the time. We can actually have receipts, just like we do on SoFi, just like we do on Target, and all the names that we put, I tweet them out. So there it is right there. I bought some Samsara today at $4. So let's wait to see if that one can work as well. Follow me at Trader TV Sean for more ideas in the long-term account as I post them up there when I make a decision. What is up, Adara?
But now here in RR, Rich Tech Robotics, trying to get a little bit of a bounce here off this low, announcing a new robot. So RR with a new robot. Keep an eye on Rich Tech. Back to you.
Yeah, Mitch like robotics.
NVIDIA just went down $1. Now it's right back up $1. Oh my gosh.
What the heck happened to this stock?
That's too bad, man.
It's right there.
Oh, Rich Tech, yeah. NVIDIA's right here at 200. Like we should have. I was sitting at the 50-period moving average, but I was at 198.80 because that's where it was when I put it there. So I got to change this, man. We should be $1 in the money, but it's all good. It looks like it's going to try to break it. We're going to take it with like half a unit just to see if it wants to go, and then now we have a little bit of a pullback area just in case it wants to pull back into 199. We like that for a dip and then a rip back up. But yeah, you're just looking at Rich Tech. The robotics name for me is ARKQ, I think it is. This is I've been in this name probably 3 or 4 years now. This has been a great trade, and I haven't even looked at it. So just straight up, this is the Kathy Ark robotics name. So okay, NVIDIA's breaking right now.
See that level? Oh, you just
it was huge. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just going to automatically.
It's done 200 million in volume. Knife, hot butter, essentially.
Oh yeah. That size is not going to matter.
It's not going to matter.
It's got to get a push, which is going to go right now.
Yeah,
Come over to my screen. You might as well at this point, Andre. Here it goes right now, breaking through. I'm only going up 20 cents on this break. So hopefully we get it, and we'll see what price we get exactly. It's going to have to go to 201 cent then it will trigger in. That means we broke through 200. I'm not going to go short off this level. I mean, the short is there for you if you guys want to take it. I just worry that, you know, the punch out, I don't know where I'm going to get it. There is millions of shares, by the way, there. This is a very big level. If I zoom it, see, there it is. So you're seeing that's 1 million shares right there by itself on NASDAQ, let alone another 600, 400. There's about 3 million shares maybe. Now that you can see, there it goes. So it's gone right now. We are long right there now at 2020 on NVIDIA. Look at that pullback. So again, half a unit. We did kind of expect this. So we're still here. Let's see, how high did it get? $20.40 right there on NVIDIA. So fine, we'll just wait. That little pullback area, it just went to 199.50. Maybe that's a zone there as well.
I'm at 55. I didn't get filled.
Okay, so a little bit of a pullback there. Yeah, into 55s. Okay, so we'll just wait. Again, no, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this could pull back and then rinse right through 199. So just be ready for this. I mean, this is why it's a good thing we're up on the day, and we discussed that we're only taking half a unit here, but let's just wait to see where it wants to do. We're going to load it in as well. If it gets back into the 50s, we'll put some more on right there. But right now, we're looking like a moron taking that punch. But at least we said we were going to do it. We do what we say we're going to do around here. And there it goes. Nice move to the upside. Pop goes the weasel with NVIDIA. We're now in the money, of course, as it goes now 20 cents upside. Where's my offer? Okay, we get filled at 40s. So we take out 5% as NVIDIA just continues to climb up. So yeah, man, I'm there at 199.50 as well for that dip buy opportunity, and even lower if we can get it into 199. But so far, so good here on NVIDIA. We're only out of 10%.
Yeah, it's a great look on NVIDIA. And so the answer is, by the end of the day, well, Power Hour, by the start of Power Hour was the actual correct. I'm just going to leave the 199 hash, and I did sneak one up into the 60s just in case it doesn't really go, and again, to give it to 99. But I did get into that trend break on Wolf. So there's the trend break on Wolf. I'm looking for the volume weighted average price, which is down at 16.22. So NVIDIA is the big story. Remember, it has dragged a lot. Like, it's dragged a lot of things up here. So were it to actually fall down, like, I don't know, if you happen to be in like Micron, if you happen to be in anything that's run with it, Oracle, anything, you just be wary. If this fails and you're breaking down underneath 199, I suspect there could be some bigger opportunities on pullbacks. The one thing I'd look at if this fails is SMCI, for myself, at least short. SMCI, distinctly different. Lower highs all afternoon on SMCI, and that's with a news story today. So if there is a kind of a deep drip, I'm kind of looking at SMCI through the bottom here if we get a failure through 199 over there on NVIDIA. And I paid for locates on this morning. Here at Real Trading, most things are free, but typically we have to pay for SMCI. So it's NVIDIA's world. Everyone's just sort of living in it. Bit of a topping tail candle in here at that 200 level, but that's not bearish if the next candle closes over 200 bucks. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in here waiting to see. Hopefully, I mean, at this point, yeah, it would be nice to get a dip buy opportunity in NVIDIA. We could reload that out that we took there, and then we'll see where we can go from there. But it looks like it is trying to pull back. On that note, guys, we did take some more out because, look, if NVIDIA is going to fail and there's going to be a downside push, then we do have to watch out for our TQ trade because that could, I'm going to get out another 5% right now. That could be the next shoe to drop, right, is the whole market if NVIDIA takes it with it. So that's a possibility there for NVDA to bring this whole thing down. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but if it does, let's just get out now. We're much lighter now on this TQQ position. So another out there at 40, maybe it can come back up to that upside again here. Goes AMD. Let's check out AMD because we do know that NVIDIA is getting all the love right now. NVIDIA kind of just doing nothing. Sorry, AMD doing nothing, although AMD is still the P&L #1. It's just a matter of not trading it since. We actually favored the short, as we wrote down on our note, for advanced micro devices. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm fine just sitting here. Like, I wasn't expecting that to break through 200, basically the way it did, and then come right back in. Like, it went to 240, came back. Now it's okay. Now it's coming back up. Let's just take another 5. Okay, well, we did 5% twice. It's going to be 10%. There it is. Did we get it? Where am I at even right now? Oh, we got it. Okay. So I think I was at 35s there. So let me double check. 37. So we got a 40 and a 37. So we're just taking out like really small pieces here, man, like 20-cent winners, which is nothing. It's dripped down a lot more than that against us. So now we're comfortable. We've taken out 20% of this trade. And now we'll just wait to see if NVIDIA wants to moon. And if it does, great, good on that. And meanwhile, the futures continue to move upside. It's power hour, man, and our net is powering up right now. So far, so good on this day here. The NVIDIA day, the day that the NASDAQ goes up another 1%, it was up 1.8% right now. NVIDIA is on an island, and the Qs are on an island by themselves right now, and just really happy, obviously, with, wow. Okay, man, I know you didn't take it, but NVIDIA just is accelerating now. Right there to the upside, man. Fortune favors the bold, and there goes NVIDIA. Nice move, man. It's too bad we actually get the price that we put in, and we didn't get a better price. But right now, 40 cents in the money, and there she goes, man. Again, a pretty easily structured trade, breaking key levels. We talk about that all the time. There it goes, man. It's NVIDIA. It's a monster here, Neil.
Yeah, it's an absolute rocket ship, or Alpha, great look over there. Imposter, I'll get to your question in a quick little second, but I'm just strategizing whether I want to. We didn't get the dip buy. I thought into 199, so it would be, to me, it was stretching it a little bit to try to get it up at 200 to give it to 199. I don't want to risk that dollar on the trade. But I will answer a question about Oklo. How can anybody can report? Like, it's Oklo tanking. If a stock like Oklo doesn't have revenue and earnings is coming,
no Oklo news that I can see.
Yeah. How would they report? Well, I mean, people report zero revenue all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you know, like there's public companies that are concepts that have a product that maybe these guys do have a design for a small modular reactor. It doesn't have federal regulatory approval yet, and they don't necessarily have any that they've sold to people, but it is an actual design that they are building, which could get that approval and which could then get bought up by a lot of customers, right? So there is, you know, like there's something there. I'm not here to tell you that they're making any money. And it's the same thing with like Rigetti and all that stuff. But yeah, there obviously is something there.
All right, you guys know what I'm doing. When I left you earlier today, we were $4 or $5 in the money, AMD and the TQs combined, and that was on the short. Now we're doing this on the long again. So again, like I just put in the chat, now I know why I'm here. We got to have these trades on board. Like for me, that's what I got to do. You got to put these trades on. Everybody, NVIDIA couldn't get away, right, from the top stock, and I actually use this as well as an indicator, right? I mean, you guys, we're doing the show for you. I mean, I'm doing it, you know, for myself to trade, but I'm glad to have everybody here. And you guys keep on wanting NVIDIA, just like you keep on wanting SoFi. So you guys sniffed this one out on NVIDIA, so I tip my cap to everybody out there as well that has this kind of a trade on board, right? I mean, this is what we're here for, is to do things like this. So again, let's just celebrate what NVIDIA's been doing today. I hope that you guys it, and if not, maybe you have something else, because right there, man, it just broke, and there it is, man. It's now another $1, and we just put this on 5 minutes ago, and this is the moves you can have in this kind of a market. You know, you can have these kind of moves where they get extended out. We've been having these moves for the whole year, and there it goes, man, 201 and change. Wilson Capital is gone right now, but this is a huge move now to the upside as it just continues to extend throughout, man. Shout out to T-Money. That's a hell of a trade for you, T-Money. You're long at 199.50. Great trade. I should have been long, honestly.
You got 50s?
No. I think just from before. I actually put this 50 period. I should be long at 199 flat, but I wasn't paying enough attention. I put it at 198.80 right there, right? But there it goes, man. Huge move now. There it is, man. $1.10 right now in the money on that one as we celebrate here as Trader TV Live goes parabolic one more time. This is just what a great show, great day. Thanks to everybody for continuously coming back, man. Let's see what that sub number's at right now. I can't do anything else, man. We're up $1.60 right now. There it is, 78.6%. Thanks for getting that thing going, man. But Neil, man, this is now $1.50 from that break level that we were talking about basically for the first hour of the show. So there it goes. Let's take out some profits on the way up, which we've been doing. I have half left. So I think we've done pretty good to hold on to half right here on NVDA. It keeps on going higher. Congratulations again, but it's the NVIDIA show here this afternoon.
That's the key, having half, because like if it goes to 1-1, you want to have more than half on the trade. Someone asked me what my plan on SMCI was, dependent on NVIDIA actually dipping. Like, I'm not trying to short, SMCI is not strong, but I'm not trying to short it if NVIDIA is doing this. If NVIDIA does any kind of a stop, my plan is not to short NVIDIA, but to short SMCI, because it's downward trending. So I'm just staring that one down. I'm not really reloading beyond me. I'm in that from before. Wolf is still that trend break, but I'm just staring this one down. I think it'll be a VWAP break. On the second I see NVIDIA look like it's losing some kind of a topping tail, I'm just going to punch through the volume weighted average price on SMCI. So sort of using NVIDIA as the futures and then looking for this as a breakdown underneath like 5280. So you got some lower highs that it's working. You do have some resistance here at 53.2, which does give me an out. And then the second I see a little bit of weakness in the tape or like a topping tail, something along these lines here that we saw at about 3 o'clock, then I'm jumping short in SMCI. I like a sympathy play if I have to, and not necessarily NVIDIA. And, you know, wow. I felt it would be a failed break. In theory, it did dip, but it didn't fill that 99.50, which is about as far as I wanted to go for it, because I was going to stop out at 198.90 or so. So I wanted to risk about 60 cents. To do 200 would be like risking $1.10. So I didn't want to risk $1.10 on that move. I wanted to risk about 60. So as we see, it's still looking incredibly strong. The second I see any weakness, I'm going to jump on over to another name. And SMCI could absolutely follow. It's possible. But right now, it's only NVIDIA going up. As long as it's only NVIDIA going up, I'm not going to assume that something else is going to follow.
Yeah, the futures are absolutely ripping too. We keep on talking about NVIDIA, but we've also got the futures right now. We've got 2 stocks right now that are more than $1 in the money right now. Okay, it's only 3:11. Let's see if there's any other names you guys want to talk about, because honestly, we're done now. I'm just going to be riding these things to the upside, but we can start talking about more stock if you guys want to. Neil's going to be looking at SMCI. That's fine. Target. Ooh, someone voted Target. I like that. We can talk about Target. I mean, Target's a name that I bought recently just to get diversified. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, look at this TQQ trade. You want to talk about, this is why I'm mad that we didn't get that load in NVIDIA, because we took the 50 period here twice on the TQs, wanted to do the same thing with NVIDIA, but unfortunately missed it, or else this would be even bigger than it is right now. But there it goes, man. I mean, whatever. This to me was just always just, could have taken more shares, but it doesn't matter. It's still moving upside right now, and it's putting NVIDIA, and again, my first trade of the day was this one, this break right there. You know, trading is not rocket science. It's just science. No, I think it's more art than science.
Well, it's definitely not science.
Yeah, it's more art than science, but it's close. I mean, this was just a simple 200 break. I think that's about as easy as it can get right there. So that's just a numbers game. But I did want to talk about Target here. Okay, so here's Target right now. Yeah, wow. Oh, it did get to $100 today. Wow. Okay, I think I'm going to put an offer up here now then. All right, guys, we're long at 88.50 or so on Target. We had talked about that down here, so that was a really good play that we posted up again, and we talked about this, you know, when we had it. It did go against us, I believe, because I think we probably put it on in here, or maybe we put it there. I'll have to go find the date, but there goes Target right now. It looks like it gets to that 100. 100 was our first mark. So let's put 99.50s in, and if we can get that tomorrow, then yeah, we'll be happy. If we can get 99.50 tomorrow on Target, because look, it just came right into that level again and then faded off of it. So yeah, man, so far so good on this trade for Target, but that's not good. We've pulled back now $2 almost straight down on TGT. That's 2%. So we've given up about 2% on that one. Wow, I don't know what's a better trade, man. The TQs right here, which is the futures trade, or NVDA, but both of them just continue to rip upside. I talked about Marvell earlier today as well as a possible sort of picks and shovels name. Not doing much, only up 0.22 with the NASDAQ now up 1%. That name just keeps on flying around as well. Tesla, Palantir. Let's look at Palantir, another name that we really liked. We talked about this at $11, $10, but that's a thing of the past. Let's look forward to what Palantir is now. 190, recent highs of 195. We'll see if we can. I'm not taking NVIDIA on a 202 break, but it just broke 202. So I'm going to offer out some 89s. There we go. We got them. I'm offering also some 202s here as well, just so we can get out of that. Up another 5% goes NVIDIA. That might be the pullback that people are waiting for. So we are now, on NVIDIA, we're about 35% left. So got some good outs there on the top, right near 202. And let's just wait to see now if there's finally a pullback happening in this name that is really leading it here this afternoon. Probably SoFi is ripping as well, but I can't be long everything. We're long the futures and we're long the strongest name around, it looks like, with NVIDIA. I'm sure there's a stronger name.
Still making higher highs on the 3 minutes, so if it's doing that, I'm not punching the short. The SMCI is breaking VWAP, but I already said the reason I want to do it. Oh, thank you for the super chat. I was just about to try to find it. I don't have to anymore. Wayfair. From KC 526, it had just what everybody needs. I think this is going to turn into a heck of a trap at some point. It's pure squeeze play. And as far as I'm concerned, you can see this is now up 5.5 times from the lows. $20 stock, almost at $110 from April till now. Anybody not ringing the register at Wayfair, I think you're kind of asking for it. It doesn't seem like it would be the kind of stock. It's not Rigetti, obviously, as a company. It's not Oklo. It's not nuclear. It's not in that kind of a space. But it is moving parabolically. And if you're moving parabolically right now, you're at all kinds of risk for 30%, 20, 25, 20, 30% type dips. That can easily happen. Think what happened in Newegg. I can easily see that happening in a Wayfair. This is one that, for sure, ring register. The reason we brought this up as potential yesterday was just the short float and the fact that it was at such a breakout level. I would not be touching this with a 10-foot pole up here. Not the way some of the retail names have been going. Like, look at, Target pull back all day long, PayPal pull back all day long. Not that it's exactly retail, but kind of makes you wonder, especially when there's some concerns about the labor market as well. So I could see some headwinds for them, and if there's any kind of small headwinds, that stock could be back 20 or 30% right quick. Oh, better example would be A&F. Remember A&F a couple of years ago? That crazy parabolic run it went on? Yeah, well, when that lost the bid, it was nasty for weeks. That's what I think Wayfair is going to do. I don't know where the top is going to be, but it feels like it's getting close.
Okay, yeah, I like Wayfair, but I haven't looked at it. So when you talk about retail, I always call about Walmart. Walmart down now just 7% from its highs. Its highs were 110 or so, 109.90, something like that, right there for Walmart. So that's a nice double top, but the double top happened the same day basically, so doesn't really count. Good pullback area for Walmart. It's really liked the 50-period moving average. So if you're going to buy some, I'm not buying any Walmart around here. I've got my boat full with Target and then with Lulu, L-U-L-U. This was another name. Yesterday, they had that deal with the NFL. They got up to, 190 or something yesterday, maybe? Yeah, 190, and then just fall right back down. This stock needs an activist as well. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying everything right now on the stream. NVIDIA's coming back a little bit. Let me take out a percent here as we'll get out some more NVIDIA there at 43s. And then we did get out some more TQs as we started to drop down. So we're getting lighter and lighter on all of these positions as we're heading into Power Hour, heading into the close. So what will NVIDIA do? Doesn't matter. We're out. So we'll get out another piece now at 18 and then just let the rest ride. But it is pulling back quite nicely now, NVIDIA, into the 21-period moving average. So if you missed the boat, I don't know, could be time now. But we're going to go over to Adara and see what she's up to.
I have here is actually some comments from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. So to Sean and everybody trading NVIDIA, just so you guys know, he does appear to be speaking because I've seen a slew of comments coming in. He says that he is confident Trump's going to reach a good deal with China, but that in the meantime, they were going to assume that the China market will remain at zero for NVIDIA. He also said, though, that a return to China would be a huge bonus for the company. So this kind of echoes Jensen Huang's previous take here on China. It'd be nice if they could have revenue there, but they're generally working under the, I guess, assumption that they're not going to be having China revenue for the time being. Back to you.
Thanks, Dara. So look, Wolf went to 80. I just double tapped out of it in front of the 50 level and jumped over to SMCI because we finally had a little bit of a topping tail candle in NVIDIA. I said the second that happened, I wanted to go over to Supermicro computers, which is also underneath VWAP. So I'm playing this one, looking for this resistance at 53.10 to hold out. Going to short it pretty much at VWAP, and I want an average price in the 80s if we can, risk about 30 pennies on it. I don't expect necessarily the low of the day, but if NVIDIA goes even back to 200, I think this could get down to like 52.2. So again, out of Wolf and jumping over to SMCI. If NVIDIA breaks out the high, I can at least elect to not add to this position. I'm going to use NVIDIA as the futures. As long as NVIDIA is underneath the high, I like it, and I'd rather trade something a little bit weaker over there. Carter, I see a bunch of people in the chat saying dump. What's dumping? I'm not seeing anything dumping right now, but you guys let me know. If there's something moving counter to the market, which is dumping to the downside, let us know. SOUN? Soundhound dumping? Well, Rich, I get, yeah, I mean, I suppose. Yeah, down 4% on the day. That's not actually that much for Soundhound. I don't know that, like Rich Tech Robotics is dumping, right? Like this is down, yeah, like that's down 4%. Rich Tech is down 7.5%. Like I would argue that is a little bit more adjacent to dumping, although it's leveling off a little bit. This one could get spicy on a pullback. The way it respected the 200 period, if you can start respecting the 50 period in here, that could be a good level to pick something up. If you think there's going to be a second leg, if you happen to like robotics plays. I know Mitch was talking about that one. I think that could be a trade in the next couple of days. But I'm just going to go right back, like I said, SMCI at VWAP. Right now the stop is at 53.10. If NVIDIA breaks the high, then I do not want any more of this stock. BTC, I see in the chat, people are saying.
Yeah, it's going down.
Joe traded some Bitcoin.
I told you, Joe's basically the two stocks he traded was Tesla and Bitcoin. So we know what he's all about.
Did you see?
Good for that. I think you should trade what you're strong in.
Shoot, it was wasn't Solana. Maybe it was Solana.
Around 200 bucks.
Why is it's weird? Like if I type in SOL, Solana's like the 13th thing on my drop down.
Well, no one, I don't think, our system.
No, like it's just
probably don't trade it.
Like this one, look at the double top that this put in. It goes right to, like structurally, like goes right to the same high as yesterday, and then heavy fall. Like sometimes it is just that symmetrical. I don't really look at that. It's like I've looked at Bitcoin, I've looked at ETH to trade, and then we trade them through the ETFs only. But that one stuck out today when I was just going through some charts. And shout out to Real Trading. You could technically trade it, but we don't bother because the ETFs are fantastic and there's plenty of liquidity in them. And realistically, if you're at Real Trading, you're gonna have more buying power in like the U.S. equities than you are going to be able to get in crypto. So there's zero advantage to trading, actual Bitcoin or actual ETH or I believe we have Solana. I'm pretty sure we have XRP as well. If you wanted to trade that one, but yeah, not my cup of tea. ETFs are the way to go. That's the best game out there. Better leverage.
Yeah, good. ETFs are good.
And liquidity.
So what we're going to do is basically, we've got more out of NVIDIA. So right now, we have 20% left. So that's okay. We have less than that left on the futures. Oh, that's going red. So that means I have another offer out here that's a little too high. Oh, I have 119.90, which is what we had for a long time ago. So here we go. I'm going to take another piece out right now. We're getting into the close right now. So just really starting to ring registers here, right, as we continue to watch out for what's been happening in this market, and it's just straight upside right now. So I do want to say that I'm going to take one more out here on NVIDIA at 42s, and then I'm going to, if it breaks 201 on NVIDIA right here, that's going to be our out. And then we'll get out of like 75% of what we have left, which will leave us with like 7%. We just got another piece out right now, so now we have under that 20% left. We have like 17, 18% left. We're doing about 2.5% at a time right now. All right, let's go find out who's making money. This is real money, not to throw shade at other prop firms, but this is actually traders. We have tons of funded traders. You're looking at one couple right here. It's not, look, not everybody's funded. Neil and I obviously have been funded for a long time. These are real numbers. So you're probably going to see someone blow that out today. But someone yesterday, these are the top 10 traders at Real Trading using the exact same software that Neil and I are using. $39,000. Someone traded Amex yesterday and NASDAQ. So that was a big day for that trader. 40 grand. We'll take that. Look, you'll take 9 grand if you can make that. That's 9. There's a 10. Sorry, 7,600. These are all in US dollars. These are the markets that they're made on. So it doesn't look like we're going to have too much Europe here. Oh, there we go. Shout out right there to Blue Ocean.
Earnings season.
Number 10 comes into Blue Ocean right there last night. So yeah, that's coming into play there. So we can see that. New York, NASDAQ, AMEX, Canada. So pretty blah on the vanilla, I should say, on what was making money. But at the end of the day, making money is making money, and these traders sure did that. So that's a little bit of a review of all of the money bag yos that were put on yesterday here at Trader TV Live. We're adding to the Trader TV Live pod every day, but we're also adding to the real trading pod today with, again, another good day. We're at 2 times our daily goal. I wish we just, like I said, we were just putting on half a unit or a unit here on NVIDIA to the upside. Didn't love the break as much because, again, end of day breaks, not completely in love with them. I'm not in love with breaks really at all that much anymore. I like to play the names that have momentum, and I mean, NVIDIA clearly had tons of that heading into this number, and man, did it like that 200 a lot. It just ripped right through that. It first printed 20s, which is, we didn't get long until the way back in. We missed the first punch, and then it came back in and filled us up. And then it went down to like 50s or 60s there, and then bounces right, I guess it went to 60, then bounces right back up into these levels where now it's just like rolling, right? Like we're just roll tide right now, like Alabama. We're rolling this market, and it just continues to go higher. So hopefully this is a good look for the Blue Jays today as we're crushing it, and I hope they can do that similarly tonight as well. So go Jays, go. Hopefully it's not another late one, but tomorrow's Fed. I'll be up no matter how late the game is, of course, and I'm sure you will be as well. But tomorrow's Fed, so that's part of the rally here. We're up now 3% in 3 days.
I'm just saying I'm lucky tonight because my daughter has she has guides, and the neighbors, one of my neighbors, good friends, their daughter goes to guides, so they're picking her up from school, and they're taking the guides. So I only have to pick her up at 8 o'clock. So I get to have a nap when I get home, ready for the game. I was asked what's going on with Mara. This is Bitcoin right now.
Look at NVIDIA.
So my guess is, I haven't called up Mara, but whatever is going on in Mara is probably because of what you saw in Bitcoin. It's just that simple. So Mara probably moving usually a little bit more than BTC. So NVIDIA got to the high. Remember what I said? I said if NVIDIA broke the high, if NVIDIA broke back the high, then I could opt not to add to SMCI because that was my reason for getting in. Bitcoin, NVIDIA just made a high, so I wanted to jump in underneath VWAP, got VWAP. It got all the way down to 52.5, but NVIDIA broke out the top, so I just jumped out break even on the last of the trade. So ultimately, you know, if we get follow through on NVIDIA, I think I had a weak stock, so I like the trade overall. Could have gone a little bit further, but waiting, and I always tend to think it's better when you get something going parabolically, if you can find like a sympathy play, something that might fall, has a decent chance to fall if it goes down, but is not as strong as to rip your face off on the way back up. And that's, to me, what SMCI was doing. I just saw there was a comment in there, but I didn't catch it. I don't know if it was another question.
I don't know.
What did you have up? I was explaining, what the nap, what the heck is that? I know, but if you get the advantage of one, like there's very few times where I don't have to take my daughter, like I don't have to get her dinner tonight. My wife's traveling for a couple of days. She's going to like St. Louis on a business trip. So usually I gotta get dinner, I gotta get her to guides and all this stuff. I don't have to do that today. So yeah, I'm gonna get home. I had 90 minutes of sleep last night, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a nap. I don't, like naps as a parent, like that stuff ends when your kids don't nap. So if I get a night off, I'm going to have a nice 90-minute nap, and then I'm going to watch the Blue Jays hopefully not get destroyed by Shohei Ohtani tonight.
Yeah, my kids have dry land training and then swimming, so no rest for this guy anytime soon. But we'll be watching the game for sure there tonight. Swimming ends, I think it's 7:30 to 8:30, so I'll miss the first inning or two. Right there, yeah. What's up, Ozan? Traders don't nap. Well, hey, man, I'm pretty tired right now going to the gym in the middle of the day. But you know what? All we do is get refreshed. Like, we came back in and put on probably the 2 not probably, the two biggest trades. I mean, AMD, I think, is also a big trade, but for me, the two biggest trades right there we just put on, and they're just longs. Because trader needs to identify also, traders don't nap, traders need to identify trends. And I mean, even if you missed, like even NVIDIA, like this is what's happening right now. This is just part of the feels of the market, right? So it's just getting long, watching this thing go back up to the upside. Let's talk about something else. All right, so let's go back over. UNH had earnings today as well, so that one could be a good play to the upside here. And then the fade down into 378, 377 for UNH. Great little bounce off of when it broke through VWAP, or what maybe was the 50-period moving average on there at 290. So again, we know all the struggles here with UNH. I chose Oscar. I choose you. And right now, we can have a look at Oscar. They don't report for a minute, but there was the nice break on the 50-period moving average of UNH.
If you zoom further out, like the 200.
The 200 periods right where it is right now?
No, to the penny is the top.
Oh, right now, okay. Yeah, so this is gonna have to average in, and then we're gonna get the 200 period right there. So yeah, it makes a nice little move there, but that's the break that you know, could have been taken with momentum. And that's why we talk about 50 periods, stocks you like breaking back up through the upside right there. And I'm not tired of telling people that, like, and again, the other hosts, we have Sharif and Joe that are just Bitcoin, and I don't think they ever say anything bad about it, but I wanted to make sure to tell everybody that honestly, like, Bitcoin's not performing that well. And like, if you just put your money basically anywhere else, in the last year or so, or for sure in the last 6 or 7 months. I don't want to say anywhere else because that's not going to be true. But you know, the NASDAQ markets like gold, Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, and all that, you probably would be a little happier than in crypto. But crypto's still moving. I mean, you're still up on the year, right? If you go back into January and you actually bought this thing in January, so let's just say you're long here, 60, I mean, you can't cherry pick the bottom all the time, or else some stocks would be up 500%.
Yeah, but I think in
$60 to $64. The fact that this is up 6%.
I think you can cherry pick the bottom.
Oh no, but I'm saying for stocks though, I'm even saying like stocks have really outperformed Bitcoin if you pick the bottom.
But the April low,
I'm trying to give Bitcoin a little more credit.
I'm just gonna keep it real with Bitcoin. Now I'm not gonna pretend that I've taken a bunch of profit on this, because I haven't, and I'm not much of a seller of Bitcoin. But look at how long this was the top. Like to me, I'm not a charter market technician. I drew 4 lines on this chart, and I've had the same every time we talk Bitcoin. I have the same chart on the daily. Yeah. This was the high on Bitcoin. Look where it dipped to in April. That was a buy. It's that simple. And when it does a 2-level pullback, in which it hasn't done, it'll be a buy again. But it hasn't done that. And when talking to 2-level pull, like just look at the support and resistance on it. So it did a 2-level pullback, and that was the April low. So like, and with Bitcoin, that was 105 to 75. That was only 30%. That's not that bad. That's not even that crazy for Bitcoin, the 30%. No, but it gave it to you. And if it does it again, a 2-level pullback or a 3-level, I'll try it again off Bitcoin. So to me, I think you can cherry pick it because that was a level that was there forever for you. But at the same time, you also know it then holds these top sideways things for like 2 or 3 months. Like you get your chance on the dip, and then you just have to hold.
I think that dip level just proves the point, though. Is obviously I think
wait
that's what
for
you're
it to
trying
do
to do.
Something.
No, it's just the fact that it's underperforming. I mean, Bitcoin is underperforming pretty much everything from that April low. So I hope it gets going. I am a big Bitcoin hodler.
Here's a question for you.
I don't remember the last time I sold Bitcoin, but Neil, I have a question for you. We're $2.50 in the money right now on NVIDIA, and you can ask me the question in a minute because we got to go to Adara, and then we'll come right back, and then we'll figure out how come when we started this show we were 50 and now we're $4 in the money.
I'm going to ask Perplexity the question.
Okay. All right, Neil's going to ask Perplexity the question. We're going to get back to that, and we're going to go over to Adara right now. And man, this has been a siren kind of an afternoon. Congratulations to everybody.
Interesting story here for KVUE. Kenvue has been down all day. Not a ton of a move on this, but I think maybe worth noting regardless, especially with one of the companies I'm going to be naming is actually doing earnings after the bell. So long story short, Wall Street Journal just reported that Kenvue is hiring here a new marketing Chief Marketing Officer here. His name is John Halverson. Now, I looked into John Halverson. Seems pretty respected in the industry, and for the last 8 years, he's been working here as a global SVP with a marketing focus at Mondelez. Now, Mondelez, of course, reporting earnings after the bell. But either way here, long story short, Kenvue reportedly hiring John Halverson, former, or I guess as of right now, current marketing executive at Mondelez, to take over here. We know Kenvue had a bit of a PR crisis as of late with regards to Tylenol and some reports and suggestions that use of Tylenol with pregnant mothers can lead to autism in children. So either way here, interesting look here for KVUE. Just wanted to mention this story, guys. Back to you.
No, I was just asking about $5 trillion market cap. I was going to ask you to guess the price for $5 trillion market cap. I asked ChatGPT. It completely punked, it screwed up royally. Like, I don't know what the heck was that? Maybe it was, oh yeah, ChatGPT. I don't even know what the heck it's doing, but it said 2,000. I asked Perplexity, and it looks like it gave the right answer. So Perplexity says 205.20. So $5 trillion at 205.20. Most stocks, I mean, not many stocks have done it, but Apple will be the best example. Every time Apple closes at one of the 3, the 4 trillion, it tends to be a resistance spot the next day. So I would suspect maybe you get a little bit of a top on NVIDIA if that's the case. But it's now 335, so I'm just going to do the same thing. It just made another $1 higher, and every time it does, I'm going to look right over and look for the same scalp trade in SMCI. If it does another topping candle and then pullback, then I'm jumping right into the same trade in SMCI. Not going to short NVIDIA, but see if I can get another scalp trade there. 10 minutes or 15 minutes until the imbalances come through, so it's probably not that much more time. So $5 trillion, I don't know if it gets there today, but certainly it's obviously going to get there. It doesn't, like, to say it's going to get to $5 trillion is a completely pointless thing. Tomorrow is Fed day. I feel like if it doesn't do it tomorrow, it's certainly possible that you have to wait till Friday, but I think it does it tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're just, oh, you know what? The TQs, I'm going to look over there because they're pulling back just a little bit. We had an out. The 120 level doesn't mean anything. You know, this is just an ETF. This is an ETF, so it's not going to print off of any key levels or anything like that. So we're just getting another piece out right now on this one. And I just said to NVIDIA, I mean, I like that math there, 205, but this is about as clean and easy right there for me. I think we probably should have reloaded at the 21 period, but right now with only 14 minutes left, we do have imbalances coming out. So I'm just like emptying everything out right now and just going to enjoy sort of what's in the blotter for now. This is what's coming into the close. So right now it looks like we do have Nokia. We haven't even talked about Nokia, and I apologize, man. I mean, I'm just stoked to be in these two trades that we have for you guys. But Nokia right there, AT&T, HP, SMR, right now all looking like decent imbalances. Nokia's been a good little level there. They got ripped on that NVIDIA story again, so they were trading around 650. Nice move up to 760, and still 25%. I would say you might want to look at this at VWAP, but again, with only a couple minutes left. No point in going too crazy right now on any of these names. There's your SMR. SMR continues to, again, make a move down, but wow, what a good day for them, up that 10%. I think this is a name that I'll buy down there at the next time it gets to 35 bucks. Maybe we'll put an order there, just let it pend for a month and see if it fills at some point there. And we can always cancel it if we hear some negative stories, but yeah, NVIDIA still 260 plus another $1.50. That's $4 in the money in total right now on these two positions. JP Morgan remains a buy despite it coming back in just a little bit here. JP Morgan, so we got to be careful on what exactly this name is trying to do right now, but down, still up on the day, but give a little bit of a, was that a sell imbalance for JP Morgan there? I missed it. Oh, there, no, it's a buy. Okay, so buy imbalance coming for JPM, so there might be something there as well. Conagra Ford's had a move down. We did get a bump up there on Lucid today, okay, and then it just did this. So there's what Lucid did when we were here talking about it, when there was some sort of a tie up there with NVIDIA and all the way back down. Remember, all these things are just announcements about like, hey, we're working with NVIDIA. Like, these aren't actually deals that NVIDIA is making with anybody. No. These are just like, oh, Uber is going to use NVIDIA chips to do this. Okay, like of course they're going to do that, use NVIDIA chips. What are they going to use? Intel's chips, and their cars are going to drive off cliffs?
No, they're going to use Uber. They're going to use NVIDIA chips.
80% of the chips are being used are going to be NVIDIA. So it's like
right. So there's the moat, right? So yeah, but that's that. So just be careful with everything here. Be careful on the traders and all that kind of stuff that you follow and listen to. Just make sure that you make your own decisions all the time because there's so many different things to trade, man. There's oil names, there's nuclear, there's Rigetti's of the world, there's the quantum plays. We haven't even looked at Google here yet. And this is all-time highs today is Google up to 270. I mean, what a ripper this has been. We didn't even look at Microsoft here. Microsoft, huge move up to 560 today. All-time highs again for Softy today. So this has been a huge name there. I still remember when I was trading this with my dad, $40 to $50 was this name 20 years ago. But you know, I know NVIDIA crushes that. I understand that, but still, nice there for Microsoft. Meta, Oracle came up too. You want to talk about a new technology, man? Roblox, like this company didn't even exist 4 years ago. They're at 131 near all-time highs again as well for Roblox, and that's holding out. So there's a lot of stuff happening. PayPal today got a great little bump up on their report. You mentioned it's come back in. Yes, it has come back in quite nicely right there for PayPal today. So yeah, wow, whoops.
When 20% turns into 5.
Yeah, like there, look at that. Right back in today's low. We had written PayPal down at 73 for the buy, but I'm not doing it now.
Someone in the chat this morning was asking me, like, where would it need to get to take profit on that recent break of the 50 period? I was like, I think as it trades back into like this 79 to 80 area, because that was, like, it tried to bounce there in the pre-market. I don't know, whatever. Like, it's not like I shorted it there. Like, I only went long in PayPal, got away with, this is another one, let's just call it got away with the longs, because we had one good one early and a kind of an okay one, and then lost a view up there. I didn't short it, but there was obvious resistance to 79. But give it the 3-day rule. This is still, it's going to close, well, I mean, I don't have to knock on wood. It's going to close above the 200 period moving average. If it can hold that for the next 3 days, then I think the long is still very valid. But it gave you hold 65, hold 50 period, go right to the first obvious resistance area at that 79 to 80 area. So, like, to me, not taking profit there would just be crazy. Like, what's the point? Like, it's the close over the 50 period where you get 70 longs risking 265, and it gives you 80 on earnings, and you can trim that. And if you take half out, then it can't be a losing trade for you. And then you hold on to the rest past earnings. So with about 8 minutes to go, still only Nokia on the early look imbalances. Of course, they're just another company that got to deal with NVIDIA. Not a big enough imbalance. Nokia's done 340 million shares. So that 2 million is the definition of a nothing burger. Nokia would literally have to be 10 million or something. Not much by the way of earnings today. Obviously, there's a lot to go over with the market and NVIDIA booming the way it is because so many deals and so many stocks, and even ones that we haven't talked about, were super strong. We haven't talked enough about SoFi having a big day. There was an earnings play. UNH did an up-down move as well, so there's a lot to cover. Is Brian on?
No, I told Brian no today.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it'll be Sean and Adara. And, of course, remember, Fed tomorrow as well. 98% chance of a quarter point cut. Almost probably
it'll be
probably 99 by now.
It'll be good to go very, very soon. That rate cut will be a rate cut tomorrow of a quarter point, which is part of what's happening right now to the futures, right? I mean, they're starting to blast up here. Now you get 3 or 4 straight days. We talked about the NASDAQ being on an island of its own. It is starting to pull back, and we've just been getting out of all of our positions. So, with only 8 minutes left, let's go find out what Adara's talking about, and we will go from there. What's up, Adara?
A lot of comments circulating here from Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA. A lot of these I'm seeing kind of on repeat, but this one I have not seen yet. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang apparently saying that NVIDIA is going to start doing more chip packaging in the U.S. over the next several months. So to be clear, he mentioned something to this effect during his keynote speech today, basically saying that NVIDIA has already started Blackwell production in Arizona, which of course is in the U.S. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be doing more packaging as well in the U.S. over the next several months. Back to you.
So thank you very much, Adara, for that. Something we don't always talk about, the lack of breadth today. Like the market, the NASDAQ's up 0.9%, the ES only 0.3%. Like why would the ES be up only 0.3%? Well, look at the heat map of the S&P. This is why the NASDAQ is strong. Microsoft, NVIDIA, Broadcom, Tesla, Amazon. But look at health technology. Manufacturing, utilities down, consumer services down, finance pretty much down, unless you're SoFi, baby. Energy to the downside. Health services mixed, but that's because UNH is holding on to green at this point, so it's going to be big there. Yeah, not too crazy. Like it's not even too crazy in tech. Like it's strong, but it is relatively mixed. I mean, Meta's actually barely up, and Alphabet's actually down today.
Yep. Sure is.
I'm trying to figure why. Probably just because it's at an all-time high.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be that. There was nothing specifically bad about Alphabet, really. Yeah, I'm not terribly concerned about it. And as you said, you're going into earnings on an absolute tear with Alphabet, so probably just a little bit of profit taking happening there, and maybe similar why Meta is going to be flat.
That's right.
Yeah, like Meta looking. It's trying to get off the schneid. It's going to close with that 50 period, so it's looking pretty good. But Meta's been sideways for a while. I don't know what gets it to that next leg to the upside. Advertising is going good. I get it. Obviously, the metaverse and the glasses aren't that big of a deal. But come on, they don't need that. They got a heck of a lot of other levels to pull. I feel like sometimes everyone wants that next thing, and they don't care about the buckets of money that you're making on your core business because they're just people care about what's going to be next. If what you have now is making boatloads of money, that's good enough.
Yes, exactly. All right.
Disney has that problem too, I think.
Yeah, I don't love Disney, but yeah, they do have that problem.
They're making bank with the parks. They're making bank with.
Yeah, the content I think is a problem right now for them. Yeah, so SoFi, man, SoFi, so smooth. Today we say big ups to everybody that has been doing this. It's really the NVIDIA show for sure, and we talked about futures as well, but at the end of the day, it's SoFi's day too, man. SoFi today takes out, I think this is all-time highs, right? Took this out over $30, continues to climb higher right into the close. So again, just another big-time trade right there today for SoFi if you got it. Unfortunately, it dumped out there when we had left, just as we were leaving the show at 10:30, and then 10:40, I guess, makes that bottom, and then this into here could have been maybe a trade. So I think that's the missed opportunity, sort of not getting involved right here with SoFi, but at the end of the day, you're gonna miss some stuff, but we have like big-time movements where it needs to be. We just took the 200 period out, right? 50 period out. So we just got out of basically everything right now on NVIDIA. It just left me with a small piece. I probably could just get out of it. It's not going to turn the needle either way. But Taiwan semis right here, some sort of a deal with NVIDIA, not a deal, but talking about TSM right here and NVIDIA. But anyways, lots of news happening here. We do have the after show, so join Adara and myself, and we'll be going over a bunch of different names, and we'll talk about those when we get back. What's up, A?
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang saying that it's possible that the U.S. could fall behind China in AI. So that comment is coming here from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Stock dropping kind of just in general here as we get to that 201 level once again. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, Adara. And just quickly, I did have a trailing stop on Beyond Meat. I didn't really have any intention of reloading that one. It wasn't going to get to $2 anyways. Does not break the low of the day either. Probably think of this the same way tomorrow. If it pops, try to do a bit better. I had it early, didn't get it at the absolute top. SMCI, I just tightened this trail because we have 2 minutes till the imbalances come in. Ed Miller, another NVIDIA deal. Well, yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, they're doing an event, so everything is going to get announced, and you're just going to keep hearing it over and over again. Not much of anything but NVIDIA followed through. Like Uber.
Remember, none of these are actually deals.
Well,
they're just mentioning, they're just using NVIDIA chips here. Like, we can announce right here that Trader TV Live has put in NVIDIA GPUs into all these machines.
It doesn't really mean
it's using the technology, right, Adara? They're using.
Well, there are a few specific partnerships that they mentioned, and that's why, Sean, I wanted to mention that because, for example, CrowdStrike announced as a partner for cybersecurity. Palantir partnership. Like, there are some that were hard partnerships. A lot of times, it's like Jensen Huang was just naming random companies. Oh, Caterpillar. Oh, they're here. They use us. But there were distinct differences, like CrowdStrike, like Palantir, like Stellantis, where there were more hardcore partnerships in mind.
Yeah, so I think that's the key word, right? Looking for those partnerships. So, yeah, good. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. We only have 1 minute now. Oh, here, we can do this.
Like, Uber is now red, by the way.
Adara.
Thank you, Adara. Right. So that's what I mean. So like if they were getting this huge I don't think this is a partnership with NVIDIA, right? So there goes Uber, like, so you play that and straight there to the downside, right? And so that was another shot that, you could have taken. I think you had something in there and then it dropped down and now you get out and it just sort of goes right back to maybe where it should have been in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
we weren't on when it made the move early.
Yeah.
So like if you were, you had to be, we put this in the chat when it happened, but you had to take Uber on the actual news. So we were, the midday was on. It was right before we came on. It bounced clean off VWAP here and there was a second push to the upside. I tried it off the prior highs, but that didn't work. It's the early trade on the news. You got to grab the exuberance. Yeah. If anything, that should have been the back end of the trade. But I wasn't looking short on that name. SMCI just trailed out there, so it bounced off of 52.3. So I just jumped out at 52.4. Not going to reload it. 15 seconds till the imbalances come in. NVIDIA pulls back a bit. SMCI went with it, and that's the best part about it. Essentially, just waited for a topping tail, go short, topping tail, go short. And whether it fall through or not, I get something to watch. It's like having the futures, and then you can just follow along. Nick Neruzzi is at a good position to take Uber high now. I'm not really thinking of anything except for maybe an imbalance trade. NVIDIA, 1 million to sell, nothing burger. Intel, 1.4 million to buy, that's cheap. ETH, again, 2.2 million on the imbalance to the upside. Didn't move it yesterday, I don't suspect it will today. Rigetti sell 780,000 QBTS. 770,000, that's the early look, so it doesn't really matter. SMR, that's the early look. QUBT is a sell of 666,000. Apple, small sell. Overall, the market's about $1 billion to sell. Not huge, but given the rally we've been on, bit of a pullback happening. NASDAQ, 400 million essentially to sell. Dow, 430. Mag 7, 176 million to sell. So relatively muted imbalances. As a matter of fact, NVIDIA already paired that off.
Yeah, we're starting to rip back up to the upside. We got out of NVIDIA there, yeah. And we're going to wait to see what happens with the Qs. We got out of another piece. As soon as it came out, we just offered and got out of everything. So we could see what AMD is. I mean, we already talked about NVIDIA a lot here. It's going to end at the day probably around 201.50 or so right there, as AMD's not doing anything. Neil just talked about a couple shots there in SMCI, so we don't have to go there. I'm just looking to see if anything else was hitting at the end of the day. Let's just have a quick little look to see where SoFi winds up there. Again, up another 5% today. I just say another 5% because it has been having some nice days heading into earnings. It had 3 straight up days, and today has another one of them days upside there for SoFi. Big move there.
Oh,
Hood's a good name too. DraftKings continues to get beat up downside. We have not averaged back into this name. It was a name that I do like there. Yeah, something that's on Polymarket or something. There was a DraftKings story, right, Adara? There was something about DraftKings earlier today. Right? I mean, there has to be around. I'll give you the time, Adara. 1:15 story. Well, here I'll just look.
I'm going to look. I was going to look.
Yeah. Oh, Dara's not here. Okay. DKNG. Let's just do that, and then we'll just look it up ourselves right now. DraftKings. No, there's actually nothing in here, but there was.
I bet you go to Twitter.
No, there was. It was something to do with Polymarket or something there with DraftKings today. Someone else is getting involved in the prediction game, and it's not great for them. So there goes DraftKings, does that swoop down. Things have changed, right? We don't necessarily always just want to, I'm going to get out some more T's and TQs. You don't always just want to say okay, something's at a key level, therefore we want to buy it. DraftKings, I still like the stock, Packers have been making me some money on the gambling side of things. So has the Jays actually. But right into here right now, these levels, there's a whole new game right now, and it's this predictive markets. And right now, DraftKings is taking a hit on that, right? Like the fact that you can open up your IBKR or whatever account you're doing on and gamble against the New York Knicks tonight, even though you're located in New York. You can't do that if you open up your FanDuel or DraftKings app because of geolocation, right? So that's part of the problem right now with DraftKings. That's my understanding anyways. So I would say there's still a little bit more to go on DKNG, and then maybe they get it together and buy. Well, we already know that they got that into Railbird or whatever, so hopefully that'll get them going as well. But they're going to have to announce something, and when they do, then I think it does get back up to the upside. So I think we wait on DKNG here down another 6%. So that would be the negative one, plus PayPal. I think there's some more follow-up, and then SMCI finally doing some dances as well right there. But we'll go over to Neil.
Absolutely, and for too long, trading has meant risking your own money or not having enough to start. So that fear of losing has kept many traders in the sidelines, but that is changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With a limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. Get your discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit your profit target, you keep 70% of those profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen to get 10% off your first evaluation. About 50 seconds to go until possibly these imbalances pair. Ethereum, well, not Ethereum, ETHA paired off half of that buy and balance. Intel grew a little bit to go to 1.7. SoFi wasn't there before, but it's only 800,000 to the buy side. I doubt that's going to move the needle on SoFi. Yeah, not really moving at all. And we just got a super chat from Adam James.
Ooh.
DVLT, news about acquiring API Media. DVLT. Just now? I thought there was news on this morning. I think that was
a stock from yesterday too.
Yeah, it was a mover yesterday. Been trending down all day. I guess that makes sense if they're doing an acquisition. I did not hear anything recently, but we can always look it up. DVLT. Is that acquisition real? Yeah, I see that. That's, oh yeah, to acquire API Media. Terms not disclosed. Is API Media public? I do not see it. So maybe not. But just remember, like, just because one company is buying another doesn't necessarily mean one goes to the moon. Or like, yeah, you don't, it's kind of difficult to, for the acquired company, if it's being bought by cash or cash or stock, you can kind of do some work and figure out where it should be or an idea of where it should be. But for the acquiring company, if it's like all stock and using leverage, it could go down. If it's seen as a fantastic synergy and there's a bunch of shorts in it, then you could see a squeeze play. I don't know enough about it to see whether that's going to be good or not, but you are seeing a little bit of a push here. Maybe it goes green, that DVLT. It's just not that simple, just because you make an acquisition that you should go one direction or the other. Oftentimes, I feel like if a good company gets beaten up because they're spending a bunch of cash, it can be a good dip buy in the short run. That wouldn't necessarily apply to a small capper like this.
No. But good question there, and thanks for asking us, guys. Any other questions like that, let us know. EA Sports, of course, is a deal, and they're reporting tonight, EA Sports. So we can wait to see
in the game.
What they wind up doing tonight
Might be worth it.
on earnings. So that's EA, and we're going to wait. Down a little bit there today.
I hope they miss. You know why?
Yeah.
Because I've seen these. Sometimes if a deal is huge and it takes a while to close, you'll have this stock react off earnings by dipping down, but then it goes past like the fair value. Like if it's expected to close in the middle of next year, just find the current interest rate and do like a current value, just whatever. Like find the current value of what you think the fair value should be of the stock. And if it dips too far underneath that because it reported earnings, well, it should be trading on the deal, not earnings. And then you buy that dip. Sometimes you get that advantage in the pre-market and you can get some overreaction fills. In the pre-market, it's just something I do. It's risky, so you should do that with caution and with smaller shares, obviously. But I like when these report earnings because people will say, oh no, bad earnings, sell the stock. Well, remember, it's being bought entirely in cash. Willis Addison with a super chat. Enphase, they're reporting after the bell, I believe.
Yep.
Cheesecake Factory, their report?
Yep.
That one I was not aware of, the Cheesecake Factory. I'm embarrassed to say this. I have never eaten at the Cheesecake Factory. Never.
I don't think I have either.
Really?
They're not popular here. I think there's one in York.
No, I thought there was one at Sherway. Sure. There wasn't one at Sherway? Okay. Well, I mean, I've never been, so it's whatever.
No, I know Sherway. Sherway is our family mall. There, believe me, I know all about Sherway.
No, I haven't been to Sherway.
Sephora is in Sherway. I'll leave it at that. All right. So with only 2 minutes left, guys, the market is what it is right now today. It's starting to fall back in just a little bit here for NVIDIA. So great trade there, breaking through 200. I hope some of you were able to spin this on that one. That was a good one. And then this futures trade, we've been getting. I'm just going to dump them all. I got to go over the desk anyways and get ready here. Just wanted to see what we were going to do here with just a couple seconds left in the market. It looks like we are going one way, and that seems to be down right now as we wait to see again where this market wants to end up the day. Seems like a little bit lower here, but who knows? There's only a couple minutes left. the Nasdaq pulling off of that 1%. I'm going to say ho hum about it, and I really do mean that. I didn't expect anybody to be like losing sleep over the Nasdaq today. We were long pretty much all day on this since we came back. We went short early, but once it broke that level that it was already at, we just flipped over to the long. We like that trade, and it looks like it's going to print out for us and give us, you know, the day that we need. So good day there on the Nasdaq. Again, AMD will still be P&L number one. For me, and we don't even have this short right in there into the end of the day, so that's going to be a really good trade for me. And then SoFi is going to be the only red mark that I have today. Obviously, you guys just saw me do what I did on Nvidia, so that's a good one. And then the TQs, right? Another positive name. So yeah, both big stocks there. Really happy to have done that. We only now have 30 seconds to go. Join Adara and myself there on this after show, and we'll talk everything about earnings. And there's a couple today, nothing like huge or anything, but still good names coming through for the after show.
Enphase is a mover.
Yes, Enphase should give you the percentage.
What was the expected on Enphase? Well, we'll get there in a quick little second. It doesn't matter. With only about 15 seconds to go, get ready for the bell. I'm going to have Enphase up in case. I don't even know if it's 4 or like 405, but oh, that's right. I don't actually have to hit the button anymore. Thank you very much. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And the market is closed in green. The ES only 0.25%. The NASDAQ able to close 3 times higher than that. Why? Because tech was strong, led by NVIDIA, obviously, as you guys saw. And we showed you the sector board. It was across the board, like weakness in like 80% of the sectors were actually quite weak. We do have Enphase be reporting after the bell. Some big stories and a lot to recap. There were a lot of earnings names that, you know, maybe not day trades like your UNHs. Certainly that went ham. Wayfair also went ham, but it was the NVIDIA story. They had their little conference. Jensen Huang was announcing about 1 million things. Deal here. They're using our products. These guys are having a partnership, and that was the theme of the afternoon. But don't forget, we also have the Fed tomorrow. 99% chance that we're going to get a rate cut. Ruben Teixeira, tomorrow short NVIDIA? I don't know. I think the 5 trillion mark is a short. I don't know if it gets to $205.20. That historically has been a bit of a top. We'll see if that ends up holding true. It's got to get there first. The 5 trillion mark, certainly within spitting distance. $4 weighs only 2 percentage points, and you have a $5 trillion company. But enough of me. We got the market recap coming up. A lot to cover. Absolutely ridiculous day for NVIDIA and the overall market. Let's go to the desk. We've got Sean, we've got Adara, and we've got the ramp job of covering what was NVIDIA's breakout.
God, I need to go get my phone because it's not letting me log in over here. All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, welcome. We do have Booking Holdings, I guess, right now. BK.
Not yet, but we're supposed to.
I just heard it in my ear, but yeah, so maybe we want to look at that up. Right here, Booking, right now, 51.20. Daryl was just saying it's a $5,000 name. So we're going to have to, you know, figure that one out. Maybe it's not out yet, but yeah, welcome to the show. I'm going to get the show going in just a couple of seconds. I had to get out of some trades there at the end of the day, so I'm not exactly set up. This show is brought to you by Global X. We want to thank them again for their Beta Pro 3X trade platform.
I have the earnings.
Okay, go ahead with Booking Holdings.
Yes, so, and I'm not joking here, but these earnings per share, $99.50 is what I'm seeing. Well above estimates. 95.92. Revenue 9.008 billion. Looks like that's beating estimates of 8.73 billion. I always like to be cautious sometimes about the estimates that I see because a lot of times these estimates are not necessarily going to be directly comparable, or different analysts have different estimates. They average it differently. Either way, it looks like a double beat for BKNG. Now, you might be like, well, Adara, how will you know what's going to be reporting now? I have this handy calendar, which you can find for yourself on X at TTV Research. Shameless plug. And that's how I know at 4 p.m. we're also expecting Caesar and LOGI Logitech. So let's take a look here if I have either of these with my handy infographic. I don't have either, but I will look into them on X. Shout out to Elon Musk and team for X. And I don't have anything on Logitech. Let's see if I have anything on CZR. Caesar Entertainment. Yeah, I'm not going to hail Caesar right now because I don't have the report. So there we go. That is me going over these numbers for you guys. Again, BKNG, as far as I can tell, double beat right now. Then at 4:05 p.m., we get the much more names like Enphase, Bloom Energy, Seagate, Visa, EA, Mondelez, and the Cheesecake Factory at 4:15 p.m., which, fun fact, is actually a really good restaurant. I like it.
Yeah, I know. I've never been either. So
It's pretty good.
Like one of everything.
It's not just cheesecake. They have food too.
Yeah, they have like one of everything in there, I feel like, for cheesecake. Isn't there a menu?
Kind of. It's like a 2-page cheesecake menu.
Right,
but last
right,
time I went, I didn't even get the cake. I just got like a pasta, which their pasta is bomb. But yeah, if you're ready to like sit for 2.5 hours and wait for a table, then Cheesecake Factory is for you. If not, then don't do it. But yeah, there we go. We have gone over everything. Someone in the chat saying Garbaggio. That's pretty funny. But yes, CZR and LOGI still waiting on these.
Yeah,
ones.
booking now is starting to go back up there, up that 2%. So just back and forth here, depending on what tick you get, as it is a big name with not too much liquidity. Okay, so let's just go over NVIDIA, see if there's doing anything here in the after hours. 201 and change. That's basically where we went out. Today we made a brand new all-time high of 203.28 as NVIDIA. What did they call today for NVIDIA?
They called it the GTC Washington, and Jensen literally went out like he was a tech bro from the 90s, like, Washington, GTC Washington. Jensen Huang was the star of today's show, and he had so much fun today.
Good, yeah, why not?
It was fun to watch, honestly.
Why not, man? He's going for that, I don't know, him or Elon. I mean, who's going to be the world's richest man? I think Elon, just the way the pay structure is focused. He's got that one. And plus, also NVIDIA almost at, Neil asks perplexity, 205 and change for the $5 trillion club. We'll see if it can get to that. We had Tesla. We just talked about these two rich guys. Tesla, what, Elon's net value, 500 billion or something? Tesla right now, 1.77%. Nice day for Tesla, still going to the upside there as well. And you can, again, thank Beta Pro for the show today. We did have a bad day for Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I mean, we were talking back and forth about it a little bit. It did have not a great end to the day there. I'm wondering if this is a move in Bitcoin just ahead of the earnings.
These are earnings.
Ahead of the Fed tomorrow. Maybe I'll look tonight to see what it was. September the 17th was the last Fed day. So we can maybe have a quick look because they cut a quarter point. That was as expected. It was the start of a rate cut cycle. Now we look at right here with BTC starting this downside play. So let's just quickly go back. Why don't we look at what September 17th was, and maybe we can get a good idea here of that play. Here's September 17th right here. So that did start a little bit of a downside play there for Bitcoin as we zoom in. This day right here is the 17th. So we go up and down and then fall. So, all right, maybe there is a little bit of a talk there about BTC. I don't know. Hey, man, maybe Bitcoin made some sort of a partnership with NVIDIA or not. I don't know. But you said you have Enphase right now.
Yep.
So let's go back over. Enphase should benefit from lower rates. So I'm hoping that their guide was good, Adara, because they're going to get 50 basis points within the next 2 months. What is Enphase saying?
So Enphase here, $410.4 million, beating estimates, actually quite nicely beating estimates of $357.8 million. Adjusted earnings of 90 cents per share, beating estimates of 62 cents. So their non-adjusted EPS of 50 cents actually did miss estimates. Adjusted net income, $117.3 million, nicely beating estimates of $85.5 million. Net income, non-adjusted, $66.6 million. Q4 revenue outlook between $310 and $350 million. Unfortunately, Sean, not seeing how that compares to estimates. Visa is apparently out according to their press release, but then when I went to click on their press release on the website, unfortunately, I could not open it because it was not there. Thank you to Andrew Sandoval for the kind words here in the chat. Jensen is a rock star like you. I don't know if I'm on Jensen's level. Like the man was pretending a giant GPU was a shield like Captain America. But thank you very much for the kind words, Andrew. I don't have Visa earnings yet, guys, long story short, but looks like a double beat for Enphase.
Okay, yeah, Visa, just to give you guys a little look here on Visa, although we do not have it yet, this is what the play looks like right now, downside right now for symbol V. So we'll see if that can get going, but it's not a big, huge move at all. So it's probably, there's probably right, the street either going through it right now or it's getting released. But okay, so Enphase looking pretty good on that double beat, as Adara had mentioned right there again. I have the numbers on the screen in just 1 second, and here they are right here, adjusted EPS of 90 cents, beating their 65, sales of 410, beating 365. So Enphase just doing a couple dances right now. SolarEdge?
STX and BE are both out.
STX, okay, Seagate. All right, so this is going to be a big one here. So we'll see, again, another tech name. We see some strong tech plays lately. Seagate is one that gets forgot about often on our show because we just don't trade it with the liquidity. It's a $230 name, but there goes Seagate right now, and it doesn't look like it there. If it's out, it doesn't look like it's that, eventful right now, as they're going to be upside a little bit. Remember, our number that we're showing here, up or right now down 1.8%, includes the day's move as well. So right here in the after hours, it is ticking upside a little bit. This is Seagate Technologies. Hopefully everything's fine. I mean, tomorrow we got some big reports, right? Isn't tomorrow Google?
Tomorrow's Google, Meta, Microsoft, Starbucks, CMG, Carvana, eBay, and there's ServiceNow.
And then ServiceNow is a big one. Yeah, I think ServiceNow is.
And then Thursday we get Apple, Amazon, Coinbase, MSTR, Reddit, Roku, quite a few as well. There's, I think, more earnings names just by pure quantity on Thursday, but there's more interesting ones on Wednesday. I'm going to go over STX, Bloom Energy, and EA really quickly, Sean, if you don't mind. STX, your Seagate Holdings, as you mentioned, pretty uneventful. It was a double beat, but the guidance was kind of just there. Adjusted earnings of $2.61 per share, beating estimates of $2.37. Sales, $2.629 billion, beating estimates of $2.545 billion, so double beat. Now, they guided Q2 adjusted earnings between $2.55 and $2.95 per share. The midpoint of that does beat estimates of $2.62, but the guidance is kind of wide. Sales, they're guiding between $2.6 billion and $2.8 billion. Once again, midpoint here does exceed estimates of $2.656 billion. But you know who's not giving guidance here, Sean?
Who's that?
EA. They have suspended guidance.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, they're getting acquired, but I will talk about what they did give us, which was earnings. Looks like they did miss on revenue, $1.84 billion versus estimates of $1.88 billion. Earnings of 54 cents per share. I've looked a couple places. No one is showing me the comparable estimate, so I'm guessing it doesn't really compare to estimates there. But again, revenue here was a miss. Net income of $137 million, and they're ending that forward guide. I want to talk as well about Bloom Energy, BE. Are we booming to the upside? Sort of. BE here, which got a deal with Brookfield Asset Management. Now, 2 weeks ago from yesterday, they reported a double beat here, Sean. 15 cents earnings per share versus estimates of 9 cents. Sales, $519.048 million versus estimates of $424.983 million.
All right, Bloom Energy is one of those names that has really taken off. I mean, this was a name that we had like in the 20s just a couple months ago, as you can see right here. There's Bloom Energy. This goes back to July, where we had this bottom down into $24 back here, and it's just really taken off. So another one of those energy names that continues to go. I was hoping that maybe they would miss, and then we could buy it up, like what happened with its good friend GE Vernova. But it looks like right now Bloom Energy starting to get going once again. It just hit that high of 120, and look where that is on the daily charts. We've already been here into 120 before, and we'll see if we can get that again.
Hydration Nation.
Water right there, as Hydration Nation's always strong. But yeah, up to 123 and change would be that breaking spot there for Bloom Energy. Nice move now. So yeah, Derek just mentioned there Visa. So now that we finally got the numbers, I feel like it's already reacted to it. Not that much of a move, like down 1% right here. That's not that aggressive at all for stock Visa, when I believe we were looking at 4 or 5% as a potential move. Remember, I like AXP. I think AXP, I don't want to say best of breed or anything, but when you're looking at PEs and valuation here, look where AXP is going to go out at today, near or at probably above all-time highs. 362 for American Express, not moving on this Visa number, but it's Visa that we're going to talk about. You do have the numbers?
I do.
Okay, so downside push, but not by much.
Yeah, so I believe as well, Sean, the expected move for this was 3.5%, so it looks like we're kind of in line here. Adjusted earnings here narrowly beating estimates, 2.98, beating by just a hair compared to estimates of 2.97 per share. Sales beating estimates, $10.724 billion, beating estimates of $10.614 billion. Now, revenue, again, that's a 1% beat. That's tight. EPS here down 26% year over year, but revenue actually up by 6% year over year. So EPS down on a year over year basis, narrowly beating estimates, and revenue, again, up 6% year over year. So mixed look there for Visa, though it was, as a lot of these names have been today, double beat. I want to talk about Mondelez as well.
Sure.
MDLZ. Harry Liu in the chat asking me about Teradyne. It looks like they're reporting at 5:05 p.m. So unfortunately, I don't have them. And even when I looked at them on Benzinga, it didn't even say they were reporting today. So more likely we'll get those earnings, I guess, to process anyway tomorrow morning. So we'll talk about MDLZ, Mondelez, because Mondelez is this packaged food or candy name, pretty sweet or snacky? I don't know. It's pretty weak here, guys. Adjusted earnings of 73 cents, narrowly beating estimates of 71 cents. Sales, $9.744 billion, beating estimates of $9.713 billion. That is yet another double beat. Though, again, EA was not a double beat, so nothing's perfect. They did have, though, these lowering here of their guidance, adjusted EPS guidance lowering from $3.02 to $2.86. So their guidance previously was right in line with estimates. Now it's well below estimates here, Sean, and people.
All right, what, I feel like you just talked about candy there. Everyone has a favorite candy growing up. I mean, I think for me, I like gummy bears. Like I always thought that gummy bears, like gummy worms, you know, I think that those were pretty good. I was like color or flavor agnostic. Like it didn't matter.
Really?
They all taste the same.
That's rare as a kid,
Yeah, I didn't really care that much. Or you know what, like to treat yourself with like a Freezy or something like that. Sour Patch Kids are popular. I know with my kids right now. Is that true, Fabian? They're popular right now? Yeah. Oh, you know what's good right now? I know this is a, what's up? Welcome to the recap show. We're going to do some stock stuff in a minute. Have you had those nerds? They're gummy nerds or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I forget what they're called. My wife bought those once. They're like a little crunchy. They have like that. I don't know what they're called, but people in the chat.
The nerd clusters?
Nerd clusters. Good one. That's exactly what they're called. You had those? No, you don't like them?
I've had them. I don't have any particular feeling on them. I think when I was a kid, my favorites are, and I'm going to get hate for this in the chat, but I'll say it anyway. I liked black licorice all sorts. I really liked the Scotch Mitts and also the wintergreen Mitts. And I enjoyed, just black licorice, anything, everything. Now I kind of, you know, for sweet stuff, I still have, you know, sometimes like the cherry sours, the jelly bean. Like I have a really boring taste now, and I still like that other stuff, but it's like, you know, it's, I guess, less of a novelty when you're older.
Zambuca. You like Zambuca?
Yes, which is also black licorice. And I mentioned that on the show, too. Yeah.
I remember when we went out there with Nimit there, we were asking that guy for Zambuca, and he's like, well, we don't have it here.
But they have it in Winnipeg.
I know. That's why I was like, what?
He was from my home city.
Pretty popular there. All right, Dara.
We have news, too, really quick.
I was just going to say, I'm going to task you to something there. Go Bills in the chat right here. Come over to my chart. Looks like Joby right now, potentially. He mentioned it was an NVIDIA deal. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, so I found it, and I put it in the chat already, too. Joby tapping NVIDIA to accelerate next era autonomous flight. They're also being named the launch partner of IGX Thor platform, which is interesting because usually these deals are kind of worded like NVIDIA partners up with. Joby's making it sound like they're the big dog and they're trying to get NVIDIA involved, which is a really interesting way of wording the press release. But yeah, either way here, it looks like NVIDIA is working with, or Joby's working with NVIDIA. I also have cheesecake earnings. And honestly, I'm going to make another pun, surprising no one. These are not very sweet. And, you know, I don't care how cheesy that sounds. Thank you very much for the $2
You can actually order meals at Cheesecake, right? It's not just cake.
Yeah, no, I do. And I have. But yeah, thank you to Willis Addison for the $2 super chat. Enphase and Cake Sigh. Let's go, ER. I don't know what ER earnings reports in general.
I guess so.
I like that. Thank you very much, Willis Addison.
There's another one, DVLT. I think we already talked.
Oh, Adam James, DVLT news about acquiring API Media. DVLT has just kind of had the same headline recirculating a couple times, but it's not involving API Media. Let me see. Okay, this was as of intraday. So this is actually a couple hours old now, but Data Vault apparently set to acquire API Media and all cash transaction terms not disclosed. Now, the reason I'm a little bit skeptical here, Sean, and people about DVLT is because yesterday they accidentally, quote unquote, had an existing news story from last week recirculated. And sometimes things are accidents, but sometimes I just don't trust stuff.
Right.
So just be wary of DVLT.
Or they really like rehash the same story.
Oh, yeah, especially these small caps.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that story sounded familiar, and then Benzica's like, oh, 5 hours later, oh, it's the same story from 5 days ago. And I'm like, yeah, it is. But anyways, I want to talk here about Cheesecake Factory. Sorry, I got a little derailed there.
Go.
Adjusted EPS beat 68 cents versus estimates of 60 cents. Sales, 907.226 million. Missing estimates of 912.784 million. We have not had a lot of misses today. We haven't had any double misses today at all. But Cheesecake Factory, yeah, again, that's not going to be really fun to chew on. And I have DJT news too. Much like today, Sean, where there was so much news and so much to follow, it's the same into the aftermarket. DJT not really moving at all, but Trump Media and Technology on watch. Apparently, oh my gosh, according to an SEC filing, they're going to be offering prediction markets on Truth Social. So with that in mind,
Didn't we have that story this morning, or was there something else about DJT this morning?
I'll look into it.
I think that might be another rehash.
Yeah, I'll see if that's a rewatch. Okay, so that is from this morning, but this was not, I guess, on the SEC filing. So this is now through the SEC filing. I guess they filed it, but you're right, this was initially announced this morning. So that is correct, because I didn't see that. I'm now not in the room with these guys. I'm in a whole other room, so I don't hear a lot of the morning show, because I don't really have a headphone attached. Like, I'll just watch the screen to see when it's time for me to run in here. But yeah, so I miss some stories that way.
Is that what you do? Don't run. I've seen you run around here before. There's too much stuff to trip on.
I've been more careful.
You are much too valuable to get hurt around here. So although you'll probably come in a wheelchair with a broken leg.
I'm the type that
all that
would.
kind of stuff. I think that's about same as I, man. Same as I was coming in when I'm not even supposed to look at screens, and we were in here. Thanks for asking. The eye is going well.
I was gonna say. I was just gonna ask you, how was the eyes
playing around? Yeah, it's going great. It's going great, Ramin.
Okay, that's
couldn't
funny.
See.
Yeah. Oh, you're like, yeah, you can't see anything. That was pretty good. That was my bad
that's
for
my
not getting
own
that joke.
Fail right there. Sharif and I, look, I grabbed the mic today because Sharif was mentioning that he thinks NVIDIA's moat is one that can get basically shrunk. And I just feel like I told him I completely disagree with that. Do I think that NVIDIA is sort of a house of cards? No, I don't, because I do think that there's so many companies that have made deals with NVIDIA. I think today we could probably name 10 if I asked Adara right now. Please don't do it. But I think there's at least 10 names that we can associate with NVIDIA today alone. So when we talk about a name like Joby, when we talk about a name like Uber, when we talk about any of these other names that have involved AMD even over the last little while, with Oracle, with IBM and all that, all of these names are not just with NVIDIA for the sake of it. NVIDIA has the faster chips, and then they have the software. So you have to remember there's a software stack that's involved here, and once you start to layer on top of it, you can't just say, oh, AMD has cheaper chips, I'm switching. The cause of that, I've spoken to a lot of people in IT, including our CIT here as well. You can't just switch. It's not that simple to say, oh, Qualcomm is making chips that are going to be half the price of NVIDIA, I'm switching. No, Wall Street will obviously take that into account, and maybe NVIDIA guides lower. Maybe something happens to NVIDIA whereby they do not hit some of the given levels stated by Wall Street. Remember, there's analysts out here that are supposed to be smarter than us that are looking into these things. So I just want to wait to hear CapEx. I think tomorrow's super important. I want to make sure that Google's still spending money over here. I want to make sure that Apple's got to deal with somebody to put their Perplexity or Anthropic or something like that into Apple. And then we can see after that where we go. Is Meta still building Llama? What's going on there? Is there still talk of NVIDIA? Because as you see, there are many individual names that are continuously moving on NVIDIA deals and on NVIDIA news. So I believe that moat is actually getting bigger as we go. But I don't want to be here and say like, oh, I'm pumping NVIDIA at all-time highs. Not that at all. I actually looked at my account today. I'm embarrassed to say that although I have it in multiple accounts, I had such a small piece there from like 10 years ago, but now it's just blowing up. And I think that's the advantage of holding on to names that are like secular, that can get going, that are big shifts in momentum and in the way that we think. And I think right now, if AI is involved in early innings, is indeed in the early innings, then NVIDIA still has more room to go. And I like the stock here, but if you're nervous about it, trim before earnings, which come in mid to late November. You still have a long ways to go. I think tomorrow's going to be big. Let's wait to see if any of those guys can get going. Have a lot of reference design. I mean, here it is right here, Harry Liu, even in the chat. A lot of reference design for applications, but the value on the application side is going more proprietary models. I mean, that's why you see names like Palantir and things like that, that will give the software, that will give the foundry. You have to build into that so that it solves your problem, right? Joby for aviation over there, they're going to be using their chips, and we want to thank you for that. My eyes still cannot read that question from where I am about 15,
my eyes barely
15 feet from here. So thanks for that question in the chat for sure. All right, some other names that were popping around today. I was really surprised at PayPal, Adara, because Brennan stood right in that spot that you're in right now and said, I don't see much wrong. I believe it was with the PayPal.
There is one thing wrong that was really wrong. They said they're already seeing decelerating U.S. spending, and they think that's going to continue.
It might have not been PayPal that he said that to, but I think that PayPal was one of the #1 names on our watch list there today.
It was the #1.
Okay, so I think it probably was that. Uh-oh. No, I'm not fighting here at all. But PayPal today hits the floor. Like, this got knocked out. So I think that would be appropriate for that. They got knocked out today. PayPal, nice downside play there. Still up 3%, but you wouldn't know that if you were trading it today. There's the drop in the pre-market that started falling back in. We made a little bit of a high. We always say when there's a gap, play to view up, but that didn't play today. That's this blue line right here. There was really no play off of volume weighted average price. If anything, I mean,
I guess you would have tried to have been short there in the pre-market, guys, but that's a dangerous play. Back into 72. I actually think this is a decent long if we can get back to some levels that we were at yesterday, which is where we're at right now, $72. Let's take advantage of PayPal and put that in our sort of in our queue tomorrow and have a look at PYPL right now, back into that $72 level. I like the stock. Recent deals, of course, with Google and today with OpenAI. That was the big look there for them. We did go out with a nice report from SoFi, man. That was a good one there today. Although we got thrown around in SoFi a little bit earlier, they are trading higher into the close with 8 cents, estimate of 8 cents, putting up 11 cents. So they easily beat that by 30%. Then they get the 885 on the sales, which is a nice move there on their gap EPS of 37 cents, well above 31 on the guide. And they also beat on the revenue side of 949 versus that 885. And you could see SoFi was a little bit of a tricky one. We wrote down $30. I thought if we got back into yesterday's close, that would be like, oh my God, with this report, we can buy it from yesterday's prices. I liked it. Whoops, that was a fail. My only red trade today was trying to catch the SoFi long. Not only did we try to catch it there at 30, I also tried to catch it down here at 29, and that broke 29. And then I basically made the bottom wick down there somewhere around 29 bucks. And then SoFi said, thank you, Sean, you are now out. Not that I was applying any pressure to the stock because I was trying to go long. And then it goes back there to the upside, closing at day highs. We really like SoFi around here. I know Neil and I are in that name as it continues to go higher, SoFi, and we say go Los Angeles Rams because they play out of SoFi Stadium. So that was a good one. And then UPS today again, they came out like basically like they were shot out of a cannon early, right? I mean, that was a big play yesterday, probably. Were they this morning? No, they were last night. Was UPS or was it this morning, the report?
UPS was this morning.
Okay, so you didn't have it on yesterday's show. But again, nice upside move. Look, yesterday, chilling around 89, gets all the way to 100, and everyone's like, we're saved. But then it closes at 96. So it actually gives back about 4% on the day. They were around 15 at its highs. UPS, not a great stock. Over the last year and a half, as you know, the shipping wars continue here. FedEx doing much better than UPS. That dividend still sits around 7%. So we are a little nervous about UPS there giving some back today. We can check out on FedEx as that had sort of sympathy plays as well. And you're going to see the FedEx chart looking a little bit different than UPS as well. There it is. So UPS and FedEx. FedEx trying to break through some levels. UPS just trying to say, where's my life-preserving jacket? Right there. UNH also Adara today. Interrupt me if there's any sort of earnings stuff that's going on.
We went through
I know you got some good graphics that maybe if we haven't showed you can do that, of course, at any time. All right, Q3 earnings of United Health. Look, United Health, unfortunately, you know, they had this story there, and it's also a very, very tough subject to talk about because we all do know that insurance probably does not pay out as often as they should, let alone as much as they should. So it's a little iffy. There's a lot of traders that don't, it's not really a laughing matter, but I do appreciate that, Fabian. Anyways, UNH did have that huge dip down there as there was obviously other things involved with United Care, the CEO. What was it?
United Healthcare.
Healthcare, right? United Healthcare.
Brian Thompson.
Right. So that was an unfortunate event, down to the downside there, but it really did shine some light on the whole industry, right? So you did get CCE hit to the downside, as well as Oscar and some other health names that were hit to the downside. But there you go. You get a break of the 50-period moving average, and it's been upside for UNH right now. They don't, again, like they had a nice beat, and then the market was like, no, thank you, as soon as we opened up, man. So there's the move higher. There's the move back in. Now we have a reference bottom of around 360. So we'll see if it can hold that bottom. That's a good one. I always like to use day of reference points because that's where the buyers came in. They sold it off. Traders took profit. UNH today finds that bottom in and around 360. I do want to thank all 3,500 of you that have stayed with us. It's not a huge earnings day here at all, but again, it's a busy one around here, as you probably didn't stay up too late for that.
I didn't stay up at all. I looked it up at one point. At that point, they were 1-1. I said, okay, cool. Then I went to bed. Then this morning, I woke up and I said, oh, 18 inning, that's cool. And then I went, wait, what? 18th inning?
Yeah, it's like
and then I realized, well, yeah, that's a double game.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess Kendrick and Drake, neither of them got sleep last night.
No, they didn't. But we'll see tonight. So it's 3 games in a row. So they go tomorrow, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and then hopefully back here in Toronto for Game 6 and Game 7. All right, Visa numbers, good numbers, right?
Yep.
As their report gets them a little bit higher, but you said the implied move was around 3.5%.
Yeah,
It looks like right now we're getting 0.5%. Do you have the numbers there?
Yeah, I have
quickly,
more
or?
details too on Visa.
Okay, let's go.
We can show this infographic here, guys. It's even posted on X yet, so I'm really excited. I have it scheduled. It should show up on your X in about an hour if you follow X at TTV Research. Here's a master post of all the expected release times and all of the EPS and revenue estimates for all 5 of the Meg 7 names reporting in the next few days.
Back. Yeah.
But you might be like, hey, I want more detail. Guys, that's going to be coming too, because I will be posting over the next few days our earnings preview infographics for each of these companies. So please stay tuned, X at TTV Research, for that info. But right now, the info we want to talk about is our friend Visa. Visa was a double beat, Sean. Earnings here of 28 cents per share versus estimates of 297. Sales here of 10.724 billion, beating estimates of 10.614 billion. I have some more details too in the report as well that I can go over. So again here, quarterly revenue beat estimates. It was also up significantly year over year from $9.61 billion last year. So that's 12% year over year growth. And apparently that was driven, guys, by Sean and folks, by the year-over-year growth in payment volumes, cross-border volume, and processed transactions. Payment volume actually up here 8% year-over-year. Payment volume payment volume, I guess, the previous quarter up 8% year-over-year. Looks like this quarter it was up 9% year-over-year. That's kind of weird, Benzinga. But yeah, so again, decent volume here across the board. Also, I have a shocking piece of news to deliver. Apparently, the Senate has failed in its latest effort to make daylight savings time permanent.
No, I want that to be permanent.
I mean, it wouldn't be here. It would be in the U.S. anyway.
No, but Ottawa's already said the minute.
They already said that.
Well, because we can't do it.
Yeah,
like if New York, like imagine New York is 7:30 and we're like, nah, we're not changing. We're going to stay at 8:30.
That'd be a lot.
Like that would be a nightmare, right? The NYSE is going to open up. Like, anyways, that's why they're not doing it. Canada has already stated that if the United States jumps, they'll jump with them. So hopefully that can get settled. I hate daylight savings time, man. I mean, I hate losing an hour then gaining an hour. It works one time, it doesn't work the other time. Forget about it. Thank you, everybody in the chat there. Want to wave and say hi to everybody that's in the chat. All right, we got to go. So Joby right here, Joby Aviation. This is the big story that people are talking about in the chat. They are selected by, again, NVIDIA, some company I've never really, I think they're a chip name, as aviation launch partners for their new, again, there's that name again, NVIDIA, I think is how you pronounce it there, IGX Thor platform. So another big deal there. And this, again, selected by. So that's good for Joby right there. Nice move upside. Just looking at their chart, there's still room to grow here on Joby. I think this is definitely a tomorrow type of thing. All right, thank you, everybody, for joining us. Adara, this is, you just put that graphic up about all the Meg 7s.
Yes.
All right, so which one do you think will have the best reaction to their quarter? So I'm not going to say like what's the best quarter.
Yeah,
but
I like that.
at the end of the day, so Microsoft, let's just say reports, and then where are they?
Google.
Boom. I love that. I'm going to say Apple.
See, I was going to say, I feel like Apple is the biggest wild card. I almost said Apple, but then I was like, Apple kind of tends to be kind of
Well, that's so the reason why I said it is for that exact reason. I'm a little nervous. I don't think there's going to be like 10% moves on any of these names.
No.
So I think Apple's going to report great sales, obviously, of their iPhone. I feel like they can now safely guide forward because they can easily see sort of the demand here. China's obviously going to be an issue for Apple, and they may guide towards that, which is a problem. The new AirPods, the services, I really like what they've been doing there.
Same.
I think Apple TV is going to blowing up a little bit. They do get that good movie there with race cars. F1. They got the deals with F1 as well. I think that'll be a big mover to the upside. And I think if Apple can go up 4 or 5% on their report and hold it, that might be your winner.
Yeah, that could. My one thing there is I worry that with those iPhone 17 sales are going to be a one-trick pony. Like they're like, oh, our sales are so good, and I'm like, this could be a bit, can you sustain this? But we'll have to wait and find out.
I mean, the numbers are going to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Agree, it'll be really
and
strong.
I mean, they might miss or whatever. I'm looking for that guide just a little bit. And then obviously we'll see if Apple can talk a little bit about things other than the iPhone. That's Adara. This is whoever. We are Trader TV Live, and we will, thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Neil, Brendan, Ramin, Sharif, Joe, Randy, Mark, Rob, Russell, whoever's putting that epoxy in the other side that gets me as high as hell in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for that. We got to get out of here. We got a busy night. Go Jays, go. It's Trader TV Live. Check you all tomorrow at 8:30. It's Fed Day, baby.
See ya.